চালু।
Hah?
দেবাদিত্য, আমি কি তোমায় ডিসঅ্যাপয়েন্ট করেছি?
ওই দাদা, আমারও একটা কোয়েশ্চেন আছে, করে দে না ব্যাং, তাহলে আমার স্ক্রিনটা পাই। বাহ, ওকে। এই দাদা দাদা, স্টার্ট করিস না, আমি আসতেছি। Show as a G. ইনভাইট কর না, ইনভাইট কর না। হ্যাঁ কালকে আমি 4টা পাইছি 2টা পাইনি আমি ভাবছি কি এই 3টে কথা আমি লাস্টের ম্যাচটাতে শুধু আমি বার্লিন দিলাম জানি না কেন আরে আমি ভাবছি কি হোম ক্রাউড জার্মানিতে ম্যাচ হচ্ছে হ্যাঁ ওই তো দেখাচ্ছিল এখানে নট অ্যাভেলেবল কোনো রেকর্ডই নেই কি জানি আরে তোরা কি 2টা ব্রল ম্যাপ খেল না ব্রল কোনো লো লেভেল খেলে না তাহলে আমার হয়ে যাবে এরকম কানেকশনের উপর আরে ইনভাইট করো আমাকে আরে আমাদের নেটওয়ার্ক দিল মানে জানি না কেন ওয়াইফাই ভিডিও গুলো বলে বলছি হাই লো লেভেল দুটো নেন না 0 ট্রফি ব্রলার 2-3 হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ ওটাই নেই ঠিক আছে ওই স্যালারি 1031 আমি এখন দেখি আরে বলবট আমার তো পোস্টটা হয়ে যাবে আরে পোস্টটা শুনো দেখি আরে নে না
It's a beautiful sunny day here in the capital of Germany. And it is the perfect day to take another 6 teams up to the global stage. They come from all across the globe, live and breathe Brawl Stars countless hours of training, and we'll find out who will punch their ticket through to day 3. Welcome to Brawl Cup Berlin.
What? এই ম্যাচ স্টার্ট হইলো
Competing in front of thousands under the lights, each player is seeking one thing: respect. You've earned the respect of your teammates, but now it's time to earn the respect of your rivals, your fans, and most importantly, yourselves. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host, and welcome to the Brawl Cup, live from the Uber Eats Music Hall in Berlin. We've seen heartache and we've seen triumph on the main stage already. And it's only been one day. Imagine what we could do with 3. And so without any further delay, it's time to kick off day 2 of the Brawl Cup. Berlin, make some noise!
আমি এদিকে তাকাইছিলাম ববে ববে কি বড় ভাই কি বড় হ্যাঁ আমি কিছু যাই না
A warm welcome also from me. Hi, I'm Sunny. I'm here with Ark and Kenny today. And Berlin, ihr könnt das doch lauter. Die Spieler warten hinter der Bühne. Wie laut seid ihr wirklich?
Wirklich?
Schon etwas besser. We are here today to witness another 6 teams fighting for the last spots in the playoff on Championship Sunday. And gentlemen, which teams do you think have the most pressure today?
Ooh, it's a good question. I think for me, I think Crazy Raccoon definitely have some of that pressure. As the current reigning champions of the world coming in mid-season now, we're looking to them to really demonstrate that they are still on top of the world.
I strangely think it's Toxic Lotus, who were last year's Cinderella at this event. They've already left fellow countryman Ace0, and now they're the only one remaining. If they don't pick up a big victory today to move on tomorrow, it's just going to be our big 4 regions left.
So we want to have a quick look at what we have seen yesterday already. Day 1 is in the books, and the favorites have delivered. Humble looked every bit defending champions, while Bounty Hunters impressed in their debut to claim the second playoff spot in Group A. Group B, Zeke Division edged out Only Realm in a 5-map thriller, but Only Realm bounced back in a dominant fashion to punch their ticket through to Day 3 as well. For A0 and BC Gaming SA, the world stage proved to be a bit of a too harsh test so far. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to them yesterday.
Yeah, definitely a very tough event for them, but they did show some fantastic promise. I think for me specifically, BC Gaming had a really great showing. A0, no doubt, going to be able to take that valuable LAN experience as well moving forwards. I'm still looking for great things to come from the Chinese mainland region, and of course, we'll see another team from there today.
Yeah, and had a lot of success last year at that. I think A0 especially just couldn't get out of their own way a little bit, and sometimes that's just the jitters of the LAN stage. I'm not in that locker room. Don't 100% know what went down, but inexperienced. I would say yesterday went according to plan, if you will. Very predictable. On eggshells today, though. We've had some very chaotic events recently, and I have a feeling that Group C and D will shine.
The favorites proved why they are called the favorites. They won in the end. We had to say goodbye to 2 teams already, as we have 4 groups of 3 teams, and only the top 2 teams of each group will advance through to Day 3. After today, we will know the final 4 teams joining the playoffs.
It's really looking quite spicy today. I'm not going to lie. I feel like yesterday kind of went according to kind of what I could foresee as being the most likely outcome. Today, I feel like we could very well get some upsets.
We also want to have a look at which brawlers we've seen yesterday. The meta comes together from all around the globe. We have some EMEA draft, mix it with East Asia draft, NA, and this is the result so far. The 5 most picked brawlers yesterday. Interesting also to see Sirius there. He got a little HP nerf, Kenny, and now he's not globally banned all the time anymore.
Yeah, super small data set. I mean, obviously a 0% win rate is not something you want to see. But on the other end, at Colonel Ruffs at the top, this is somebody that I expect to see his name called out a ton this weekend. Brawl Stars' goodest boy is so well-rounded. The hypercharge especially empowers teammates. It's almost like you're giving a solo showdown drop to these teammates to power them up.
Yeah, I feel like Sirius will probably maybe show up again this weekend, but for the moment, that win rate definitely a tough thing to see. Colette banned out so frequently, yet to really kind of see her even thrive. For Lumi, I'm really impressed actually with her specifically since the updates and those balance changes coming through. 8 bans, quite high in that regard, and 100% win rate. I think that we need to keep a close eye on her moving forwards.
Lumi super strong now after the buffs. Roche still up there as well, despite having a couple of nerfs in the last months. He's still super strong, and we'll see if he's going to be banned a little less today. We have some different teams today coming up. All of these teams are not just playing for honor and glory, they also take home some cash prize, and on top of that, even a world final slot for their home region, an LCQ slot for their region if they come second still, and some BSC points.
Yeah, the BSC
এটা তো মান্থলি ফাইনালস ওই জন্য
They are here to win that world final slot for their region. I know why you are here. You want some rewards as well. If you're watching over at event.brawlstars.com, you can get these lovely rewards. Today, we don't have a pin for you. We have this wonderful spray. So make sure to lock in your predictions now. You still have a couple of minutes before we kick things off with our first match of the day. How was your prediction going yesterday? Did you get the pin?
Absolutely smashed it, got the pin. I was trying to wait for it to come through so I could actually show it live on stream as well. But as you may have saw yesterday on the stream, it definitely pays to stay on that event site. You know, you may get rewarded in kind by doing so. So keep your eyes glued.
And of course, we are all here to celebrate Brawl Stars. It's not just us, it's even more people. We also here sitting on the other side and covering these matches for you. We also see some familiar
Highly to
faces
the
there.
high. Guys, people is
Melty
very
might not have
highly.
qualified to play here today, certainly qualified to cast.
Yeah, he could well be, looking after our jobs
Good-looking
next
man,
year if
huh?
he keeps this up.
Streamers are
It's been
good-looking
great.
men.
I've really been appreciating the insight that we're getting from not just now the talent, but also the pros themselves.
Twiggy,
I mean, it's
Twiggy,
a
bhai,
lovely
Caucasian.
little dynamic that we're having now on these casting desks to get
Are,
their
उसी की
first-hand
Twiggy.
ideas when it comes to draft, and their insight
Bawal
is so
BT.
invaluable.
That is definitely true. It's always good to have some knowledgeable casters
Brawl ball ta
alongside me as well. So I'm so
Yeah,
glad
as
I'm
long as
standing
Brawl
here
ball
with
ta
the two
khela
of you today.
One of two.
Now we want to head straight into our first match
Yeah,
of
you
day
know,
2
the heat
World
is
Cup
definitely
Berlin.
declining.
We're
Brawlers is-
here with Crazy Raccoon versus Eternal.
This is certainly a banger match to kick things off today. The reigning champions of the world, Crazy Raccoon. Their hairstyles might change, but the skills of those thumbs remains solid. And this is a squad that, again, like I said, I've got keen eye on. Are they still the very
It is.
best in the world? Will they crumble here today? I mean, that is the thing that I'm very curious to find out.
Unfortunately, on the other end, the other side has very much experienced this roster all too well.
Yeah.
Tensai tenured. I mean, undisputably the GOAT, I think, at this point, but no mid-season
Oh,
title ever
Tensai.
back in the days of either Brawl Cup last year, MSI, even things like Snapdragon Pro Series. It's the one thing that's eluded him. But on the other end, Motep very much knows Tensai. If anything, he helped build this legacy.
Hotup's gonna hit.
2 monthly final wins so far for both of the teams. Also, Eternal looked very, very strong this year so far. SA's number 2
Year
seeds
tempo to
is still there.
truly
And
mogar
yeah,
bhai.
I'm super excited to see how they can redeem themselves today. What
Aye,
has to
crazy,
happen in order for them
crazy.
to this time win against Crazy Raccoon?
I think Motep needs to leave LCQ of
I'm
last
grateful
year in
jab
the
wo
very
clip
back
ta
of his
live
mind. I mean, that was on home turf, like the Brazilian crowd was going absolutely nuts for Casa Brawl to continue that, what was looking to be a sweep of Crazy Raccoon. And then Crazy Raccoon dug deep and just found the ice in their veins, as they always tend to do. They are land demons in the greatest sense of the word.
Nice.
Nothing seems to penetrate them. And to reverse with the LCQ, that changed the course of the entirety of the narrative last year. By doing so, Crazy Raccoon went to the World Finals and won the whole thing. But Motep knows best, potentially, how to break them.
I think we're not going to see a 3-0 in this match. That's exactly what I want. We also just have seen the global bands down there. Lumi was amongst them. We just talked about her. She got a little buff and now she's super, super strong.
Definitely a frustrating one to play against. I mean, between Grim and Frostbin, the area control. I just think it's a very solid mid-range option, a very safe one at that. So might as well remove it, throw some drafts off a little bit. Can't fault either of these teams for doing that.
And now as we see, the matchup even makes more sense. Pinot Punt, for example, you want some mid control. What gives you mid control? Lumi, for example, she has these ice rings. Chester would also still be a very good option. Did you see the other global bands? I think Mortis was amongst them.
Wouldn't surprise me. He does that a lot.
It's a good guess.
I feel like Mo is going to be that brawler to escape through, though, as it has been for the majority of yesterday. It's that brawler which is just not quite globally banned and not quite in the bans.
Can't be that bad, right? Come on now, people.
I think that is one of the most dominating polls we've seen all weekend.
I think so. 6% is the lowest we've seen so far. Well, let's see. Eternal, you now have the chance to prove everyone wrong. Just win.
Just win.
Easy as that.
It's that easy.
Muscular build, Giga Chad.
I mean, for me, we joke, but this could be an upset. I'm being serious. Crazy Raccoon do have the second lowest scrim win rate of all teams in this competition. Now, as we know, scrim rates don't reflect everything. But I've got to ask the question, why are Crazy Raccoon scoring so little? Are they playing on Smurfs? Is there something in the back pocket that they're not telling us? Or are they just kind of coming into the to the event and thinking, do you know what? Hey, let's take this a bit chill and see, by not doing a ton of prep, where we kind of sit.
I mean, usually those guys just have a lot of fun also on stage, so maybe they were just enjoying the beautiful weather in Berlin. Well, it's not that nice. But hey, you can still enjoy the city itself. Like with our Star Park. Just outside the Uber Eats hall, we have a little setup for you guys. So let's check it out.
Damn, मैं बुझेगी ठीक है ना तुम्हारा opinion Nah, it's okay, right?
Set a sign.
Oh, wow.
Who are you rooting for?
I'm opinion zero. Consider the same statement important.
Footy sport!
I love food. Humble. What team are you voting for?
I'm rooting for everyone!
We've seen some very strong teams so far on the
But
main
he's
stage, but
modified
you know,
with
it's
piano,
the
isn't
weekend,
he?
so we had to pull out the big guns, didn't we? It's the challengers taking on the world champions. Berlin, it's time to kick off day 2, and it's Eternal and Crazy Raccoon!
Oh, match का
Boy, do we have a story for you. On the one side, we have the current Brawl Stars world champions in the form of Crazy Raccoon. And on the other side, in the camp, we have a personal vendetta that stems all the way back to the 2025 Last Chance qualifier. In another timeline, the 2025 Brawl Stars World Finals could have gone very, very differently. But we are right here, we are right now. It's the Brawl Cup, and it is time to kick things off with Eternal and Crazy Raccoon. Let's do this.
Mohian, Tensai, Milcrio, Kawi, Jubileo, Motel.
शुभ्रो आरेक्टा में जीतते लगा
The pressure is on. World champions on the left-hand side. On the right side, we have a revenge-driven roster. They want to win today exactly against Crazy Raccoon because it did not work out in the past. Maybe it will today. And I'm so happy that Lumi, that I mentioned, is globally banned, and Tester, I also mentioned, so good on a map like this one because you want mid-control. On Pinel Punt, you have this square of bushes in the middle. It's all about mid-control to be able to score in the long run.
Yeah, for me, Sirius open here. M's actually open here, which is a very rare thing to see. Honestly, normally very much highly considered in the ban. Sirius is that first brawler pick coming through. Meeple is an Eternal pick that could also shine on this particular map too, just to really bust off the game. Sirius M's, great way to start.
Had to be an anti-tank at that point. With Chester off the board, and then you saw several bans go through, including Crow, Otis, Colette, just amidst all of this. At some point, you got to grab your own. A lot of times with these professional teams, the way they construct a draft is we're going to go with anti-tank early to ensure ourselves a little defense, and then work our way and see how the aggro sets up.
Now let's see what they're picking on the left-hand side. Something with range, maybe. Meeple would still come in clutch here as one of the mid-brawlers with a bit more range, and mentions of Meeples, of course, to shut down your opponents. Mo is coming in as the aggressive brawler. Never mind, they double down. Ellie coming in as well. Now on the right-hand side, do we have enough to deal with that double aggressive comp from the left?
Ooh, Chester, Ellie.
Well, there's going to need to be something more, I feel, here. But I'm pleased to see the Mo pick. I really do like to see that brawler come through. Kenji could be an option here, just to go on the uber aggressive. Something to battle against that alley to distract, I think, is going to be a need here. The aggressiveness of that alley is going to be a problem.
Gonna be putting a lot of faith in these last 10 seconds. Motep eyeing that screen.
Thank you.
0 for 6 in Brawl Cups, MSI, and World Finals in the past. For him to pick up a win off of set 1 would be a huge momentum swing. Can't wait to see how it all goes down. Let's take a look and see what Reddy and Uber have to say.
Thank you very much, Kenny, and great to hear from the desk. This is such an interesting draft, actually, because Crazy Raccoon often have been considered pretty safe, almost boring drafters, but they've actually brought an alley here into Pinhole Pump, which is super exciting to see. Sirius gets snapped up yet again right at the start of the draft here for Eternal. He struggled since having that max HP reduction a little bit more fragile these days.
He struggled here in Berlin as well. He's boasting a 0% win rate at the present moment, was picked 4 times and didn't win a single one of them. Though admittedly he was picked later in the draft, so now it's refreshing to see him picked up earlier as a priority rather than as an afterthought.
Tensai looking for the Infinity Gauntlet of Brawl Championships. He's won at LCQ.
भाई भालो नेट लग
Still
गए
no
थे हैं
mid-season championship to his name. 3-time world champion though, so I guess he's not crying too much over his trophy cabinet. This Eternal team, obviously, their scores to settle indeed. Tensai going to be struggling to get to grips with Jubilee, but eventually he'll have what he was looking for. Kawa pressured down, Motep's going to be forced out of the way, and Milcreo very healthy here, enough to just walk it in.
As much as Kawa was able to offer there, a bit of a waste of the super. It's not going to cost him too much, but little micro interactions, you need them as much as possible to best a team that is going to punish you for every misplayed interaction. Jubileu does manage to rebuff Tensai on the right side. Milcreo needs to be encircled. Kawa has the super. It's an attempt at a trick shot around Moya, but you're not getting around him, no. Not with the ball speed reducing so much after it ricochets.
Hyper super there for Moya, but doesn't opt to make use of it. Motep will be run down by Tensai, and the ball is cornered. Crazy Raccoon in no hurry here to expose themselves to an equalizer. So they'll bide their time in the middle of the map, and the buck stops with Eternal. Milcreo does actually retrieve the ball, so there's something to play for here. Milcreo with a hyper charge, and on top of Motep. Yeah, the pop rocks are going to do him in the end. Jubileu healthy enough here, but Milcreo sneaks it in.
A few changes to Brawl Ball. The ball goes a little bit faster, rolls a little bit longer than before. It's just been observed on the other side of a patch. It's a minute difference, but at the professional level of play, it can make all sorts of difference. Positioning also completely crucial there. Sirius wasn't able to wedge himself between the goal and mid because he knew he was going to get taken down. It was all that pressure, all that poke damage builds up over time. Initial interactions will put Crazy Raccoon in the lead. They have control of this mid-ring of bushes. They're going to use this as a springboard for an attempt at a goal, but first they want to farm up their supers, especially if they can get a Chester bomb.
But not, of course, for Friendzoner now with the Buffy can stun. If a player is knocked back into a wall, that's something Tensai especially has to be very wary of. He's looking to pressure the Sirius for the time being, though there are some shades in play. That's Kawa taken down. Tensai looking for more. Motep under extreme pressure. It's another elimination for the alley. An easy goal for Tensai.
Crazy Raccoon steamrolling through this so far. This is going to be tougher for Eternal to take the bushes initially. Motep's even willing to expend his hypercharge just for the 20% speed boost. Now trying to get Milcreo on the right side. Needed that last shot. Didn't get it, but Jubileu punches through with the hype equipped. Moya, an opportunity for him to get his super and for Eternal to farm up utility of their own. Overwhelming Crazy Raccoon just by the use of supers. We'll see a little bit more in here as Motep creates a screen and a shade in from Sirius. Moya, though, tearing up the back lines, has the angle, not a block in sight. Moya even goes for the trick shot to finish things off.
Pretty dominant showing here for Crazy Raccoon. Happy to start this series off with a pretty aggressive draft. It's great to see the little genius Tensai out there on the alley, absolutely dunking on this Eternal roster and kind of exposing the squishiness, right, of Sirius. It's been an issue already so far. I think the Buster pick into Chester makes perfect sense. You get a lot of value out of deflecting those projectiles, but Crazy Raccoon really overwhelming in moments like this when they find that Chester hypercharge.
Yeah. But it's well earned too. Like, you have to work for that ability, and Milcreo with just super aggressive positioning is able to earn it. You also have Moya, Tensai opening up those back lines with their dives in. Of course, Ali, it's part of her kit, and with Mo, you're going to have to work for it. Get into the back lines, disrupt the Sirius. Squishy is one thing. Having no CC whatsoever is another, and when your shots pierce, the shades are not an issue at all.
Here's your stat count back here. You can see that Moya, someone who we didn't highlight so much over the course of that game, was putting out some really nice consistent damage. Obviously with that playmaking potential of Mo on Brawl Ball, something you've got to be very wary of, but Moya didn't have to do too much in that regard. A lot of the time it came down to forcing a fight, right? With Ali's mobility, with Mo's mobility, you could dive on in, you could basically get a team wipe. You'd have 2 players up, and then you could walk it in. Deathcap Trap, though, is the name of our next battlefield. And yeah, I'm sure this is bringing back memories for Motep. This is a difficult team to go up against, and this is a Crazy Raccoon that, you know, frankly, have high expectations as current world champions, and they haven't really slowed down a whole lot, so you've got to be on your guard.
Revenge possible for Motep. LCQ could have gone very differently. The World Finals, our champions,
La,
would
এটা
very
এটা
differently if
কিছু
you managed to
নরমাল
finish off a series
জেলাসি
of
কিন্তু
resets rather
মানে
than being
কোপিং
reverse swept.
টাইপের
It was weird to see Crazy Raccoon with their backs against the wall
Yes.
at LCQ.
Uncharacteristic.
But it had been a weird year for them. I think like the balance of power in East Asia had fluctuated a whole lot. Even that rival team who also were at LCQ looked quite impressive, were able to put on some decent performances as a number of their opponents on the receiving end of. But this Crazy Raccoon team, I think in the lead up here, back-to-back monthly final wins, running into this tournament, not much has changed for these guys.
Yeah, in fact, it's kind of the opposite of how they began the last season, where they started off with a win, sort of peered off towards the end, and then had to work their way through LCQ. This time they had a rough month one versus Zeta Division, and then managed to power up in the subsequent couple of months. Here on Deathcap Trap, we have talked about Crazy Raccoon's draft approach of being really consistent stuff, right? And pretty safe, a little boring, and we were impressed to see, oh, cool, they're going mode, like they're going aggro in the beginning. But
they'll just take chess to here and move on with their lives, I imagine.
And as a first pick, too, like this was the highest priority. A reaction also of Stu and Janet, I think, puts a large priority on getting away from this mode. This has been picked up as a first selection. There's still other things that could appear here, like Lily to get those gems out of their clutches. It's a very viable strategy here in Gem Grab to pretty much give a hypercharge to an aggro brawler and have them punish the gem carrier until eventually you break through, steal all the gems at the end, and win that way.
Yeah, so important to combine that Ruffs with a brawler whose hypercharge basically gives you a guaranteed elimination. I don't know how easy it is to find those on Janet, though. She is particularly slippery, hard to catch out. Ted's going to go for the Gus here, so obviously a pretty reasonable mid, someone who is safe. This is a draft to me that is, much more in line with what we expect from this Crazy Raccoon side. It can be tough to break Gus down. There's also no obvious dive elements to this lineup. I mean, are we in Lily territory here? Do we need something from Eternal that can sort of force the issue? Obviously, being able to dive on a Ruffs, for example, or on a Mo outside of Super could be important, but they're also playing a bit more of a longer range game.
Yeah, they need a better matchup for Gus at the mid, basically. Also, Penny's a win condition here. I feel like that turret could be under some scrutiny at the hands of Mo with the dive forward. Yeah, and there is counterplay also, like Penny's going to be bringing that salty barrel so that she can deal damage to him in close range, but no stuns really to deal with this Mo, no great way of escaping except for Janet. But what does that mid matchup look like into Gus? You're outrange, you're going to be out DPS. Sure, you can shoot through the Ruffs bags, but you don't really play Janet on lane. She's here to be a gem carrier. She's here to be safe. We'll see how it works out.
You've got a player at that Gus gadget as well. That Kooky Popper out of nowhere sometimes can score the elimination. Motep already getting tapped up by Milcreo, a fearsome opponent even on his worst days, I'd say. And that speed zone should help dodge these projectiles, and still Motep was going quite low. Jubilee wants to get aggressive and make the most of this window where Mo does not have super at his disposal. Moya will be forced back, but only for the time being.
Moya now encroaching on this left lane as Jubileus soaking up a bunch of the fire. Motep also retreated way back to get back to max HP, putting quite a bit of damage. Now getting punished by Milcreo, who only needs one more shot. Now it's time for Jubileo to spring into action. Moya and Milcreo are calling shots quite well. Onto Jubileo, however, on a characteristic brawler for him as well, will pick up the first interaction on the left side and start to pressure Milcreo. Wall break on the left side means it's less of a stronghold for Jubileo to hide behind. He was considering playing around it. You can see he didn't want to break walls. He brought speed zone instead, so it is going to hurt.
Tensai has been beating the pants off of Kawa so far, but only just now as he got the elimination on that brawler. Crazy Raccoon able to take a bit more map control, but the Moya versus Jubileo matchup is still of concern for this Japanese squad. Moya not in a position to win that out at all, and can only hope to somewhat contain the Stu.
I'll tell you what though, Stu into Mo, really frustrated because you can't escape from the Mo dash in, but dodging those shots with your super, it's just not going to happen. You're going to get constantly poked. Jubileo, as he dashes rightwards across the field, will be intercepted by Milcreo, who gets tapped up a couple times. Kawe has a fresh turret to place down, but he is on super low HP. And he still has to contest Tensai on the right side. Jubileo going in super aggressive. Hypercharged Pop, but this man just entered the Matrix, now getting peppered with fire as Milcreo just doesn't want to risk it. Pops the Hyper and the super at the same time, but continues to get pressured from the right side by Kawe, now eliminated by both Tensai and Moya. Crazy Raccoon run away with this count.
I like the idea. Moya's trying to shut Jubileo down to make it so he can't dive on the gem carry, but they cross like ships in the night. Tensai still able to pick up the Stu though, and Motep is too low to get close. Kawa, like you mentioned, could be a win condition, but that turret was left around for so long. Crazy Raccoon not really feeling the pressure from this Eternal composition.
intelligent play. There's so many different ways you can play rough, so many different walls that you can break, and you have so much selection. And they opted to break open the walls that you usually use to hide behind at mid. That's where you place your mid brawler. But Gus knows, hey, I'm actually winning this interaction versus Janet. I completely outrange her. Yeah, give me some more room to walk around. And once the turret was up, it wasn't even that much of an issue. There's plenty of room to work around because you've eliminated both of the choke points.
And Janet's survivability only really matters when she is ahead in gems or in a countdown. If you're behind for most of the game, all it does is kind of keep you alive in situations where you otherwise would have been taken down. A timely super for Milkrio denies the pinch, and all of Eternal get flattened. This is not looking nearly as close as the previous round. Jubileo lane swaps into the Ruffs matchup, so Moya now has some room to breathe.
This is real tough. Jubileo didn't want to be on this matchup, so he didn't have to face the bags, basically. Motep on the left side, however, is taking a beating at the hands of the mouse. Eternal pressured way back into their spawn, a super retreated positioning for Jubileo's gadget. He continues to march forward into Tensai, picks up the kill. Now Motep trying to encircle behind Milkreo. That's going to be the super for Milkreo. 1-2 shots for Motep will get him low. He risk-setting pinch walks right into it from Milkreo. And Eternal probably going to get surrounded and extinguished here at mid.
Is Penny the mid now for Eternal? I feel like they've changed that roll up. I can't even tell. Motep went aggressive with that super to try and find a way to drop those gems, but without hypercharge, he didn't have the maneuverability. He might just get blown up. Yeah, has to dash forward with that gadget and now try and go after Milkreo. But again, this is not a hypercharged super. It's not that easy to guarantee damage from those bombs. A pretty anemic performance there for Eternal as Crazy Raccoon returns to their safe and consistent drafts and just slowly choke their opponents out of the match.
Never adjusted the lanes at all. They had the exact same positions every single time. So why? It's really just that consistent for these guys. What a man of the people. Milkreo getting everyone jazzed up.
The greatest showman in Brawl Stars is Milkreo. Doesn't matter if he's at home on a webcam or in front of a crowd. This guy is born for the stage.
Yeah. Brings the vibes to the team. You actually saw him sort of resurrect a team that looked pretty deflated at the last chance qualifier. Everyone started shrugging and they were having a good time doing the dance. Brought to the World Finals as well.
It is kind of crazy to see someone like Tensai loosen up in that kind of environment. He's someone who does get a bit tense, does get a bit reserved. And the addition of this Milkreo onto the roster, I feel like it really gives them that spiritual leader in a way. Helps them loosen up when things aren't going so great. So far, that's not really had to be drawn upon. Right now, it's just about having fun.
Fun times, of course, though, are not exempt from criticism. One of the biggest things about Milkreo when he joined this roster is people are concerned, how's he going to fit into the squad? Tensai's supposed to be the mid. He's supposed to be the anchor for the entire team. And Milkreo's really like a stable player, but that's the role that he's fulfilling here. Now, not to say that Tensai didn't just do the same on the right lane. Look at the stat comparison there. It was pitiful.
That was almost 400 DPS from a Gus. A Gus. Someone who's not exactly known for having ridiculous high peaks in terms of damage, but safe and serviceable mid. Stay alive to get the gems to hand. Let's move over to safe zone now, where the objective is to get them spilled. And I'm expecting more, again, of these like fairly safe drafts. A lot of the time, this Crazy Raccoon squad really want to try and get some combination of Trester and Ruffs. Ruffs already is going to be banned out here, though, by Eternal.
Interesting to see the Eve ban early on here from Eternal. Indicates that they've done some research. Eve is a pretty viable selection here. She can float right over that water, but I feel like there are plenty of other ways to play around this, so it must be something they're going for specifically. Kaze picked up early on. This is a first pick worthy brawler. She is just that good. She takes up space in mid, she pushes everyone forward, and she's going to be accounting for a bunch of safe damage. Now, since she's first pick worthy and the priority has been placed on a brawler such as Colt, for example, this has been willingly allowed through.
Colt, yeah. I mean, also first pick Bell could be the go-to here for Crazy Raccoon. It's so up their alley, given it's a brawler that doesn't really give away too much of the game. Is really good when you get that early map control and you could nest egg much of mid, and that's the first pick here.
Going to be able to shut some people up. Also can maybe open things up for another brawler that they want to play that would be just, pretty weak into Bell. I sort of anticipated Crazy Raccoon to play something really conservative here, given sort of their reputation recently of playing these super safe comps.
The Bell also denies the 8-bit and also could be quite annoying even for like Syria, or anybody with deployables or pets, right? Just given how those shots bounce. Otis here, the follow-up, pretty reasonable, especially against someone like the Kaze. Like being able to meet the Kaze out is going to matter a heck of a lot. Some comps you see people that try and draft a Melody in just to like fight Kaze in the 1v1. That's probably a little riskier than a team like Crazy Raccoon is going to want to be.
Okay, well, Crazy Raccoon had the last pick to work with. They're afforded the privilege of not being made to pick up a Kaze early on. They get to react to it with their 2-3 turn and then pick the ideal last pick over here. Really helps to have that aggro, and this is why the Eve was banned. They want to be the sole people floating over the water. Now, the issue with Angelo is that he just doesn't have good burst damage. He can do 4,000 damage a shot. He is the superior sniper, but he's not able to sustain that. So something really beefy towards the end of the draft, it can counter this.
He also just
Oye,
does
ora,
a lot of
hyper
damage
digital
to the
lagar
safe, right? In
Yeah,
terms of
yeah,
deep, he has the high
adaptation
peaks, but his DPS in general is sort of low. So often see Angelo picked up because he can get across the water body, so he can access more of the map. He's very good at anti-personnel on this map. It's not good for that safe pressure. Brock's so good here. You work the chokes, the incendiary fields can really deny space. He's another sharpshooter. And also, like, Rocket Rain on the safe in a pinch is a very reasonable way to play that.
Oh, totally. Especially if you get the correct lineup, you're doing, like, an entire shield worth of... Okay!
This is not really Crazy Raccoon coded at all. In fact, in the last couple of weeks, they played this comp once, this Bell and Shade setup, and they were able to win that scrim, but it's just one set. Like, it's a drop in the bucket in terms of data. I do love this, though, and again, it reminds me of the first set's draft, where they go for something a bit more aggressive, a bit more high upside, but potentially higher risk as well.
I'm looking forward to this. I'm a bit puzzled. Into the Brock. What is Brock here for? Break walls. What does Shade do? Goes through walls. This is not a Brawl Ball situation. There's no goal to go outside of. Everything is breakable unless you're hiding inside the unbreakables on the left or right lane. I just don't really see it. Motep should be breaking open these walls early on. It's going to be the first one onto Tensai on the right side. It's actually picture perfect, but Tensai still marches forward. No one can hit these shots on him. Kawi does finally dispatch him, but as the one who pushed forward, allowed Moya and Milcreo to get into mid positions. He's gotten 15% on the safe.
Look, the map being open doesn't necessarily hurt the rest of Crazy Raccoon, right? You've got really good burst damage if you have to defend at any point. And yeah, look at this. Obviously, star power taken here by Tensai means that he has that damage reduction during his super, which is really important because he knows he's going to trade damage. So this is just a high-pressure comp from Crazy Raccoon. Milcreo already has a hypercharge ready.
Well, there's the hypercharge. Didn't make too much of an impact. Tensai's going to move forward with the hardened hoodie. Has a bunch of damage resistance as he goes for one crit after the next. Even gets the shield off.
Clap City.
It's a huge lead on tempo for Crazy Raccoon at the moment. Eternal still haven't been able to make one solid push in.
Again, the more that map gets opened up by the Brock, the less impactful for holding chokes the incendiary fields become. There's ways to get around them now. Nice fan storm, though, to get some safe damage away from Jubileo. That Kaze is still a problem, and Moya, even after muting the Kaze earlier, still lost the 1v1.
Watching for Kawi, pops a hypercharge raw, no super attached to it, could really use it, but he wasn't even close. Now gonna get clapped by Tensai with the gadget on the left side, goes for the double gadget, he mastered the technology, and now he's got a bit of extra damage on that safe. Moya also equipped the hypercharge so he can keep Jubileo away, but he is pretty evasive. Milcreo just gonna load him up with damage, but Jubileo only wanted that crack on the safe. And that is unfortunate, though. The follow-up of Brock with the Rocket Rain did not make any impact at all.
No one can fight Tensai. This guy's so dangerous right now. He can just run away and hide inside the wall. Good dash. Jubileo just finds a couple of frames in which he can actually damage Tensai before he ducks inside those wall sections. Still, 3 claps on the safe is like almost 10k damage. That's a lot. Tensai just wants to run it up here, go after Kawi, but he's able to throw down the look into the swamp and now try and get ahead. Some damage on the safe here. The fan storm also going to be used to tick away at her. Moya with a hypercharge, but really fancied just the speed increase. He hits a super long range mute on Motep to shut the Brock up for a time.
That's going to take a miracle here. Tensai picks up one. Now it gets rid of that last shield on the safe. With one huge shot after the next. Crazy Raccoon drop it down to 560 HP. Kawi, it's just gonna bounce that right onto the safe and bring us to match point for Crazy Raccoon.
And you're right, obviously, there being wall break on the side of Eternal makes it a little harder for Shade to do what he needs to, but it's just not efficient or convenient for the Brock to clear all the walls on the map. It also makes it harder for you want to create chokes with that Brawler anyway. And Tensai has a built-in dash with damage reduction, a range increase. He just wants to go after the safe.
Just a couple things that come to mind here. One of them is that we saw Shade played yesterday by Only Realm, and it was a pretty sorry showing there in that final set. Difference here is that Brock, Angelo, they don't have that mobility equipped that would allow them to stay away from Tensai. And it's so difficult for them to play into.
And such a nice nest egg there from Milcreo, slows Jubileo down, really limits the Kaze's ability to DPS the safe. Whereas Tensai, so far, almost being ignored. Oh, that's a big clap. Jubileo's got to watch out. We've got the safe knocked. And every time Jubilee goes down in front of his own safe, that's time he cannot spend being aggressive himself. Nice footwork from Milcreo here, outranged by D'Angelo, but nice little mark on the Jubileo, and he's going to win the 1v1 against the Kaze. You don't see that often.
Yeah, that's, I don't know why he was straight lining directly into Milcreo. He knew that he would be able to win on an HP basis, but he needed to hit every single crit, and he just didn't do that. Another nest egg.
Oh,
It just went after the next. Milcreo's going to do it again. He just needs one more shot. No! Jubileo hit both of the crits this time, and he's going to trap that safe in the edge of the fan storm. It should be down to 75% now with Motep launching a couple rocket rockets over there towards the safe. And here comes the lineup with the super as well for maximum DPS. Down to 50%. It's equalized finally between CR and Eternal.
Milcreo maybe a little over-aggressive here now in a 1v2, but Motep is marked, and Milcreo's got the fancy footwork. Frankly, Motep's just not a factor. Oh my goodness, Milcreo just went 1v2, bro. You ain't beating these guys, not on that fundamental level. These mechanics from Crazy Raccoon are out of this world.
Moya on the right side should expire. Milcreo going for a little bit more. Now it could be a base race. Tenside's going to have to do it solo. Motep in.
It's over already.
Rain, but Tenside's entirely circumvented the defense. Crazy Raccoon with such an unlikely last pick.
He's straight
Show us that they are just different.
So much for a revenge tour for Motep. It looked more like he approached the throne and immediately got sent back to go. Not ideal. But this Crazy Raccoon team look more well-rounded than ever. Actually adding a little bit of spice into their drafts with some skill expression for Milcreo or for Tensai. Good to see the little genius get to throw down on the stage. Let's head down and hear from this team. Of course, Barney standing by.
Well, 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 welcome back to the winner's circle. I mean, it's familiar territory, isn't it? I want to ask, firstly, what a great performance, by the way. The analysts were talking before this game, right? And they were discussing how there's a certain expectation on your shoulders being the world champions. Coming into this match, do you guys feel additional pressure, or are you good at blocking that out?
試合前にアナリストたちの話では、やはりその世界チャンピオンという、重みが大きくプレッシャーとしてのしかかるのではないかという懸念も話されていたんですけども、実際皆さんはそういったものは感じられましたか？いやまあ正直、去年チャンピオンを取ってから、絶対勝たないといけないなみたいなプレッシャーは感じていました。To be honest, he was kind of feeling pressure because he did take the world champions title, and this year he would like to take another one as well.
Another title on the cards, possibly for Crazy Raccoon. Now, yesterday, we saw you guys in the arena. You were here, you were watching some of the games. So I'm just curious to know, outside of competing on the stage, what is your favorite thing about being at these LAN events? Because it's amazing to see all the fans, isn't it?
昨日皆さんがステージの端っこで観戦を楽しまれているのを見たんですけども、実際こういうオフライン大会で皆さんのこういうオフイベの楽しさ、競技以外にどういったところにありますか？どういう楽しみ方あります？やっぱりみんなでその勝利を共有できたりとか、一緒に応援できる、自分のこの好きな選手とかを一緒に応援できるっていうのはすごいいい場だなっていうふうに思います。Yeah, he loves these LAN events because he could share the moments of victories together, and that they could enjoy, have the cheerful moments to enjoy. So that is one thing he loves to do.
Well, he's clearly having a great time here on the main stage. Of course, the crowd's going crazy. Berlin, make some noise for your first win and day two. It's Crazy Raccoon! They are looking super happy. Congratulations to Crazy Raccoon for the first win of the day and also this tournament for them. A quick 3-0, not a single set drop from them. We talked about it already, that he mentioned it himself, Macreo. The pressure is on. They want to add another title to the many they already have, especially for Tensai. 3 titles already, 3 times world champion, but he has never won a mid-season LAN.
This is so true. I mean, sweeps don't get much faster than that, do they? Let's be honest. I mean, that is the best way for the reigning champions of the world to kick things off. And they are hungry for all those Brawl Cup medals.
I love seeing just a little bit of aggression from this team now. They're drafting a little bit more riskily. I don't have a problem with quote-unquote boring drafts if it wins you games, but it's kind of fun to see Tensai in that last set pick a brawler that's kind of theoretically bad in that situation against Wallbreak and say, well, I'm Tensai, it doesn't matter. I'm still going to make this brawler work for me.
Isn't it cool to say, I'm Tensai, nothing really matters, I will make it work? We talked about the Shade yesterday already, and I said it's kind of a Zeta Division pick. We never have seen them pick it up. It's super exciting to see now the Seed 1 East Asia roster pick him up instead, and he worked out wonderfully. Kawi still with the most kills here, but unfortunately, it's just not about kills.
Yeah, true. I mean, I shout out to him, though. I mean, that's really commendable on that Angelo pick. But I think just out mechanics all round, really. Crazy Raccoon, it was just absolutely dominating them. I mean, Eternal going to have a think, come back, refresh.
No, you don't think about this game at all, bro.
You have to reset the mental on that.
Yeah, I mean, they're a really quality team, and I thought their compositions were fine, but some situations in that game where their fundamentals were exposed as not being on the level of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, it doesn't only need draft. There's multiple things that come together. Communication, synergy, mechanics, and draft. And I agree with you. I don't think they were missing in draft. They need to step up their game in game itself. They have a little bit of a break now as we head over to another team in this group. Crazy Raccoon is going to come right back out.
Yeah, that's a scary prospect, isn't it? Because, you know, that's the best time when you're fresh off the back of a win that convincing to then go in and just try to rinse, cycle, repeat, and then just be the top of your group. I mean, it could be a very quick day for the World Champs at this rate, but for Revenant X-Mark, you know, this is going to be super, super interesting. A team that have got by far the highest scrim rates, but that's because they've been scrimming within their home region.
Yeah,
like,
the data is skewed, bro.
It's so heavily skewed towards in their favor. And, you know, coming to the event so late on the 13th of May, they haven't really had the chance to scrim against some of the best teams in the world. I'm speaking, of course, for EMEA, you know, in that regard, as I would. I'm pretty biased. But, you know, how do you think they're going to fare, is my question.
I don't know. I wonder, like, if they are on the level of last year's roster, right? Because the name brand power, not quite there, with Jay obviously going into military service in response to moving into the coaching role. I'm excited about Walkthrough, this fresh 16-year-old potential prodigy, right? We love those stories. We don't get to see Guesty here, unfortunately, so hopefully that storyline at least gets some payoff in RNT.
So we get to meet the third team of this group. See also in a second. First up though, we have a little something for you. We all know that, yeah, there's always a lot of talk about exclusives in-game. Now we have something physical for you. Whenever you are actually coming to one of our LAN events, we have something super exciting. And I know I have two collectors next to me, so since you did make your way, one of them, Ark, to Berlin to Brawl Cup, you're getting one of them as well. Super exciting postcards. And Ark, are you going to send one of these to one of your loved ones?
This is the thing. I've not heard anyone at the event say this yet, but I think it'd be super cool. Like, and shout out to you if you're that guy or that girl to send that to a loved one back home and be like, you know, here's a little gift from me. Super cool, and I really hope that we kind of see more of these postcards go into the events and the rest of the year, so you guys can collect them all and have something really awesome to flex in game.
In game and outside of the game. I'm gonna put this on my fridge, honestly.
Yeah. Hey, fridge magnets too.
How am I flexing this in game?
Let's get that going.
Maybe for the future we get some magnets too.
Okay, yeah, right. Yeah, let's keep. We're really revolutionizing the idea of you know, Brawl merch here. Magnets.
You know, you got to bring the retro back sometimes. The two of you should appreciate that, honestly.
I don't know what you mean. Do you know what she means?
I have no
crazy.
clue. But it's worth mentioning as well, like on the back of these postcards is a QR code. Yeah. And that is what you scan, which will then give you that asset in-game as well as a blue ticket for Brawl Cup for the regular ticket holders and a gold if you're a VIP holder. So
it's a sick flex.
Super rare.
Sorry,
definitely. So you get something for outside of the game and inside of the game. I'm tempted to just turn it around for everyone on stream, but not today. Maybe later. Maybe you get something else later. There's still this lovely, beautiful button right here for all of you at
sensitive.
Well, it's got emotions of.
Well, anyway, let's head into our next match of the day, won't we? It's Crazy Raccoon once more. They just get a little bit of the break this time around against Revenant X-Mark. Now, they had a little bit of a different tournament to even get here. They did not have any Monster Finals in Southeast Asia. They had a separate circuit, the Road to Brawl Cup, and it ended in a 4-team double elimination bracket where they clearly came out on top. They demolished everyone else.
Yeah, they actually played Overthrow twice. The first time sweeping in the quarterfinals, and then in the grand finals, a 3-1 scoreline, just dropping 2 sets across that bracket. So close games though against ABC in the semi-finals. But again, I am always so reserved with Revenant. You never know what to expect. When you look back to the LCQ last year, Sergeant beat Crazy Raccoon there. Yeah. Just putting that out there. And going into that event, it was very much the same question of like, how are they going to fare? they beat the world champs. They were like the only team last year that really kind of
it was the birth of the Giga Chad Sergeant meme,
Okay,
right?
I mean,
On an
Sergeant
individual
Amda
basis was like kind of dominating some of the most legendary names in Brawl Stars, and I think we knew he was good. I think he really put his name and his region on the map. The rest of the team is where the question marks are, right? But they've got young talent. I love this idea of like a veteran like Sergeant who's still at the top of his game, bringing some younger talent in. And Hiroshi on this roster was, you know, one of the shot callers, I think, on that KDS team. So has experience at the top level as well.
I think that phrase of yours actually describes it perfectly. You never know what to expect from Revenant X Spark. Last year at Worlds, they came top 4, a true Cinderella run. We didn't see them all the way at the top. Now, I think we warmed up to the idea a little bit. I even said, dude, if anyone can be Crazy Raccoon, might as well be Revenant X Spark. Let's see if they will actually manage to do that in the next couple of minutes. These are the global bans for the series. Naja, girl, we just don't get to see you this weekend, it seems. Lumi's banned out as well, and Otis and Ruffs once more. We saw a lot of them already global banned. Otis, I believe we haven't seen yesterday.
No, and I'm looking forward to it. It might spell some tankier brawlers to come through as well. Colette as well now is going to be banned quite consistently so across the sets too. So long range affair to start things off some bridge too far as well. So yeah, kind of interesting stuff in terms of those global bans. Definitely some big heavy hitters are going to escape through. I just kind of want to circle back to Sergeant though, because like he is the hard carry on this team. And in every event, like we look to him to really be that playmaker every single time. But the team has changed so much since the World Finals. You know, Response is there now as a coaching role, so he is on the stage. But it is down to having two new teammates who are actually going to have to really support him to be able to let him pop off.
Yeah, I also think that, you know, he also might not have that role in the roster anymore as being that centerpiece player. When you bring a young player, a 16-year-old, very talented individual, you kind of want to give them a little bit of space to demonstrate that level of skill expression. Hiroshi, to me, by comparison, is a bit more of a veteran. It might be a role player in this roster, but that's the question. Is there room here for, you know, Walkthrough to rise up and sort of be that superstar?
Ooh, this is insane.
Yeah.
So the lowest number we got to up to last match was 6%. Now we're at 5% for Revenant X Spark. I believe, honestly, they have more of a chance to beat Crazy Raccoon than Eternal. Maybe that's just me.
It's a road to Brawl Cup region, so people, I think, fundamentally can underestimate this team, but you've got to remember that this was a top 4 roster at Worlds, and Sergeant Clash was a huge part of that. So I wouldn't be sleeping on these guys, as good as Crazy Raccoon look.
We talked a lot about these chats already. Let's bring them in.
Whether you like it or not, each team is making a statement every time they step out onto this stage. Every win is a message, but has that message been received? It's time to find out. It's Crazy Raccoon and Revenant X Spark!
अरे पुतरे कुल्लू लेकर आना ना पुतरे कुल्लू
And the reigning world champions have a clean run through the group stage. You can like it or not, but their name carries a certain weight in Brawl Stars esports. Or can their opponents match their energy? The newly formed Revenant X Spark, they have the opportunity here to send the community into an absolute tailspin with arguably the biggest upset of the year so far. So it's time to find out. It's time for Crazy Raccoon and Revenant X Spark. Let's go.
Moya Tensai Milcrio Hiroshi Sergeant Super Walk
ठीक है सब भाई जानना भाई
All good, bye. All good.
They
brother.
are looking calm and collected on both sides, which is lovely to see. We already talked about it on the right side here with Revenant X-Mark. We have two fresh faces on the roster. A strong leadership core still, of course, with Surgeons on their side and the response as the coach. But again, they're looking super calm. I'm so happy to see this because maybe we finally have a game on our hands here. Today, so far, 3-0. Now I want to see something closer.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to this match more than many of the others actually here today. I think this is going to be potentially the one that could cause the upset. Looking here for some brawlers that I think could be on the horizon here. The Kaze is definitely up there for a Crazy Raccoon style pick. Shade actually could make an appearance considering the Eve and the Angelo is banned out as well. Pierce, open here, 8-bit. Things like this can really pack a massive punch onto the safe. And there is one of them. Pierce coming through.
Yeah, Pierce a no-brainer. This has been a little bit of a shakier map for Crazy Raccoon over the last week or so. But yeah, Pierce, Kaze, definitely common picks to come in. You notice they had to ban the Chuck because they were second pick. Pierce and Kaze coming in together. Kaze, they only won 1 of 6 games with that brawler in the last week or so. So yeah. Again, the idea still, of course, is going to be to run it up. You can close the gap with that mobility and then try and run on in. On the side, I think, of Revenant X-Spark, it's interesting to see they banned the Crow out. That's quite a prolific brawler, but you can still bring Bow. Nani, also an option if you want some sharpshooter.
It is interesting indeed, as they have last pick, they still banned out Crow. Now with the Ember, you already mentioned Shadar could definitely make up a showing here. Charlie, as a counter to Kaze, maybe could come in as their last pick. Now let's see if they're actually going to go with that or if they just want to double down on the damage so far with Ember. Sometimes we call her the second-hand Melody. It's just really good at dealing damage if she's ever get close enough to save. Otherwise, she's just more of a defensive option. Melody actually still left open too, so some damage could also come through that brawler.
Crying here for 8-bit, I really am. I mean, I like the Amber because it's a bit more control-based. Melody doesn't really pack the biggest punches. It's kind of more a beeline for the safe. Bow going to come through. Is a very safe kind of brawler pick, very much a Revenant X-Spark style brawler for sure.
Yeah,
I would like to see like some consistent damage output at safe range here. I have seen this team try and go for the Otis on this map recently. That hasn't worked out as well. I think 8-bit is probably their best option with Angelo banned out. Charlie doesn't seem good here, really, to take her alongside your team. So yeah, I think 8-bit is a very heads-up pick. I like the Amber. There's a lot of long straightaways here. It's tough to Serpentine, especially for 8-bit, who's very slow. Amber could find an edge there.
And for you on the mic today, or for this match at least, we have Trev and Kenny.
Thank you very much, Sonny. It's good to be back for another day in Berlin. I'm Kenny Barlow, joined with me, my partner in crime, my substitute teacher, Trav Talks. The last time that we saw Revenant X-Spark, they did best CR, one of the only teams in recent memory to do so. And at the center of it all, Sergeant Clash. Now an opportunity to double down with a brand new roster, brand new logo, and a brand new year. This is your defending world champions looking to go 2-0 in the group stage. Yeah, the Sergeant versus Tensai on the left-hand side. That's going to be one hell of a matchup. Superwalk getting a bit of progress on the big stage here, but early on, Tensai and all of CR destroying their lanes and getting full control. Just choosing to wait a little bit for this Fanstorm to come in, want to get a bit of value on the safe and on the opposition too. Nice daggers flying out of Tensai, who played phenomenally in that match number 1 just moments ago. A speed run, if you will, and so far so good for the East Asian Goliaths. Has to back away. Sergeant Respawn, he's gonna have a hard time until Shade really starts cycling this super. It's just a difficult time. There he goes, dashing through the wall, has the ability to walk over water. Moya in trouble. Now Sergeant just looking to clean up. It doesn't matter though, Tensai still escapes. Yeah, Tensai's going to get this crack as well as keep his super. Might try and stay alive. Got the Fanstorm down just about, actually threw it into the air as he was falling, so a bit of damage from beyond the grave. Tensai here. Revenant getting their first signs of life. First damage on safe. Sergeant will cycle out that hypercharge, but chooses not to go for the defense. And extra credits there as well for the 8-bit on defense, but now it's all down to Moya. Really going to have to capitalize here because they're already sub 25%. I think Tensai just knows the writing on the wall. They should have this in the bag, especially with another brawler up the middle. Moya from the distance. Smooth sailing for CR, just unfaltering the entire day so far. I mean, it was about a perfect start as you can get, I think, to be honest with you. 3 kills, a really early one from Tensai started things off, and then all of Revenant X-Spark just crumbled from there. And I'm sure they'll make some changes to not let that happen again, because they're falling behind on so much of that kind of area on the map, as well as the scoreline early on. And they're actually triple midded. Once Sergeant got booted up, the supers provided. They got a ton of kills off it, got some immediate pressure, but in a moment like that, I mean, tough beat. Now a double kill going down. Hiroshi doesn't have the range to contest with Milcrio either. This might be a comp diff. I'm not sure if it's a skill diff. It might be both, for crying out loud.
It seems like that's the case at the moment. Two of them on the left-hand side here as Sergeant kind of lurking around this wall, knows he can go across that water, but still great hits from Tensai. That's surely going to be a kill on Sergeant too. Super Walk's going to fall as well. And all control remains with CR. Fanstorm still in Tensai's hand, but they've managed to keep Milcrio a bit further off the safe, but as I say that, he throws an extra credit straight towards it.
Hiroshi's been puppy guarded. He is trapped on this top right-hand side. He's trying to move around, do something more creative, and on top of that, Sergeant on this spawn has been a sitting duck. They have not let him escape. Finally, a super maybe can expand a little bit. Haunted Hugs going through. Milcrio, low HP, manages to stay alive a little bit longer. His Tensai will clean up on top. Oh my goodness, now he's got a hypercharge ready for the next save. This is dreadful.
I mean, I'm trying to get something done, but it's only 18%. Tensai will go for a few more dashes on the safe, and he hasn't even used that hypercharge to get the third crack. Now the Fanstorm comes down, and that's more damage piling on.
Laps.
Crazy production.
Couple new teammates alongside Sergeant, a long time brave in this game. But right now, they are facing a heavy amount of pressure as Tensai dives in, and similar to their match number 1, making a light work of every opponent in front of them.
I mean, I don't know about you, Kenny, but I think a lot of us here on the desk at least expected a bit more from Revenant Xbox. So hopefully over the next few sets they'll be able to sort something out. They're still looking as happy as ever. They're laughing. I don't know if that's just how hard they've got beaten and trying to be a bit light-hearted. But, you know, why cry when you can laugh?
Sometimes if it's so bad, the only thing you can do is just laugh it off and move on to the next one. And speaking of laughter, I mean, nobody has made Milcrio frown. He rarely does, but I mean, they just look so comfortable. And in the game, it shows too. I'm a big proponent of letting your game do the talking. And CR just haven't even had to catch their breath. It feels like they've had their way with every single draft, every single moment. You can kind of see here in the replay. I mean, it sounds like Sergeant's just kind of reassuring his team. Let's write this one off, on to the next. We'll go into Bounty with a completely different strategy.
Crazy cameraman.
Let's just try and reset.
Absolutely. Like, as dominant of a set as it was, you know, there's still require 2 more to be able to beat them down. It's, you know, they're not out of it just yet. As poor as they seemed and as good as CR have seemed all day long so far, they've still got a chance at least.
Sergeant, I think strangely comfortable, if you will, against Crazy Raccoon. I mean, we saw him beat them. It was the only team at LCQ. It nearly tripped them up on their trip to a 3rd World Finals for Tensai. I mean, that's a big piece of Brawl history. Obviously, a completely different roster. Having Response, I'm sure, is a little bit of a comfort blanket, if you will, having his previous teammate there. But these other 2 players, significantly less experience, and this was the big question mark rolling into this. It's why I struggled to pick this group overall. I felt like CR were a step above everybody else. After all, they're the defending world champs, 2 Grand Finals wins. You have to just let the results speak for themselves. But between Revenant, X-Spark, and Eternal, I really battled with this because one of the beauties of this tournament is the unknown. We have no idea how teams like Road to Brawl Cup are going to perform.
Yeah, well, we've kind of got a glimpse of it so far, and it's not looking the best, Kenny, at the moment, to say the least. But should be able to see the draft in just a second. It is going on now, but obviously kind of not on the UI at the moment. Mortis, I believe, we heard him, so he was the first pick coming in, and that is going directly to the Crazy Raccoon side. Ban-wise, looking at Edgar, the Shade, and the Kit on that side. Over the flip, Revenant X-Spark get rid of the Gene, the Colette, no surprise there, and also the Rika.
Stereotypical start. It's going to all be about how they answer this Mortis. Do they grab some kind of anti-tank, which it's a little bit trickier to go into that. You see Otis in that global ban on the top right, so no mute button available, but still several options. It's just which specific one do they want? For Layer Cake, do they want something with a chest? That's exactly where I was going with that. They want a Chester to kind of have that burst damage, because when Mortis dives in, it's a real issue. Especially with 4 bells on him, it's just so much for a Mortis to tackle. So as good as he is, this is, I think, an appropriate measure.
Absolutely. It was on the tip of your tongue, Kenny. I'm not going to pretend like you weren't about to predict
I think I got it on a buzzer beater.
It was just about coming out, yeah, buzzer beater as the Chester was picked. So Super Walk going to be slung on that one as, you know, as we keep on saying. It's just one of those brawlers at the top of the meta at the moment. So versatile, so good against so many different things. And those bursting shots and the array of supers can be so good against the Mortis.
No Edgar, no Shade, no Kit. So a lot of those aggressive options were removed. So it makes sense even more why so they would pick the Mortis there. But Leon still available. Alongside the Lollipop drop, I think this is a very valuable asset for the team as a whole. Invisibility is always nice. There's so many good perks to this. Now if they go Thrower as well, I might add, if they want to play from the distance, it gets a little bit trickier.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see if that's going to be the case. They should be able to get this first star unless they're faced off with like a Kaze and it goes perfectly to plan, or a Carl or something like that. So they should be able to get the first star regardless, which means that Revenant X-Spark are going to be pushing into them. So with Mortis, regardless of how aggressive it is, they can still play a little bit more defensive. They're going to go with the Penny, set up a few of these turrets and just let them rain down and do the work.
Salty Barrel as a way to deal with the Leon, especially if he tries to dive at them, makes things rather difficult for both of these. Ooh, and a little control factor there. So a lot of different elements, kind of a well-rounded composition, if you will, coming in from this Squeak. I like this overall. I'm curious how you address this with a 6-pick, though. Now they let themselves some options. They don't have a lot of things outside of mid-range capabilities. Obviously, if somebody dives at Chester, it's fine, but you don't have any long-range options. You don't have any throwers right now, so I'm curious which direction we kind of go here with this 6-pick.
Absolutely should be coming in very shortly, and I do like that Squeak as well. I think it's a solid one at that. Going to be able to keep the majority of my range, and that is something that Sergeant's always trying to pick up. So I would not be surprised if we see him pick that Brawler, or at least swap with his teammate. The Trunk rounds out the Revenant X-Spark roster, and if I'm looking down the barrel, Sergeant on the Trunk, I'm quite scared, Kenny.
I'm absolutely scared. It's a great brawler overall, one that this team is well known for. They're going to need every ounce of strength coming in from that army of ants if they want to deal with defending world champs. Crazy Raccoon so far have been relentless. Such a tempered manner. So calm, cool, collected, jovial on stage, but cold-blooded killers on that field. Let's see what Stasis and Chase can do about it.
Well, the early lollipop drop is placed down, but Sergeant gets caught out scouted. He's just going straight for it, and he's going to get two. The trade's there, and the lead remains with Crazy Raccoon, but what a way to start. That's a confidence builder.
Flashy play off the rip, though. I mean, that's significantly more than we saw maybe in the entirety in that opening set. So nice to see that Sergeant still got it. Super walk on this left-hand side, flanking, though. And especially with this early establishment of a Penny turret in the backline, it's going to be really difficult for the Revenant roster to take it down. It's just going to continue to kind of pummel at them, force them away, especially with the Incendiary that lurks after that. It makes Revenant trip up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, with Leon on this left-hand side, one of the few brawlers that Tensai might have a bit of a say in unless he's cycling out some of those supers. So not the worst matchup in the world for him. Sergeant just waiting for his teammates to start building something, but other than that, he's just feeding a lot of Penny shots the other way. There's a gadget from Sergeant again. He's going to go in, goes to the right-hand side, but doesn't find anything back from it. There's down goes one on the left, but Hiroshi trying to get Moya, and I don't think he's going to be able to. The lead remains with Crazy Raccoon after that big scrappy fight.
Interesting choice there. Sergeant, I think, relying on Super Walk to get the follow-through kill, but just didn't happen quickly enough, and now Sergeant with low HP is going to have to dive away for now. The team is going to have to regroup. 45 on the clock, still plenty of time. A 3-star swing or the blue star could be all they need. Eyes on Moya for sure.
Yeah, this hyper Penny turret is really scary to be looking at now, and Hiroshi gets obliterated by it, but in comes Sergeant. He's going to take a couple of shots to the face and go down. They got one in there on Tensai, but the lead just keeps on lengthening every time Revenant try it.
They have an answer to the lollipop drop as well. Squeak can just drop one individual shot, exhaust one ammo, and that is it. Now they know and have eyes on Sergeant as well, and with 15 on the clock, Blue Star still relies on Moya. Oh, and look at the beautiful tag. The heals coming through as well. A nice gadget execution there from Sergeant as Tensai dives in on the action, cleans up. 1 star, the only separator, and Sergeant left all alone as Crazy Raccoon's mechanics are just unbelievable.
I mean, other than getting the blue star, they didn't have to step out the back line, Kenny, so I think they're feeling pretty comfortable about the position they're in at the moment. As soon as they get these Penny turrets, and especially that hypercharge one, it was causing some big problems for Revenant X-Spark. They can just sit back, wait for the moments. Yes, Sergeant had a couple of good plays, a couple of double kills in there, but every time there was a big team fight, it ended Crazy Raccoon's way.
CR's team play, I think, is what preserved them there, what saved them, because there were so many instances of Sergeant just diving in, had the opportunity for a kill, follow-throughs from Super Walk, but they just knew what they were doing. The Squeak Super also, that was insane. I mean, the rapid healing coming out as well, that's a trick that I forgot Trunk had.
Yeah, it was really nice and well timed by Sergeant as well, but regardless of all that, you can heal 10k HP, but if you're going to take another 10k damage, you're still going to go down. Lollipop drop on the left-hand side, and they find a good shot to Sergeant. He just kind of moves away from that Lollipop drop, tries to keep it alive for a little bit longer. Sergeant going in on Tensai now, and there's a super, and he actually comes back into this little pocket once more. Is pinned down, and can't really get out of there. Moya wanting to get this on Hiroshi here, was slowed and still is, but Tensai trying to go for it, but just a tick of healing at the perfect time.
They are hardly holding on for dear life. I mean, so many sub-1,000 brawlers right there as Sergeant just asserts his dominance up the middle of the map. Milgrio still tapping. Tensai there to assist. You look at the DPS numbers after this, and I imagine it's not high for Tensai, but his kill count will be. That's his role, to scoop in, grab the kills, and then get out immediately.
Yeah, the penny turrets are up now, and should only be a couple of shots off a hypercharge. Replaces it in the back, and all I'm seeing every time I look at Chester is he's slow. Tensai's going to get the kill on Sergeant, and Moya just holding firm on his lane. CR looking as good as ever.
Still plenty of time to work with too. CR haven't really been forced to make any crazy moves yet. It's been Revenant who have been on the back heels the entire time. Now they isolate Moya on his right-hand side. That is ideal for them. If they're going to get one Brawler, it's going to be the squishy one that can't do a ton of damage up quick. Sergeant, though, going for a hypercharge. He wants to go for all these Brawlers. He will use the super, bounces and in and out. Oh, and a miss ricochet again, but Milkrio left all alone. Thankfully for Revenant, they have an exit plan.
Yeah, they've got the lead too. 10 seconds on the clock. Tensai trying to make the move, but gets hit a couple of times right on the edge. In comes Milkrio, going to throw a really aggressive turret, and Moya trying his best. But all of CR fall, and Revenant eventually get the play that pays off.
Starting to feel a little hopeless in this arena, but we're due some good Brawl Stars, folks. CR are just that menacing. But we're finally starting to see the ceiling of this composition. Trunk has been making play after play. A couple brutal bounces. Maybe it would have even been a higher score in that game number 2. So much left to be done, though. Revenant X-Spark, a young roster overall, tried and tested Sergeant, trying to deliver once again for his tiny region, just to put them back on the map. Now he'll deal with Tensai, one of the greats of the game, going at it on this left-hand in as Trunk dives out. Low HP for Tensai, and both will survive in a stalemate.
Yeah, a little gadget super trade there. Both of them kind of did nothing as Sergeant was backing out and getting away. It's just one star at the moment. It's the one Tensai picked up right at the start. He tries to go aggressive on Super now, but that leaves an opening for Sergeant in the back line. Tensai with a super. Down he goes, and Penny will be there to tank for Tensai to stay alive.
Game of pixels so far as Tensai narrowly holds on once again. And most importantly, still resides the blue star with the blue roster as Sergeant gets a little invisibility coverage. Now they don't know where he is. Moya left all alone once again. Sarge diving in. Moya low HP grabs one, but in the meantime, Tensai will take off for the top. It's an even trade favoring CR.
I mean, that's all these games have been, even trades favoring CR. 1 for 1, and all the time the stars go CR's way. This one, big, decisive game though. 55 seconds still on the clock. It's going to be a question of if CR are going to be 2-0 up or Revenant even score.
They're requiring a lot of purple button going down, left-hand side, Milkrio. Not a chance in the world. Crazy. Alongside it, Red Rooster take the lead. 3 stars in it as well, so they're going to need a couple of kills unless they can get around the back and get Sergeant down. The only one with any real stars on the Revenant Xbox side. Tensai going in, gets a little bat cycle. Sergeant going to be bouncing back to the same place he was. Moya trying to find Hiroshi and Should on this right-hand side. He does just that, and now the positioning is in CR's hands. Crucial moment for Southeast Asia superstars is now Sergeant with 5 on his noggin. Hiroshi under heavy fire. Milkrio smells this. They know that it's 1 star separating, but they've lost Super Walk and all the invisibility. Hypercharge is being popped. The go time is now as the lollipop drop makes contact. Tensai waiting for his moment. Diving in. 1v1. Right-hand side as well. The stars are being swung. And Sergeant the Gunner. Crazy Raccoon. Persevere.
Chest attack. Back to the
stressful one for sure for Crazy Raccoon at the end, but I just felt like they were non-stop farming Hiroshi at the end. The other 2 were surviving well, and it was just going to be chest to death after chest to death after chest to death in that squeak matchup. And eventually, you know, Sergeant knew he had to try and do something, relieve some pressure, and it was just a slight overextension, which just cost him that set. Really unfortunate for Revenant, as that's by far the best we've seen them over the 2 sets. The first one was a walkover, but they're showing us that they've got some life left in them.
The analyst desk kind of mentioned, what are we going to see out of this squad? Especially when you sign a young, talented player, is it still going to be Sarge making plays? Clear answer is yes. That composition was built around Sergeant's shoulders, and unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. There were still moments from the other 2 players. I'm not going to act like he did it all solo, but I imagine the stat line, the kill count for Revenant is clearly going to reside with their leader.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to lie, and you know, I'm not trying to pick on the youngest player here, but to be honest, I didn't see Super Walk throughout the entire game. Like, he was, you know, providing a bit of backup here and there, and yes, he's got 3 stars, so he must have got a kill, but I just didn't feel he was that present, and I'm not sure he's kind of being really passive because of how young he is and how inexperienced he is on these big stages. But those are the kind of hesitations that you can't have. And as I said, Hiroshi was kind of getting farmed through there as well. But you mentioned Sergeant, going to be the one with the big stats, 10 kills, which is more than anybody in the lobby. Tensai, Moya, Milkreo, 6-7-4 across the board, so spreading the workload pretty evenly.
I think part of the issue for Superwalk there too was just the individual one-on-one matchups, right? I mean, against Mortis, that is by no means a freebie for him, especially in Mortis' state in the game. For Leon as well, going at the Salty Barrel, I mean, just a precise precision of that button, and you're kind of eliminated as well. So I just think if Leon's in a supportive role, it's really difficult to shine, and you saw it there in the kill count as well. Probably one last chance. They only have one set to go, and Revenant X-Spark in a world of hurt right now. This is not resembling the same of what we saw at LCQ. They certainly haven't felt that. I don't have the same hope that I have. They need to find it within themselves, within this young roster, to try and provide for this very beloved, tiny region, just trying to prove themselves yet another year.
Absolutely. The thing is, if CR win this one as well, it sets us up for a great third
Stream
game in this group to decide who's going to be joining Crazy Raccoon in day 3. As expected, as usual, going to be one of the first picks coming out. So versatile, so strong at the moment. Ban-wise from Crazy Raccoon, we're looking at the M's, the Frank, and the Shade. And over the other side,
Prism का option है ultra low latency. 3 second delay.
Anti-tank, anti-tank. Especially with Colette Band, Crow Band, Ims. I'm going to keep calling it out because the order of operations a lot of the time this weekend is going to be each team ensuring that they have a way to deal with tanks. The game revolves around these beefy brawlers who have to be prepared, and there are a ton of good ones in the meta right now. These are top 2 choices. I really like Chester, and obviously to get a spawner and Nita, not a bad consolation prize.
Absolutely. I mean, the mobility that Stu brings to the table is really, really solid, and it does seem to be these more Asian-based teams who are picking the brawler up and playing it a bit more than the rest of the world. We're back over, though, to Crazy Raccoon to get their second brawler, and you mentioned so many anti-tanks off the board, so they've kind of got to pick the ones that are left. So, I mean, you know, there can't be that many to just be able to just go a tank. Yeah, there you go. The Ash is going to come out at the end. I was saying, we're expecting a tank to come down because there's so few tank counters, and you should be able to occasionally run through a Nita anyway. Sandy, can't say I would have expected that one, to be honest, but I don't mind it at all.
I wonder if Trunks still comes through here for this squad. It's a brawler that shows up here. They kind of need a tank at this point. Otherwise, I don't know if they're going to have the damage. They don't have a natural goal scorer. I wonder if this Stu's going to have a hard time with Ash. I think this is a creative solution for that because all the robotic rats deal with the individual shots of the pyrotechnic on the right-hand side. Maybe they go wall break. Maybe they go speed zone. I don't know. Ooh, well, Rosa, a creative solution to now deal with Ash. There's a lot of mind games going on.
Absolutely. I personally just feel like Nita's kind of one of the tank counters who occasionally you can just make that breakthrough, especially so early on as well. So they're going to have to be cautious they don't get over another start, especially with, you know, Nita not having the most range in comparison to like the Chester, who's the tank counter on that side. Ash going to have more range than the Rosa, so they're just going to be careful in that early game, I feel.
Tensai's had a long road in this game, the most tenured in our history, and he's on a quest this weekend to be the first to survive the LCQ, to win multiple World Finals and a Brawl Cup all on top of that. Revenant X-Spark trying to stand in their way. So far, no good, but Sergeant taking off down the left-hand side. He and Moya are dueling. Advantage Moya. Now Tensai capitalizes as well. The robotic rats rushing at Superwalk as he tries to deal with multiple enemies at once and doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, well, there was a goal score opportunity there, but it was quickly shut down by Superwalk. Milkreo getting so much supercharge here. He's just finding a few pokey shots here and there. Rose is not going to be able to do anything. There's the friendly bushes, but a hypercharge on the right side from Moya. He is still slow. Now they start to bounce into action as they're getting into the back lines. Super Veil from Milkreo. Tensai just narrowly surviving for now, and Sergeant actually gets the kill. Huge from him. Little invulnerability there for Superwalk as well. And that was a great defense.
He's unbelievable. I mean, again, I truly feel he's one of the greatest on the planet. He is such a proud representative of this region. If there's somebody I'm entrusting, it's going to be him. He's going to have to take on the Goliaths once again, as Moya sweeps away on the right-hand side. Robotic rats coming down from Roshi. Has to deal with them all as Moya boozers his way down. Just barbaric. Right in the faces of Revenant. They'll punch one in.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just there's moments from Revenant. There absolutely is. They're making big plays, but the rest of the game's all Crazy Raccoon. Now the hypercharge comes through from Superwalk. That should tank a lot of this damage. There's one from Sergeant as well. And they're committing everything to this push, trying to get the equalizer. And that's exactly what they do. Cleaning up everybody else, trying to get some supercharge back, and the ball gets slotted in.
Astute observation out of you, though. They committed every resource. Now look at the bottom. They're going to match with 3 straight hypercharges. Milkreo, Moya, Tensai, the only one left, and there he goes as well. 2 go down. Sergeant on the top of the map trying to fend for his life. The Bruce Bear, the only last line of defense of Bastion trying to block them all off. As Stu will pass it forward. Moya slides it through. Crazy Raccoon on match point.
I mean, it's just huge. And, you know, we both said it there. They use so much. And then what can you do when you respawn and 3 hypercharges are there, 3 supers are there? There's nothing you can do. So they just know they're going to be losing that game. Really tough position for them to be in, but they just spent so much getting their equalizer. I mean, it had to be done, but it's just a rough ending.
Maybe an overcommitment of resources, but also maybe a desperate attempt just to get themselves on the board. That's all you can do at some point. This time, Sergeant can be much more cautious, going straight at Tensai this time rather than Moya. Numbers advantage for Revenant. Hiroshi positioning his ball on the left-hand side as the trash can will try and defend.
Yeah, well, unfriendly bushes there, and he finds Moya. Will pop a super to try and win this matchup, Moya. Surviving on actually didn't commit for that kill at all, and the gadget was there, resets that rage, but gives him some HP. Tensai will just beeline straight into this bush as Hiroshi doesn't have the DPS, and Sergeant's vision was elsewhere.
Stu's just going to have a tough time in general with this matchup. Milkreel on the right-hand side trying to deal with Sarge. The slow down coming through. A little vision as well. One of the added benefits of Rosa, who's just out of striking distance of Moya. Now goes in. Heal for Moya. Throws out the Robotic Grass. Will be able to defend this for now. It's just a back and forth. Nobody really overcommitting.
I mean, Sergeant's just in the middle of everything. He's getting slowed by the Chester, damaged by the Sandy Super, and forced to back all the way out. So regardless of all those kills coming in from Revenant, Revenant X-Spark, they don't have any control. On the right-hand side, though, Sergeant has a super, will be trying to push out, but they've just got to be cautious to fill the milk area.
Scrappy start to game number 2, and that continues now as the hypercharge goes on the left-hand. One kill goes through. Sergeant, the playmaker, out. Speed zone going down. Eradicated by Milkreel, and the entire roster of CR will walk an easy one in, just 1 goal away from moving on to day 3.
Yeah, it's looking short for Revenant at the moment. Hypercharges to Milkreel and Tensai as well. Hiroshi trying to make the move. Sergeant yet again on the left-hand side, winning that match against Moya. He pops a heal, but inevitably should fall. And now they're closing down on the rest of them. Hypercharge comes in, Tensai cycles it out, and Sergeant might burn. Milkreel delays him for long enough, and that will burn a lot of the clock, and the control's going to be back with CR2.
Phenomenal defense coming out of CR. There was a real opportunity for Revenant X-Spark, but every time it seems they have an inkling of hope. Crazy Raccoon just taking away dreams. A double stun coming out of Sergeant now. The boxing botanist doing his best, but just can't do enough. Superwalk now grabbing the ball, has a super available. Going to be cautious. Hiroshi doesn't have it. Now the heal's coming through from Sergeant. Nice one to get through. Still some hope for the Southeast Asia sensations.
Yeah, no ammo left. Had to commit to one of those players, and they just passed it the other way. Smart from Revenant, but still a lot of work to do. Hypercharge available though for the Stu in overtime. That'll go a long way, but Sergeant gets hit by the gadget or the super of Tensai. Moving this ball up now. Sandy super comes in, but a good push from Revenant. Round the back though, Moya pinching in, and it's just Hiroshi left, but he survives it out.
Very good kill. They get the one up top, so now they can't make a pass forward. This gives Sarge time to recover. This is an interesting one. No real long range here. It does give Stu plenty of green grass to work with, but he's pinned up top.
Yeah, you know who Milkreel wants. He wants to get his super off Sergeant here. Moya back down the left-hand side with super in hand, and a gadget was used by Sergeant, but that's not doing anything at this point. Big plays coming down, and the Sandy super might secure it.
Now they're going to pin this on the top right-hand side, but CR slowly walking forward. The greatest show in Brawl Stars. Knocks one in the back of the neck. CR, unfazed, untested, and are looking to prove to the world that they are still on top.
It's a different story from LCQ as Revenant X-Spark gets battered by Crazy Raccoon in their opening game of Brawl Cup. Big things from Crazy Raccoon. They'll be coming out of this group at the top, and we're going to a decider between the other two.
An interesting one to say the least, but we once again get everybody's favorite interview on the stage. Let's see what Barney has to say alongside these players.
They're all so super keen to come over here and talk to me. Oh, if we must. Moya, how's it going, man? Congratulations once again, a clean run through the group stage. You've got to be happy with that, right?
おめでとうございます。嬉しいですか？
嬉しい。Happy. Happy. Very, very happy. Really. You know what? I want to ask you a question. Because what's it like coaching these guys? There's a lot of positive vibes on stage. They're all really happy when they're playing, even when it's not going their way. What's it like for you coaching these guys? What do you see your role as?
I personally, I have full 100% trust in them. So I have much more worries as long as they are in a very serious trouble. So I sincerely believe them.
You proud of them right now?
I am.
Good, you should be. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise right now. The Crazy Raccoon!
What a performance today of Crazy Raccoon. They're the first ones this tournament to make it a clean run. 6-0, not a single set dropped. We now got Trav here on the desk. How was it to cast these guys today? They're looking unbeatable.
Yeah, a bit of a speed run, I'd say, so far through the first couple of days of Brawl. Nobody really wants to put up a fight. I mean, they tried, they had their moments, and I said, but there's moments of brilliance from Revenant throughout the series. But it's just for the most part, Crazy Raccoon are so much more consistent, and I think the Sergeant, for the most part, and you know, for the
এবারটা কারা জিতবে বলতে যে সার্জেন্টের টিমটা জিতবে
It just needs a bit more help, you know. I did notice though, like looking at a bit of a closer lens with the match, like the teammates were bringing a bit more to life when Sergeant was making these big plays. You know, when we saw him in Layer Cake starting to thrive, we saw his teammates starting to make some plays, but it just didn't happen nearly enough. And for CR, they're just one step ahead. Like you mentioned in the cast, every single time in Layer Cake, just making sure the trades were always in their favor, making the plays have to come from Revenant 2 and just sitting back and playing it calm and collected. And ultimately, I think the drafts for me from CR have been impeccable.
But Layer Cake was also that map that they came the closest. Sergeant really popped off on the trunk. I really like what we saw from him there, but in the end it just was not enough. They do have a very experienced player amongst their rows, but in the end it's not enough to beat a team like Crazy Raccoon. Up next is Eternal. Do you think they have chances against them, Trev?
I mean, looking at the two scores, it's going to be close, really. It should be, considering how hard that Crazy Raccoon have beaten both of these teams. I think Revenant absolutely should be coming into this one as the favourites. I don't think they've had the best showings, either of those teams, so I think this is their moment now to really knuckle down, and especially Superwalk, coming onto the stage for the first time, so young, probably won't have been prepared for how many nerves he was going to have, and I think that showed through. So now he's had a bit of experience, hopefully he's settling into the Brawl.
For them, it's going to be the second time stepping onto that stage, but it is only the second time ever on a stage for these two players. On the other side now we have Shubile, Motep and Kawe. They're experienced.
Yeah, they've absolutely got the experience. They're not going to be as nervous in that regard, but I feel there's maybe a bit more expectation on their shoulders to have to perform, and that can sometimes play a massive factor, a massive role. And for South America so far in this competition, it has been a little bit lackluster. You know, that's got to be playing on their minds. Is like now, you know, the whole entire region eyes on them to bring home some goods. I'm still putting Revenant down as my favourite for this one.
Okay, exciting stuff so far. Day 2 honestly has truly delivered 2-3-0 so far. We can only get closer. I would hope for it to be. We also have a little bit of a fun game that we started yesterday. All casters came up with some beautiful bingo questions or statements, and some of them are already crossed out now. Symantec got the crowd going yesterday. We had 29 gems spawn in one game of gem grab, a super long match. We had 0 damage in a round. I'm still waiting for that top right-hand side. Underdog upsets one of the favorites. That is what I want to happen this weekend.
It's gone to plan so far for the majority of the favourites, to be honest with you. No one else really even giving much of a fight, to be honest. A lot of them gone very heavily that way, and I think maybe we'll get that oh my goodness from Arc when we do see a very good game come back down here and some good Brawl Stars has been played. But yeah, there's a few of them that are going to be very difficult. Uber wearing this brightest outfit, I think, is very much up for debate today, I'd say.
Oh, you've been rivaling that. I mean, I think that yesterday...
I think Kenny as well. He's too, showing up looking like a sun or something like that. But yeah, it's a tough contest.
You always want to look sunny. What can I say?
Exactly,
you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm coming for that title for the brightest caster, I feel. Also up here, by the way. But yeah, we are still one more match in this Group C. So exciting stuff coming out of those two teams so far. Let's make it a bit closer now, please. Eternal versus the Revenant X Spark. On the right-hand side, once more, we have two rookies still. They collected some global stage performance experience today. On the left-hand side, Eternal. We had them might even taken a couple of sets of Crazy Raccoon, and it did not look as convincing as they hoped themselves.
Yeah, it just felt like they were like just playing into CR's trap the whole way through. They just didn't seem to have much kind of communication flow. There wasn't really kind of any synergy going on. It was just kind of like playing through the motions of allowing a sweep to occur. On the other side with Revenant, I feel like there was a bit more of a attempt to make the play. Like, Sergeant was the playmaker and the teammates that around him just got to support that a bit more and try to bring some of their own confidence forwards and then just less depend on Sergeant to have to initiate the idea. For Eternal, I definitely feel like they could be very much a contender to take us to a 5th and final set, but they've got to start to talk.
I think it'll come with time for Revenant, though. As I said, they've got a couple of rookies to the stage, so once they've settled in, and I'm aware that this is now or never, there might not be more time after this one. There's no more second chances, so they're going to really have to knuckle down and kind of get rid of those nerves, back up Sergeant being that main player, because I felt like sometimes it does seem like he's playing alone, and yes, you're going to be a bit more standoffish, you're going to play a bit further back, a bit more composed when you're kind of new to the stage, but you've just got to let your mechanics speak for themselves.
Let's see if Revenant Expert can do that. Mechanically, they're certainly up there. We have a couple of very young talent up there. Super Walk, fresh 16-year-old. And the 16-year-olds have been popping off in every single region so far this year.
Yeah, it has been the year of the underdog. It really, really has. And, we've seen that across the regions, not just in places like EMEA and also in East Asia, but across the board. And I think it says a great deal about Brawl and kind of how to really keep up and be the best in the world. You've got to really be maintaining that in the game because the Brawlers that are coming out are having new mechanics they've never yet seen before. And drafts as well. I always kind of go back to drafts. It's one of those things that, if you were here in the really OG days of Brawl, you kind of like were able to live through that period of initiating it. Whereas now the new players are coming in and they've been born with draft. There's that to have to consider too.
We now in the BSC also have global bans, so a total of 10 bans. Trev, you just casted Revenant X-Spark's game. What would you ban against them?
Yeah, I mean, I think Trunk's got to be one of the ones to go, and so many of these tanks. The thing is, he's good. He's so good with every tank and every aggressive brawler that there's only so many you can ban out, regardless of having these global bans added on now. You can see him on the stage. Colette and Nita are going to be banned out. Nita seems like a bit of an odd global ban to me, to be fair. It was played. Yeah, this is the thing, but I don't think Nita's the best tank counter in the world. That's the thing. But then Mortis and Pierce over the other side, a bit more normal for me.
Coach Trev says, ban tanks. They understood. Tank counters. Okay, sir, we're going to do that. Colette and Nita out of the way on the left-hand side, and then Mortis and Pierre on the right side. Pierce, brawler. Overall here in Eternal, we do have a couple of very gifted players when it comes to sharpshooters as well.
Sergeant too with Piper back in LCQ 2023. Who can forget his performance with those long-range sharpshooters? So you kind of have to consider that Sergeant is not only amazing when it comes to those tankier brutes, but he's also got some serious sharpshooting.
I'll tell you what, Sergeant's going to watch this.
He's got it.
He's going to watch this show.
Bring it to EMEA and sign him to EMEA, please.
He's going to watch this show back and be like, God, they were glazing me so much. I love it. But it's just true. Like, he's such a good player. It really is. I'd love to see him compete in some of the other regions, like you say. If he came to EMEA, I'd like to see how he holds up in the year.
Yeah, he's gonna.
I mean, this broadcast has been in the past the origin of the chat meme for Sergeant. So now we get to glaze him a little bit. We also see the maps now. Bellsrock to kick things off. A very sharpshootery map. We have a lot of range going on there. We can break up the map also with Ruffs, for example.
Bellsrock.
Riff now with his buffies, you can break up the map even quicker and in a bigger radius. So yeah, sharpshooters is what it's all about in this one.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see a lot more of Ruffs as well as the weekend continues. It's just so helpful now to be able to supply that hypercharge. And as now every brawler has one, there's just so many more options.
Doesn't matter what you pair it with.
It doesn't matter what you pair it with. It's always going to provide some value. And for brawlers like RT especially as well, that's the brawler that can take a lot of time to get the hypercharge. But boy, when he gets it, is it dominating. So I think Ruffs is going to have a very, very good time at this Brawl Cup.
We're also going to see the poll in a couple of minutes. And whoever voted on event.brawlstars.com hasn't really been kind to the underdog so far. We had 6% for Eternal to win against Crazy Raccoon, and then 5% for Revenant X-Spark. What's your guess? How is this one going to look?
It's too late. Spoiled it for us now. I'm going to guess probably somewhere around 69-31.
I'll go with that too. I reckon
just
that's about right.
I'm just putting out there.
Yeah, this is a good number.
Put it right, but I feel like it should be the other way around. No?
That's how I feel about it.
When we just discuss experience, especially on stage, I think Eternal is still a slightly bit ahead.
I find that a bold take.
Valid.
Yeah, I mean, experience, absolutely ahead. But in terms of who I would have thought would win this game, I mean, for me, it would be Revenant X-Spark every day of the week.
We did think, by the way, that Nita was a bit of an odd ban. Naja is banned out instead. Makes sense. Honestly, it would have been weird having her open. I think she's so far been 100% global banned.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think for good reason though as well. This is the hypercharge coming forwards as well. It's just, how are you supposed to dodge that? How are you supposed to do anything against that? It's just so dominating. So I think like Naja, unfortunately for this event, could well be out of the picture.
And I'm pleased about that too. I think there's very good reason to global ban it every game, and the thing is, even if it slips through those global bans, it's not going to go any further than either. It's going to be banned out regardless.
We're going to find out now who's going to be the second team making it through to the Championship Sunday. Revenant X-Spark or Eternal?
If we were to order these matches in terms of importance in Group C, this would be at the top. Now, you got to think about it, right? Only 2 teams can make it out of the groups alive. And so, one of these next 2 teams will be sent home. So the stakes have just been raised. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Revenant X-Spark and Eternal!
More. Good tempo. Soldier. Your mom.
Two teams in search of redemption, one with an entire region on their backs, and the other searching. They've got a score to settle, don't they? They have a score to settle with some of the best teams in the world. And so, both stand in each other's way, but only one can be the unstoppable force. Remember, this right here, this is an elimination match, so it's time to see who's got what it takes.
Kawi.
What the heck?
Jubileo. Motab. Hiroshi. Sergeant. Super
Eternal on the left, Revenant X-Spark on the right. Both of them so far not too successful against Crazy Raccoon, but they still have a second life. One more chance to make it through to the playoffs, to have another shot at $35,000. And of course, a monthly final slot for your region. Both of their regions are hoping for them to make it through to have another slot at Worlds, or also LCQ for second place. Trev, so who are you putting your money on here?
Yeah, I've said Revenant X-Spark, and I think I'll stick with that one, to be fair. Like, as you mentioned, yes, maybe Eternal have got some more kind of presence on the stage. They've been around for a bit longer. But I just think Sergeant, when his back's against the wall, he'll pull his team through. And I think it'd be a big thing for this region to get some extra spots as well, considering how sparse they are.
Well, so the players start to gear themselves up, ready for this draft. Let's see. Brock is banned. I was going to say, it is a big sleeper pick for Motep on the side of Eternal, so good awareness from Revenant to secure that one out of the way. Hina as well, I quite like that. Gene 2 is another sleeper pick that I see on the side of Eternal. So Meeple is going to be available potentially here, though. Bell as well, long-range sharpshooter ideas. I do like that kit ban for sure, but could open up the door to potentially things like Edgar. That's kind of like a bit of a wild card for the pick. Gus going to come in as that first pair of hands.
Do you like it, Dan? I think scrims didn't go too well for them. I have a 0% win rate for them on Gus. It's going to be their first pick here. Let's wish them luck on the right side now. Answer to Gus, of course, any other sniper that can come in with something aggressive, or as we already mentioned, just open up the map. Brock, of course, is not going to be available anymore. Griff would be, for example. I like Leon on a map like this one as well. It's such an aggressive pick, would also quite suit Sergeant, and there he is already.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would have quite liked, well, I do like the Leon as well. Pierce still on the table as a sharpshooter as well, but as you said, it gets a bit harder to open up the map when you don't have the Ruffs, you don't have the Brock on the table. It's harder to make those moves. Griff, as you said, it's a wall break that there's a chance, but then when you break up the map, if they take sharpshooters, you're kind of left out in the open yourself.
Squeak coming through, good for control, for sure. We saw it already with CR today. It's you know, it can get some really, really wonderful results, especially in knockout. Second pick going to be coming in now.
Oh, Biden.
Eternal. Rico potentially could be an option here. Depends at the stage of the draft with the rule break on follow-up picks. It's a bit of a risky brawler to have, but it does wield some good value. Nanny as well is available here. The question is what they're going to be combining this Gust and Shielding with Maple, which I said before, coming forwards now. It's going to be very good in knockout, and just the Manchester Meeple gadget normally tends to be what would be the preference on this kind of map. Follow-up picks is a bit of a...
From many teams on a map like this one, but quite often played in scrims from Eternal. Now Tick coming in as last pick. Still everything open for that Rico you mentioned. I really like him down the mid lane. Nobody can break open the map, so definitely would be a good pick here. They could also double down on that thrower, pick one up themselves. Or whenever you see a thrower on the other side, why don't you just pick something aggressive, you know?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think aggression would be the route I'd go, and it kind of forces the Meeple to take a rage quit as well instead of Meeple's a mansion, which can affect you in the long run too. So I think that aggression, probably a great shout. We've seen Ollie bounce on a map like this occasionally, which would be the... Ooh, I don't mind it, to be honest. It's bold, but it might work.
You have to be bold when you are the underdog. Now, we have two underdogs on stage. At least both of them not so successful so far today. For the in-game talk, back to Uber and Ready.
Thank you very much, gang. And Barney was right. If there's any match in this group that matters, it's this one. Both of our teams here fighting for survival and maybe with an actual opportunity. An X-Spark roster up against an Eternal squad who look really good domestically. It's always the asterisks next to some of these underdog teams. Now it's time to show out on the big stage with the Miko from Sergeant. Surely a wrinkle in the plan.
Yeah, it's the aggression that they needed to also get around Motep's defensive capabilities. Sergeant with the slow onto Motep's going to get him within one-shot range. There it is! The rage quit to bump away Hiroshi, drop this down to a 2v3, but Sergeant still has him against a wall. Kawe pretty helpless in close range, and a victory for Superwalk versus Jubileu. It's just an opportunity for Sergeant to get his super, which is going to be instrumental for this next round.
Miko is really hard to fight like this. He had such wide invulnerability windows. If you can't crowd control him, this is going to be tough. Right, this is very aggressive. Miko super being used here, try and drop on top of Motep. You'd expect a rage quit would be in response, but Sergeant is just going to jump on away. Doesn't find any eliminations though, and now he'll be able to use a lollipop drop while he waits for reloads.
Wonderfully done. A huge slow. The rebuff from Motep with the gadget, but now it's been baited out. Could open a window for a push in from Sergeant. He's going to flank from the left as Jubileu tries to hold on to some sort of security on the right side. It's going to be suppressing fire from Superwalk that keeps Eternal against the wall. And this poison is going to be spawning in at any second now. So Eternal need to push out of their backlines into mid.
Sergeant here just looking for an angle on this left-hand side. Obviously dodge away from a lot of these tick mines, and here comes the aforementioned gas. No supers really built up here for Eternal whatsoever. Crucially, no bubble here for Jubileu, and Motep is in trouble here. Caught inside one of those squeak bombs. Jubileu is able to find a super there, and a double tap on Hiroshi. But Sergeant is in there like swimwear, and Superwalk fancies a chance to get involved himself. This draft is dirty out of Revenant X-Spark. We had questions about kind of what it was supposed to do, because the Squeak initially looked pretty bad against the last pick of Eternal. But the Miko, I feel like, really ties it all together.
Yeah, I think the idea of Squeak here, it felt a little early for the Squeak, but the whole concept is that you lock down a lane, make a lane impossible to fight. Now the Tick comes in, and what Tick does is just make all of your lane rotations absolutely nightmarish. And then you have the Meeple also with its gadget, should be able to blast something aggressive like an ollie away. But Miko undoes all of that because now it becomes ridiculously tight on timing to be able to knock him back.
And I feel like almost impossible for the Tick to do any damage. Here's Sergeant constantly dodging those mines. Lollipop drop on the left-hand side makes it even easier for Sergeant to dodge these incoming projectiles. Jubileu will have to build that super. We have a head first here for Kawa, but again, something that can also be dodged away from. Hiroshi dangerous, speedy as he pops out of that lollipop drop.
just a little bit of usage of this invisibility. Revan and X-Spark slowly being backed away. Jubileo and Kawe both having CC is really, really terrible. Sergeant's going to try and bait it out of Motep. Slow him down. Superwalk's going to hit him with the wind up. The final shot coming in as well, but Sergeant's all out of ammo. Has to get in close range versus Kawe. Knocks him into the mine. Excellent close range tick play. Kawe could manage to clutch this up. No, Hypercharge popped. And nothing out of that. In the final seconds, also popping a tick hypercharge. You want to combo that with the head first. In a complete waste, in my opinion. Just not a great play.
Look at what Eternal have to do to mimic a fraction of Revan and X-Spark's power. You have to last hurrah, knock back into mines in order to get rid of the Miko. That is not something that you can guarantee. It's not something you can do with consistency either. Hiroshi takes a hit here from Kawa. Though, as that super for the Meeple is down, so Sergeant does need to hide behind a second layer of wall. Still being tapped by Jubileo and will be forced further back.
Doesn't seem like he really minds. He just doesn't want to get knocked back by Jubileu. Knows that there's a risk of it for Kawe. He's trying to open things up, also keep the remainder of his roster from getting backed away too much. If he can slow a target, they're going to combo it with a walkthrough and just get that wind up. Almost found its mark onto Kawe. Now it's going to be used on cooldown for probably the rest of the round until the final seconds, where Kawe does have the super to use. Stun on the right side, but it goes in favor of Hiroshi. Hypercharge out now. One of them is going to hit Jubileu, but Superwalk's going to have to tank this head first. Kawe and Jubileu in close range. 2 versus 1. Superwalk knows it's over. Not interested in feeding anything to this tick.
Rather, the Meeple hypercharge at the ready here. Crucially, it's Gus's, in fact, that Jubileu's been able to build up. He had to tank a bunch of squeak damage earlier in the round with that super. Kept him alive long enough to win the fight against Sergeant. You've got to respect this Miko.
That was a whiffed combo right there. Sergeant went in and slowed Jubileu, but Walkthrough just didn't have a sightline to hit that windup on him. Keep in mind, folks, it's in excess of 4,000 damage with a single sweep shot, so it is a ton of utility. They're going to just be playing around their 2 gadgets, synergizing as much as possible, just waiting for that next opening, basically. Though they are keeping in mind the presence of hypercharges. This is a countdown to chaos, as Miko would say, with Kawe ready with his hypercharge for when things are locked in close quarters.
Trying to catch the slow one towards Jubileu. Sergeant, though, maybe has eyes for Kawe instead. Last hurrah's going to have to be activated now. Hypercharge from both the Meeple and the Tick. It does ward Revan and X-Spark off, and the red side do not have any supers to leverage now.
Sergeant could be close to one, however, he's just going to have to work for it. There he is, gets it after one shot, might want to jump to the sky, now in a safe spot, away from Motep. No! Stuck by Motep's gadget, and no impact from Superwalk, can't even get the kill. Oh, it's a tied up set 1, and this one is brutal.
Starting to see some of the weaknesses there for Miko. That wind up that he needs to enact before he can get up into the skies. Is this one of his most vulnerable states? That's why that Miko super rarely gets used. In fact, it's rarely an escape tool.
Usually just to get free positioning. Also, while in the super, you move ridiculously quickly. It mirrors the high speed in the game. Whoa, what a melee to start things off for Revan and X-Spark, as everyone goes into this prison of pushes to expire one after the other. Now Motep is just going to become super fodder. He'll probably keep shooting, so it would be best to dispatch him now instead of trying, you know, extract more supercharge from him. Really efficient round 1. Not the greatest play for Eternal to bunch up at the center, and I cannot believe Superwalk actually managed to pull that one off, blindly aiming a shot down the center.
Yep. Bunching up into a choke against the squeak. Not ideal at all. Sergeant takes a lot of map control just by standing on that left-hand side, but eventually has to respect Motep's super. Doesn't want to be shot through the wall. Now might be an opportunity to force a gadget out of Kawa. Yep, there's the last hurrah. Knocks Sergeant back. Head first here should be kited away from fairly effectively. He'll tank the hit instead, but he'll live to fight another round.
Yeah, Superwalk missed both of the shots on that tick super that he needed to hit, but now Kawe doesn't have it. He's going to be halfway to his next super, laying down as many mines as possible to take Sergeant. Now has to path away from this pretty fed tick super. Superwalk's able to dispatch it, but it costs him ammo and an opportunity to heal up. Eternal going to play off of this and attempt to push into mid.
Yeah, there's that super getting thrown down by Kawe. Motep's there with the taps. Now as much of the map opened up. Hiroshi? No, blown up there, a little bit too close to the sun. That's all going to be on Superwalk here. This one's going to go to the wire.
Revan and X-Spark back him all the way up into the poison. He's not going to feed any abilities if he can help it. Some win conditions now manifesting for Eternal. Kawe ready with his hypercharge. However, this just puts a bigger target on his back. It means that Sergeant's going to find a way to get to him. He's going the left lane, but ultimately his target is this tick on the right lane. Just trying to play around, maybe open up some opportunities for Superwalk to land that windup and get some meaty damage with the sweet gadget.
Roshi, speed boost here coming out of that. Pop drop's going to force the gadget out of Cower at least. Headfirst also used and going nowhere in particular right now. Jubilee, a dangerous moment for him. Somehow, a stay of execution extended.
Jubilee is going to need this gap, rather the super pretty soon here. Sergeant continues to press him. On the left side, Kawe sticking close to Motep, you know, minding that they need to stay spread apart, but he has to stay alive for the end stages. So where's the damage onto Jubilee? Hiroshi out of nowhere, no! Whiffs a couple of attacks, Jubilee with the super just in time, but now he doesn't have that knockback. It means that Sergeant gets a free meal on the right side. Hiroshi cleans up the kill. It's 2 versus 2, but Hiroshi and Superwalk on desperately low HP.
Dangerous spot to be for Hiroshi. Has the super to try and get away. Now it's on Superwalk. Not a good matchup against the Tickhead at all. 1v2 for the youngster might just be too much to ask. Kawe into the gas. There's the super out of Superwalk, but not enough time. Not enough connection with those globules. Here come Eternal. Hard-fought series so far. In the first set, they'll notch it up.
A scrappy set 1 in the match that matters most in this group. The one where a team risks getting sent home, and in all likelihood, the one that was most prepared for. You face up against Crazy Raccoon, you understand that, look, I'm the supreme underdog here. Probably not going to be walking away with this win. You know, not a reason not to prepare, but certainly a trade-off. I liked the way Revan and X-Spark were super heads up in their draft here with this Miko last selection. It was not enough, however. And I think one of the biggest problems here for me was Superwalk just missing some crucial attacks.
Seeing a lot of Leon from Superwalk in general. But again, it is very execution dependent, especially when your composition involves the Miko. Might have been just enough time there. If that super had connected a couple more of those blobs. But here's our count back. And this is a little bit tough to look at here, especially someone like Hiroshi on the Leon. Needs to be able to get a heck of a lot of damage done. Doesn't quite pay off that position. Don't expect high DPS in general from Miko there. Very technical brawler for Sergeant to have to play. And you put yourself in harm's reach. Playing that brawler, you take space, but you've got to take risks in order to do so.
And looking at the stat line, I feel a little bad for putting even more pressure, putting the onus on Walkthrough, considering that he got so many kills. He was a DPS squeak out here, and folks, I am partial to a DPS squeak. It's just so entertaining for me to watch. We're going to be moving over to dueling beetles, where a control brawler like Leon could be more at home. I think it was a huge struggle to play that one, and to tick just like not really a great matchup for Leon. You're going to be feeding a lot of those abilities.
Lumi, Mina, Crow band on the Revenant X-Spark side. We see Meatful, M's, and Pierce taken away. Poco is a no-brainer. Eternal really like to try and play some of these tanky brawlers. Poco obviously pretty potent here with that hypercharged super that gives that sort of lingering shield. If you are going to combine it with tanks or anybody with larger health pools, it can really pay off.
Also have the ability to nullify any sort of crowd control. So if someone gets a sweet idea and decides, you know what, it's time to play Lu to counter this sort of death ball strategy, the Poco double tank that we saw in the days of yore, not going to happen. No, you're going to have protective tunes up in your face. So here's the Pam. Very curious. I can think of a lot of different ways to deal with this, but considering that Revan and X-Spark have the last pick, they can probably counter anything that is tailor-made to deal with Pam's turret. Something like a thrower is a pretty common reaction to this, but picking that on the 4-5 turn is a huge risk.
Still remaining is Otis. Leon is an option to be snapped up. Kenji, we've also seen from time to time on this map. You're starting to think about what kind of tanks that Eternal are hoping to pair up with the Poco. Surprise! Penny is an option, and going for the Chester here, obviously really solid side laner, and honestly, which was just with insane damage output, especially the gadget that gives him a random buff. Honestly, getting extra reload speed or extra pure damage is kind of nuts.
Red Chester, man, it's all about Red Chester. Just pop that gadget and pray that you get the reload speed, because you get to push all the way up to the enemy side. Of course, it's possible to mess up, but it's just such an insane buff for this brawler to have, you know, just another thing up his sleeve in the bag of tricks. So you got to commit with this Poco. Yeah, pair it up with the Lu. A lot of times, Giga Chad Sergeant in the crowd. It's true though. It's true. He really just is that guy. He's molded this new team around himself. Hiroshi, who played for KDS in 2025 and Superwalk, a rookie this season. They made it all the way through the Road to Brawl Cup. Came out #1. That's why they're here, not unscathed. However, these guys can bleed even in the home region.
Did Hiroshi play on Coco Loco at all with Jay? Back in 25, he's been floating around a couple of those teams out in East Asia. Either way, his Kaze to round out the draft for Eternal. So pretty aggressive in your face with strong crowd control. It's going to be a little bit hard for Revenant X-Spark to draft a comp that shrugs this off effectively. Might try and look for something slippery. Obviously, that lollipop drop here is pretty important. You want to try not to get tagged up with too many of those, you know, Lu on hits early on. Last thing you want is to have like your Chester or someone who's quite zippy normally stopped in their tracks. Stu sometimes has been reached for here. Don't know if that's really what you want. Oh my goodness, the Clancy last pick. This is brazen.
Yeah, you're also facing some pretty poor matchups here. You know that you're not going to get obliterated by a Poco because its damage is just really, really bad. So you can run down that lane if you're afforded the possibility. The deal with Clancy is, yes, he is a ridiculously good anti-tank, but he takes time to warm up. It's the same stuff that we say about Surge, for instance. You just got to get past that first stage. So what build do you go with for Clancy here? Are you prioritizing you getting that level up early on? We'll have to see. It's time for set #2. At the moment, it's Eternal leading with 1 set.
Jubileo is going to be first down to the hot zone, of course, and will always be playing up against this indestructible barrier. Hiroshi having to play towards this left side. Once they've got a healing turret in play, they're going to be in great shape. This Fan Storm's going to make it hard for Sergeant and Superwalk to fire back, or at least do it from a comfortable spot. Jubileo has to be careful. Yeah, a little bit squishy, and the pinch comes in the blink of an eye.
However, they did feed some supers along the way. Motep has the heal, and he's got the damage equipped too. Kawe with lots and lots of control. And here comes Sergeant to blow up some bushes, makes it difficult for Eternal to exist just on the perimeter of this inner radius. Revenant X-Spark, however, do have the turret set up. It's going to quickly be dealt with. Jubileo in a ridiculously aggressive position as well. Will earn his hypercharge alongside Kawe.
There's not really anywhere for Revenant X-Spark to hide now. Fanstorm gets you behind walls, so does the Loose Super, and Screeching Solo is a very obnoxious star power to take on Poco. It's damage that you cannot mitigate. You are going to get hit by it. Hypercharge here for Motep means he can play that much more aggressively, and I'm loving this draft from Eternal. So far, Revenant X-Spark have got nothing to say here on Hot Zone.
No, and they've even gone silent here towards the end of the game. Revenant X-Spark basically put down their tablets. You saw Pam standing there in the corner. They knew that this one was over. That's brutal right there. So how do you even reset if you acknowledge that it's actually impossible for us to come in the last 15% come back? Do you just put all the priority on the early game? Clancy is not an early game brawler.
You don't have time. Yeah, you want the game to go long, but you don't really have staying power here on the point. Your Pam is a side laner. So it's not like you have her to play around. Not getting any value out of the Mama's hug either.
Okay, Hiroshi on the left side pressuring things back. Sergeant, not the greatest matchup, but he's going to take what he can get. The damage onto Motep, but he is pushed away on the left side. Jubileo feeds that initial super. Sergeant helps pick up a couple of kills. They want to chase down Kawe, and Sergeant's actually going to go for it. He's just him, but Kawe's just out of range also. Lanes now shake up. Jubileo going over to the right side once again. Wants this Pam matchup. Doesn't seem to really mind it. Into the Assassin 4 manages to deduct that entire scrap sucker and close in for the kill. Earns the super along the way. Meanwhile, Superwalk has gotten his level 3.
Yeah, he's gold now. That's looking pretty scary. Revenant X-Spark realized they still could be fairly active in the early game, even with the Clancy that's not at full power. Hiroshi's able to set up a turret at the back of the zone, and Jubileo's going to take a face full of damage even to touch them. This is where this Clancy starts to run away with the game. Another super from Superwalk. And Motep is flattened.
Ridiculous how differently this one's going, and it really just comes down to the early game Pam matchup where she got her turret lightning fast and everyone was able to sit inside of that healing radius. Hiroshi gonna pop it hypercharge style on the zone. Superwalk and Hiroshi get dropped down just a little bit towards the end, but this one was solved in the early stages of the game. It is about the early game matchup for Pam. Get the turret, place it down. Guess what? Chester doesn't have such a bad matchup against Poco anymore because he deals great damage and he doesn't have to think about staying outside of poking range and healing up.
And also, this composition from Eternal doesn't do a lot of damage outside of the Kaze. Between the Poco and the Lu, you are really there for utility. A lot rests on Jubileo's ability to get into the backline, but you can see just how difficult that is. Red Chester, bro, that is scary to go up against.
It is just gruesome. Sergeant on lock with the dodges will eventually expire at the hands of Motep. Same fate meets Super Walk, and Hiroshi has to back away. He knows better than to feed any more super to Kawe. An aggressive turret placed down. This is to support Sergeant. It is the entire plan. Get this Jester forward and have Pam heal him up. We're going to see all that healing coming into play. Hypercharge popped for Motep, goes down immediately after, and no super to follow it up either. They don't seem to mind also the skating ring placed down at mid. Just going to bide their time, wait for this matchup versus Jubileo. Hiroshi knows that he can line up the shot on the right side. Jubileo also retreating. Revan and Xspark on top of this zone. They're trailing at the moment, but they have all the control in the world.
See that Fanstorm placed down to take away the healing turret. The edge of it doing the damage over time, but Hiroshi has another one to replace it with. Kawa actually pops a super to try and control the left side lane, and that's the Clancy going down. Jubileo tries to go deep, still gets a super up, but where's the bloody damage? Nowhere to be seen, and Sergeant has it in spades. Tries to step up, Motep wards him away, but that hypercharged super from the Chester is terrifying, and Revan and Xspark are looking to even up the score here.
Hypercharge stun onto Hiroshi, thinking of popping down the hypercharge turret. In return, gonna go for it, but he's out of damage. Another shot down to Kawe, but no kill confirmed on the left side. It's Jubileo eliminated. Motep falls immediately after, and Kawe completes the team wipe for Revan and Xspark. But the battle's far from over. It's still trailing by 15%.
Kawa just cycled 3 supers back to back, and that still wasn't enough to take Revan and Xspark down because their Kaze was not there. Jubileo's gonna hypercharge super, but simply vaporize in that moment. And Eternal don't have the large damage source to lean on. Super Walk now is a hypercharge, terrifying position to be going up against this Clancy.
I'm watching unsuccessful push after unsuccessful push for Eternal. Revan and Xspark managed to push them back every single time, but they still seemingly have their backs against the wall. Super Walk's ready with his super. Jubileo managed to debate it out without taking that much damage. Still going to see a kill on the right side. Super Walk on desperately low HP. It's a successful hypercharge for Lu, and Super Walk still, with just 1 tap of HP left, is going to make this a close one. Super out. Gets a kill on the right side. Sergeant pressing in, but Motep is still alive. Second victory for Revan and Xspark to take set number 2 and equalize the series.
Insane fight there on Dueling Beetles, and it doesn't get much closer than that. Not quite a tie, but Eternal slowly lost their grip on the game. Multiple Lu supers thrown in, but the damage follow-up just wasn't there. It's hard to pilot the Kaze in this situation, especially against the anti-tank brawler of Clancy. Clancy had enough time to get to that level 3 in-game. With the early round aggression from Revan and Xspark, they gave themselves more of a buffer to get Super Walk where he needed to be.
You think about the timing here, right? And we're often tempted to look at the clock, but really what matters is how much time can you spend in an advantageous position, getting the chance to hit enemies. And that right there is provided by Pam, getting the turret early, placing it down. Super Walk's able to sit inside of it. Same goes for Sergeant. That's how they get their damage. That's how they have their sustain, their survivability on the point. In so many situations, however, the raw aggression that we saw from Eternal made this possible. You have to also play ridiculously evasively around this. You cannot afford to feed Lu supers. That was one of the biggest differences that I saw from game 1 to 2 and 3, where Lu is getting far fewer supers, but it picked up in frequency in game number 3. That was a pretty slow game.
You see, we talk about this comp not having a whole lot of damage. When your Poco is doing the lion's share of it, that tells you kind of all you need to know. Good throwing from Motep here. Just a little bit limited in range a lot of the time. And trying to push a Pam down without your Kaze feels impossible, especially if she's able to sit there and get some healing. So that aside, we now have ourselves a tied up series. We're headed over to Hideout, folks. It is bounty time.
A big change in tempo. It's going to be all about kills, slow and metered play, or will someone be picking up that momentum? All your questions answered in a moment. That blue star hotly contested off the bat. That's going to be the first bit of action that we see in one of the hugest things that we consider in the draft. Mortis globally banned, not a concept here. Gene also gotten rid of. Does assist in diminishing any possibilities where someone would grab that blue star and immediately play defense. Pierce, a no-brainer. First pickup here, it was left wide open by Eternals, so they did plan for this, and Revan and Xspark just believe that they know better.
I want to put this on your radar now. Look out for like a random last pick Edgar, if there's the possibility to run that on this map. Obviously Edgar with a bit of extra mobility now with that scarf gadget. allowing him to cross the map a little bit more effectively. A little move speed boost off the back of it. Eternal like to draft more like those. It's interesting, they usually like to draft the gene-based comps. They've actually got rid of that, so they might want to try and go for like an early Jaeyong pick here. It's going to be a Nani off the bat. And there's that Jaeyong I mentioned. So they want to have something to answer the sharpshooter presence, bring a premier sharpshooter in. Oh my gosh, this is locked in so quickly. The Glowy, pretty powerful out in the open, but the Max feels like a bit of a throwback pick.
Yeah, I'll tell you how this is going to work. Essentially, they're going to try and press Glowy and Max into this one lane, and you saw this many, many different times before in different ways with like a Byron and a Max hammering down one of these lanes, just trying to get into the enemy spawn. They're taking full advantage of kind of a lack of DPS from Eternal. Jay isn't going to have really that much damage. Like, yes, he has Weakened Warrior, but overall, he is a support. And for Nanny, really high execution to get that done in close range. Lumi is going to help slow this down. She'll be able to hold down this combination together. I honestly think that Lumi should be able to do this lane solo. We'll see whether this was really accounted for. Lumi late in the draft was not fully accounted for in a notable match yesterday into a Shade matchup, so it's possible that this one has actually just flown under the radar. She did get a recent buff that kept her pretty low-key until the last few weeks.
Yeah, look, I mean, the biggest thing that was attacked for Lumi early on was her massive health pool. That was brought down. It's actually been, you know, nudged back up a little bit more now, makes her feel less squishy. But it's that projectile speed. That means she's able to get those Morning Stars out much more quickly and get them back quite fast as well. Blue Star here for Motep. Going to go in and snap that one up with the absence of Kaze on the map.
Here comes a combination on the left side. It's what we expected. It is Max plus Glowy. And Jubileu's attempting to hit these shots. He's already used his gadget. Hiroshi and Superwalk is saying just outside of the range. Actually haven't been hit by a single Morning Star so far. We'll see Superwalk get the initial kill. Another one onto Kawe. Jubileu at risk of being taken down in the hands of Sargent, who's provided a wide open mid to work with because of the aggression in the space created by the Max and Glowy combo.
Yeah, Max Glowy, this is extremely obnoxious. Superwalk here can shrug off all manner of poke damage and start to play that more aggressive.
Nice one.
Weekend Mori didn't really leave a scratch on the Max at all, and if you need B, there's phase shifter. You also have your super to give yourself that burst of speed. This is tough to play into.
Like, how do they even push Revan and Xpark to their side? They're able to move backwards so easily. Jubileu on the left side is still working on getting this matchup going, and it's not going so well. He had to back up so much off the beginning. I really thought he would like genuinely be able to slow down his opponents. They do catch Sargent in a rough place, but no one's there to take full advantage. They don't have Nanny over there on that lane to play against the Pierce. Instead, Nanny's been forced into this horrible matchup against both Max and a Glowy that keeps Superwalk at max HP at all times a day.
Here's the peep. Spray a bit of damage, not bad. Hiroshi does have a dash gadget though with an insta-kill component. Here's the hyper charge coming in from Motep though. The same though from Superwalk on this. Max, can they pressure Motep down enough? Grim and Frostbitten used, and a blast beat catches out the Pierce in the top right corner.
Sargent has his hypercharge. That could be a kill in the back pocket. Superwalk going to defuse this peep on the left side, and here comes a hypercharge. Really ambitious, and Sargent's going to miss it. 10 seconds to go. All the speed in the world, all the health, but lacking on utility for Eternal. 5 seconds to go. They don't have these guys close enough to the corner, or could they? Hiroshi has that hypercharge. He's ready to use it. 1 second to go. Everyone's alive and healthy for Revan and Xpark, and this is such an intelligent combination. They knew that no last pick would be able to disrupt the duo of Max and Glowy. The evasiveness, the HP, the tankiness of Phase Shifter, combined with the constant healing of Glowy.
Combined, don't forget, the burst heal potential off the gadget. It's just impossible to eliminate either of those brawlers. And Revan and Xpark build a lead ready just off kills that happen in the neutral game. Motep here traded for Sargent. That means Blue Star goes over to Eternal, all things said and done.
We'll finally see Revan and Xpark on the aggressive for the first time in a couple of minutes. Could easily go back the other way. A miss. Good Rooney. Whoa, he dashed right into it. Definitely a misplay for Walkthrough, not impossible to recover from. It's not even going to be damage for Sargent. He went down right before his super actually procced. It's going to be an appropriate retreat on the left side, and Kawi is exactly where he needs to be for this long-range matchup, trying to circle all the way around. Might even go for Sargent here, who doesn't have a way to play around it. Though not too much damage onto him, just going to drop him within a couple of shots from Jubileu, who's having an excellent matchup on the right side. Now finally finding his groove with 5 stars to his name.
Yeah, he's brimming with confidence, and that was an amazing blast beat to catch out the low health Pierce. Now Jubileu is on a bit of a frustrating off angle, and of course with a gadget coming up pretty soon, that could be disastrous for anybody that lingers within the frost field for too long. Good healing there from Motep, much needed. Cower though, what's the plan? He's got to be feared away by the Glowy. And this now puts Eternal ahead by the 5 stars. Is starting to shrink this lead.
Jubilee is at risk of falling. Super Walk gonna go for the push in.
Oh,
Also
nice.
has the hypercharge
Nice,
equipped.
nice
It's
hyper-
additional
Oh,
speed.
they went-
Jubilee
Nice.
still alive, and Sergeant's going for it.
Oh,
Gets it
nah,
now,
booster,
running
booster.
away with all the speed boost in the world. An additional 2 couple of shots going on to Motep. But there's so much ground for Eternal to acquire with 2 Brawlers falling on the left side.
Nani ka
Revenant
easy
X
kill,
Spark
Nani ka
have brought
easy
this
kill,
one
bhai.
super close. It's only a blue star
Bhai.
difference.
Oh, nice,
20
nice.
seconds to go.
Nani
Make
ka-
it
Hey.
a 1-kill
Ye
game.
yong ka ki.
Eternal
Ye
cannot
yong ka
risk
ki.
being taken down here. 15 seconds to
Nice
go,
one,
and they cannot die.
You cannot get caught out in the opening against a Glowy like that. It's a slow exsanguination, but it'll be the end of you. There goes
Hi.
Super Walk.
এইভাবে যদি ওরা আগে থাকতো খেলতে
Set number 2 picked up
Crazy
here by
Raccoon
Revenant X
attack.
Spark. An inventive
Sergeant
last
দারুণ
2 picks in their draft. The Glowy Max comp
ও যে
locked
ফাম্বলটা
in
করছিল
straight
মাঝখানে
away.
দারুণ
And
রিকভার
now we see why they're so confident to slam that
ম্যাক্সের
in.
হাইপার চার্জটা ক্রেজি
Just really intelligent. A lot of the iterations of this have been, okay, we're going to do Max, we're going to do Byron. Byron was banned here for just an easy, pretty convenient, stable brawler to play. But Glowy and Max sneaking through. They must have been sitting on this one for a while because it was not caught out in the stats at all by the looks of things.
Yeah, no scrim data. I mean, again, Revenant X Spark arrived into Europe later than most teams, so don't really have
at
the
least
chance to
boys
scrim
here.
nearly as much. And that's why we don't really reference their scrim results. I talked about it with Ark on the desk. They're a little inflated because most of those results come out of their home region, which you could argue is not as deep as the field here in Europe right now. Still, they survey those expectations, and a lackluster showing against Crazy Raccoon is followed up now by a really good look early in this series. I say early, they're up 2-1 now in a position to take it away. Put Sergeant on a hyper carry role like this Pierce, give him a lane to work solo. Let Hiroshi and Superwalk do the rest. That was a devastating performance on Bounty.
I love the way that this has been navigated. Sergeant surrounded by a couple of, not necessarily new players. Walkthrough is fairly new, but Hiroshi has done his time in the SESA region and being able to form a successful composition around it. A synergistic one at that. We're now going on to double swoosh. There are going to be ample opportunities to break up that synergy. We love to see, well, and you hate to face, the assassins that relentlessly target your gem carrier.
Yeah, I'm thinking Leon is going to be a premium here. Very, very powerful. Something that we've seen Superwalk try and snap up early and often in many of these drafts. This is the kind of map where like Griff is a go-to in the past from Eternal.
double swoosh
Obviously, that cashback hypercharge can go through walls,
Sandy
but being able to blow
becoming
out the
like
enemy
that.
sort of mid-wall, but otherwise be safe behind is really important. I think the
Sandy,
alley ban is also
Frank.
very heads up here by Revenant X Spark.
Just don't want to risk it. Mortis also banned. Don't want to face this
what is
aggro
good
stuff
pick,
that gets
man.
into your backlines. You see that Eternal have accounted for the last pick possibilities also. Really safe first selection here, but pretty much par for the course here on double swoosh. He has the versatility of being able to play the bad side. If we're talking from blue team's perspective, it's nice to have that fat splatter to open things up in the early game on the right side.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Though I think you're banking really hard on like an aggro later on in the draft. Revenant could use this to open things up for themselves, but they also have the benefit of last pick. Though I think on the 2-3 turn, you basically always do need to have some kind of anti-tank.
Mo is going to be snapped up first and foremost here. So now you've got some gem carrier pressure. Also the ability just to scout bushes pretty effectively. Most projector splits into 4, so gives you pretty good coverage. Especially if you choose to involve your vision gear in your loadout.
My aim is true.
Bow.
oh nice
This is fascinating. Also, I think being able to feed Mo's super is going to be very important. That super totem now with that extra long range, thanks to the Buffy, makes Bo pretty devastating.
The only drawback of Bo, no pun intended,
Mr.
of course,
Pinhead
is that he
right?
has no close range capabilities, basically. Like, he'll churn out damage, sure, but unlike other sort of like mid-range brawlers that would be strong as a mid here, he has no escape. He's no Stu where he can dash away. Of course, it's been banned. Janet's wide open. If there were any threat of anything being dashed on, Meeple is going to be also quite solid. You can rage quit, you can box the enemy, box up one of their lanes, disrupt the bushes, and I feel like this is time to run mansions of Meeple so that you can keep good tabs on the rotations of other brawlers that get close to where your gem carrier likes to sit. We're talking about the swoosh. It's the swoosh of the bush that gets close to the other side. That is the common avenue for an aggro brawler to push your gem carrier.
Eternal also have gone and tried to draft 2 of Revenant X Spark's most played brawlers on this map. Rounding it out here with a very safe mid in Janet. I kind of like that option. See, she has the old Very frustrating boombox gadget. Can reveal those bushes quite effectively. Penny is going to round things out now for Revenant X Spark.
Penny.
I think we witnessed the Janet versus Penny matchup already today, if memory serves, of course. Penny should offer way more control. I'm noticing a lack of wall break here. All of those cards belong in the hands of Bo. He will probably be destroying the common strongholds for brawlers on this map, like the edge of the swoosh, as I mentioned earlier. Also in the mid, where the gem carrier likes to sit. It's where Janet's going to be most of the time. I think it's a losing matchup for Janet into Bo, personally. When you're fighting at mid-range, Bo just has way better damage. And I know Revenant X Spark are certainly hoping it's a winning matchup. They're just one set away from keeping their tournament lives alive.
Yeah, advancing out of this group also very important at this stage. I set on Championship Sunday here at Brawl Cup. Sergeant bullies Jubilee there, no two ways about it. He pushes him with a salty barrel and flattens him.
Hiroshi already getting these mines down where the Janet would like to sit. It's going to be important to win these side lanes to enable that mid, and an early turret is ridiculous for Sergeant. It's going to be so difficult for Jubilee to push in on this right side. All he really has is a fat splatter to deal with it. Kawi going to bait all of these mines out. Also, notice the star power choice for Hiroshi. He's going for additional vision in the bushes.
That's quite interesting. He's able to see a little bit deeper now. Superwalk just dominating this left side. There's just nothing to say about it, I think. That's supposed to be Eternal's safe side of the map. The Superwalk had a super very early on and won't be shifted away from that part of the map. Yeah, sure. What's this Meeple supposed to be achieving, though? Kawa can really only try and force them all away with the mansions. He achieves that goal. More of those mines being dragged out now. More of these hypercharged turret bombs being thrown in. Sergeant quietly is kind of taking over the game. Another salty barrel kill on Jubilee when Motive is barely alive. Forced to try and limp away as Revenant X Spark bring on their countdown.
10 seconds to go for a miracle to happen here for Eternal. You can see the frustration in the pins, in the posture of how they walk to the enemy side. Revenant X Spark are going to be bringing us to match point after an incredibly dominant game number one. You see the smiles on their faces. Oh, they know this is a winning draft. It's going to take something special for Eternal to keep themselves in this.
Just not close, right? Really powerful side laners here for Revenant X Spark. It's a mode that just steamrolls that left-hand side. And Sergeant Clash is exactly the person you want in a really crucial 1 versus 1 matchup. Jubilee is swapping lanes with Kawa here. I don't know if that's going to fare any better really for the Meeple now, who does catch Sergeant in the mansions. But Motive already has to gadget jump away.
Look, you've already found that it doesn't work to put Kawa on the left side, so let's not try it again. Let's just go ahead and put him on the right. Left side is going to be won by Superwalk initially. Motep at risk of getting pushed by Superwalk. He knows that it's not worth pushing this Janet. She's just going to jump away. Long range snipe from Sergeant. Gets that turret up early. Whoa, what an aggressive placement. Now that oozes confidence.
Yeah, it tells you that Revenant X Spark plan to keep that line of scrimmage pushed very far forward, and they can, because they're most sitting on Super, and Superwalk would love to do more. They just run up on in there. Motep going to be forced away. There's mines as well. Motep has to try and dodge away, but he's forced to use his Super for what? We don't really know. He thinks about some turret damage, gonna drop those gems deep behind his own lines. Revenant X Spark here might just be cruising into day 3.
Defeat setting in at this point. You can see by the way Eternal, just the mistakes are ramping up ridiculously in frequency. Hiroshi gonna get 3 more gems with 10 to his name. All that has to happen is for Sergeant and Superwalk to create a buffer zone.
Here we go, 10 seconds left. Superwalk happy to give up his life for the cause, and Sergeant's happy to body block as well. Hypercharged Pop getting it behind the salty barrel. There's a turret, the Kawa simply can't get past. Revenant X Spark, shadows of the past, the top 4 finish at Worlds in the back of their minds as they continue to wage conquest into day 3 in Berlin.
What the fuck?
You can send one of his teammates to the military, you can send the other into retirement, but you cannot stop the chosen one of SESA in Sergeant as he advances on to the final day.
Gotta be happy with this result as Revenant X Spark, because you didn't feel like you got to show the world what you were made of against Crazy Raccoon. Let's get down that. We'll hear from them themselves with Barney and Sergeant.
Sergeant, congratulations. Before we kicked off this match, we were all emphasizing how important it was. Now, off the back of a loss, you guys were backstage waiting to walk out for this match. What were you guys saying to each other? How were you keeping each other composed going into this match?
I feel like against CR, we somehow got outdrafted, which I didn't expect CR to outdraft us. But coming into internal, we knew we were going to win. Like the first set, I think we just gave it away for free for no reason. But otherwise, I think internal was free. And like we haven't lost to Latam yet.
I mean, your region, you've been saying, is a lot more stacked than a lot of people think. You've got 2 two younger kind of players joining you now in this roster. It's kind of, this is your time to big them up. How are they as teammates? How have they been gelling together with you in your play style? How are they doing?
I feel like my teammates are very underrated. Sasa in general, we don't get the love we deserve. But especially Walkthrough and Hiroshi, they're some of the most mechanically gifted players. And this is Walkthrough's first LAN, so like having this achievement and not being grouped is a big positive for us.
Well, you've done incredibly well, standing out here on the main stage in front of this huge crowd. How did it feel to get a win under your belt and now you're in Championship Sunday?
I'm happy I get to go to day 3 again. And I'm so happy to do it with a new roster so that we can prove that we still deserve to be in the top leagues. So we're incredibly happy with this result.
Nicely done, Sergeant. Thank you so much for joining me this interview. Boys, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time. It's Revenant X Spark!
The applause is yours, Revenant X Spark. They bounce back and make their way through to day 3 as well. As Sergeant already said, I think the Radiant is a little underrated. We underrated them as well, and now they punched their way through. It got super close. This was, by the way, the highlight of the weekend so far. What an insane clawback that Hot Sunset. I already saw in Eternal's hands, but that was the moment where Revenant X Spark completely turned around.
Yeah, it was a good job that I wasn't near the button when that happened, because I would have pushed it. I would have absolutely pushed it for that moment. That was definitely an oh my goodness me, if there ever was one, if I was on that desk during that moment. But I've got to say, you know, we were saying a lot about Sergeant coming into that match being the key leader, the key playmaker, but I really did notice how Wolf stepped up into that sort of realm of confidence. Starting the day against Crazy Raccoon is a really tough matchup, you know, to have. And going into this one, I felt like there was much more confidence being displayed, and for Hiroshi as well, playing a valuable support position, not necessarily so flashy on the after stats display, but certainly for Walk, he was doing his bit, and that's donuts all round for Eternal. That wasn't on the bingo card, luckily.
True, but that really hurts to see. And in the end, Brawl Cup is all about the battle of the Radiants. CISA now has their only contender still in the race. Welcome to the desk now, Spen. Of course, you're a big household name in Brawl Stars. You yourself, looking back at your career, what has been your greatest achievement so far? Pushing to 15,000 trophies with ARC in 2019, or winning World Finals, I guess?
I mean, I did World Finals back when dinosaurs were alive. I mean, I've still got a hug answer that, but I guess playing with ARC's a pleasure.
হ্যাঁ না স্ট্রিম করতেছি কিন্তু তোমাদের ডিসকর্ডে আওয়াজ আসে না আমার শুধু আমার আমি যেগুলো বলছি ওগুলো
2019 was also the last time Liverpool won the Champions League, by the way.
It's been a while. Throwing everything out there now. I can't catch a break.
We did our research.
Oh my. We don't talk about last night.
But it's been a while, yet still you stayed content creator, you play the game every single day. So who else should we got up here other than Spen, who is our analyst for this one? You know the draft, you know the players, and now you're going to be here for the next match, which is Tribe. Excited for that one?
I mean, I'm excited, but I don't know what to actually expect, especially with the situation, which we'll go on to in a little bit later. I really don't know how these teams are going to face off. A lot of question marks on both teams, but it should be a banger. It's the game of the day, so I've been waiting for this one.
We now have seen 3 groups already. This is the last group we're going to see today. What do you expect coming out of this Group D?
As Ben said, like, this is a bit of a tough one for me to kind of predict, honestly, because Tribe have been playing really, really well this year. They've got some really interesting scrims, and the way that they are kind of choosing to pick the brawlers. Like, Killer's an amazing...
What did you just do?
I don't know, Goryo did it, so I can't take it.
We'll let him have one.
But yeah, whenever we press this button for a highlight moment, a hype moment during any game, you get 100 points over on the event website. So you better make sure you're locked in the next time we're gonna press it. Event.brawlstars.com, lock in your predictions. MVP votes actually get even more points than having the right prediction.
Yeah, as well. Like, I mean, Sergeant was probably going to take that that one, I think it's fair to say. But yeah, I mean, the event's like such a fantastic tool for us to be able to utilize, and I have actually just gone and got the spray. So
already weird.
It pays to be on. Yeah, you're talking to the guys, man. Come on.
You're living on the broadcast. Come on.
Yeah, how do you have time to do all of that? You're supposed to work.
I've got multitasking going on here beyond your wildest dreams. Even production were like, oh, you got like so many laptops. What's going on?
We now want to head over to Group D, where I'm really hyped for this next matchup. I was waiting for it the whole day because I finally think we have a close game on our hands. Foot Esports versus Tribe Gaming. And then as we look to the left, we see a bit of an unusual roster put together here. Guest unfortunately couldn't make it due to visa issues. Lena steps up and jumps in. Are they still going to be as dominant? Is the huge question in the room.
Yeah, and a real potential for a Cinderella story, let's be honest. You know, for Lena, February was February with Navi, and then he got dropped and hasn't been picked up since, despite being such a fantastic player. A guy that goes back the test of time in Brawl Esports history. Now, for Foot Esports coming into this event off the back of April, which was a stellar monthly finals, they did not drop a set. 2 of the matches that they had in the quarterfinals and the grand finals were clean sweeps. So he has got some massive boots to fill. Gesty, of course, has been the household name in the EMEA region that we have been praising throughout this this period of the season thus far. And, you know, it's definitely a big blow for Foot Esports. We can't really sugarcoat it. You know, we were expecting that to be the thing that we should propel Foot Esports to go all the way. But for Lenan, he's certainly capable and a player that you've gone against yourself, Spen.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said Lenar's always been one of the best aggro players there's ever been. But this season, it seemed like he wanted to take a different approach. He wanted to step back from a lot of the aggro brawlers, because he even said to me himself, like, he's just annoyed at having to play the bad matchup 24/7. So he tried to give that over to someone else. That probably worked against him, because why would you now switch, like, what he was always known for? Like, you see Lenane on Kenji, these aggro brawlers, he's always doing so much. He's always getting 1 versus 2 and making so much space. So for me, it'll be interesting whether, like, how he'll fit into Foot's roster, because Gesty's got a little bit of a different play style. Angel Boy plays mostly aggro. Gesty plays a few like Mortis, whatever. So it'll be interesting how they gel. But if anyone can do it, I really think Lenar can do it. I really do.
Foot Esports so far has been the most dominant in the EMEA region, and we always hyped up the wonder kid Gesty, the 16-year-old that came from Metzerenos and now up to the big stage, winning his first ever monthly final he has ever played. Immediately, I don't think we have ever had that happen before in Brawl Stars history. He's not here this weekend. We were wondering if he would be maybe a bit shaky, a bit nervous in front of so many people watching him, and now we have Lena. At least he brings up some experience from LAN events. You know, Angel Boy, Nob, and him, a trio of 3 true and tested players. So maybe it's a good thing almost that Lena is playing for them. Here, at least, we have no nerfs showing from their side. On the other side now, we have Tribe Gaming. Talking about true and tested, Tribe has been the standout team 2025 already, playing for the NA region as the first seed in the Brawl Cup. And then disappointed a little, if we're honest here. Spen, you watched it too. Now this year, they're bringing in Diego Gamer. Is that going to be a better run for them?
I think so. I think Diego Gamer will be able to give them something that were probably lacking last year. Last year, I thought, especially at Brawl Cup, it was more to do with the drafts. You know, even myself, I was a bit questioning, like, through the draft picks. You know, NA's always been known for their kind of quirky drafts, per se. But I think now with Diego Gamer, they've been looking a lot better with the drafts, and you can see with the global bans that most of them are just pretty standard. You'd expect most of those.
I see no Naja in the global bans. I think this is the first time we're seeing it today. No Naja. So let's see if she's going to be left open or still banned out in the regular ban. Global bans, that means we won't see any of these bowlers in the next 5 sets if we do go all the way. Colette and Crow we have seen today already. Ruffs as well. Otis, not too often, but honestly, all four brawlers super strong, makes sense. Do you see any targeted bans maybe, Ark?
I like the Otis ban for me, and that's kind of one of the brawlers that's just a very good answer to a lot of the tankier brawlers, so quite a nice, interesting one there, and Tribe are renowned for it.
Yeah, I'm very surprised I didn't see a Mortis ban.
Yeah.
Like, that's normally just banned out all the time. Mortis just makes the drafts so much messier. I suppose he's only good in 2 to 5 maps on the screen, but yeah, I'm surprised Mortis has slipped through because you got Lenar on the Mortis. We all know what he can do with the trick shot and so.
Yeah, that's the thing with Lene. He does really like to mirror a lot of Guesty's brawler picks, but like you said, he hasn't really been playing in that role for a while. Yeah. So how that's going to fare for esports, we'll have to kind of see on the field. But he's certainly got that LAN experience.
13% only for Tribe Gaming. That's probably also a first. Usually the Tribe Gaming fans show up over at the website. This might be the first time they're actually below 50%, and quite heftily so, with only 13. As you mentioned already, Lena now not only playing tanks, I'm still super hyped for this one because it's RBM versus Lena, the two best tank players in the world. What an exciting match we have here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of blown away by that poll because this was the 50-50 prediction for me. I genuinely struggled with this, so I don't know how it's going to fare in that regard. I think Tribe are being a bit underlooked, to be honest.
I'm looking forward now to hopefully the closest match of the day, Tribe Gaming. Let's see if they can do it this year. Barney, bring them in.
As one group closes, another one opens. And coincidentally, Group D is known to be the most devastating group. This first match that we have is essentially raw skill versus heritage, their name being synonymous within Brawl Stars esports and mobile esports as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. We have Foot Esports and Tribe Gaming. The stage for this one. On the one hand, you have arguably the most dominant team in the whole of Europe here with Foot Esports. And on the other hand, they face off against one of the most experienced teams on LAN. Maybe you guys can call this one, but I certainly can't. I mean, even in the side of Foot Esports, they have a fresh face in the form of Linan. It's gonna pop off here on the main stage. I know it, you know it. Let's get this one started.
Knob, Angel Boy, Lenon, Diego Gamer, RBM, Luffy,
Foot versus Tribe Gaming. On the right side, the NA roster, rumored to be the most consistent roster this year as well. Despite not winning a single monthly final so far, they qualified for every single one. On the left-hand side with Foot Esports, they have been looking good this year. 1 semi-final entry and then 2 times winner of the monthly finals in EMEA. It's so good to see, actually. Foot Esports is smiling. We saw Nob really being happy to stand on stage again. And the last few days, their nerves have been showing. They had not that much time to prepare with Lana. He flew in on Thursday, I believe. They had 2 days of scrims to prepare for today. Let's see what those scrims have brought us.
I think you raise a really valid point about Tribe, though. Going back to last year and how disappointing their Brawl Cup run was, they're actually coming in this year looking weaker in the monthly finals, but I feel they've got a lot to prove for that very reason. Edgar first pick, it's really, really bold here. It's kind of one of those brawlers that I just kind of feel is a real statement. It's a real aggressor in that regard. Ben, as you're looking through the drafts, kind of what are you looking out for?
I think for me, if you're watching Bobby's guide, for example, You need, well, we've got a tank counter in now. It's probably wise to go for a decent mid. You've got options like Stu propping up in a meta. With Edgar first pick, Edgar is good, but as a first pick, to me, it's probably because a lot of the other good aggro brawlers were taken, and they do pick the Stu. So Stu, again, came into the meta kind of out of nowhere, and as a safe gem carrier, I think it'll be pretty good into Edgar.
We now have some aggression on either side. I do like the Stu as well, can always dash out of danger. Right side now. I see Lily still left open. For me, always a must pick on any gem grab map. We're on Hard Rock Mine, by the way. Edgar first pick, the aggression is there, and we have 3 players that like to play aggressive on stage right now. Let's see. Next pick here from the side of Tribe Gaming is going to be Finks as their gem carrier. Okay, not something I see too often. Finks usually the brawler in Hot Zone, now also popped out on Hard Rock Mine. Lumi coming in once more. One of the most banned brawlers of yesterday. Actually surprised to see her slide through the bans in this one.
Yeah, I think with Lumi, I'm interested to see how Foot actually counter out Lumi. We saw it in open business yesterday, and it just felt like such a hard matchup for a lot of these aggro brawlers. It's quite clear they need something aggressive now that can deal with the Lumi, that can create pressure. It's just which one they actually go for. We got Kenji, could be a good example of an aggro. I'm trying to think of other ones. Yeah, Kenji, we'll go with a Kenji.
No need for the other ones, mate, you got it one.
And we've got Lenane on Kenji, hopefully. So, I mean, this is set out to be a banger.
Foot versus Tribe Gaming. I hope you guys are ready in the crowd as well. Berlin, seid ihr ready for this match? And the casters are too, I hope.
We are absolutely ready. It's your favorite funk pop star alongside the accountant. We are ready to get Group D underway. Scars run deep from Dallas. Tribe Gaming 1 year ago fell flat on this stage. Foot Esports have had their wings clipped. The Angel, though, continues to fly. Replacement Lana taking off on the left-hand side against the Lumi, while RBM, known for historically the tanks, is actually running the control brawler.
Well, Lenane doing what he does best and running in a straight line of the opposition and almost worked there, just narrowly dying out to Diego Gamer in the back lines. Luffy doing more of the same in the reverse, trying to cut off the back line of Foot. But Lenane swoops in, helps pinch that and deals with it nicely. Gem-wise, it's looking more Foot's way.
Mana once again taking off a Tsushimi slash, only connecting with one Luffy. Gonna be battling 1v1 situation. Edgar just a menace in this current meta. We haven't seen him a ton, it's for good reason.
Well, 5 is the count now for Esports. Tribe Gaming just getting started as they're getting this mid-control. Here's the jump from the Edgar, not the best, but uses the gadget over the top 2. Little period of invulnerability keeps Angel Boy alive thanks to Bruce. And now Nob pinching it, trades out though, and Angel Boy might be too low to get him.
A spillage of gems, RBM hustling, gets a tag as well, a TP away, and now back to safety for 10.
Oh,
Countdown starts, and a long way to go for Foot Esports. 2 members of Tribe standing in the way as well. Hypercharge on the Edgar, jumping on in. Lenane trying to do and stay alive, but he's forced to use the super defensively. 6 seconds, and with RBM in the back lines, all hope is lost for Foot in game 1.
Convincing start for Tribe Gaming. And honestly, just 1 kill, I think, truly made the difference there. It seems like the strategy is just send Kenji up and make sure he's doing damage, being a distraction, exhausting resources. He is there to purely be a nuisance. But Tribe Gaming looking sharp. I think this is an underrated storyline as well. Obviously, at World Finals, they also didn't win, but they did play some of the best competition. They lost to Humble, respectable. They were the 2nd place team in the World Finals winners, the Brawl Cup winners from the previous time. And then they lost to CR in a buzzer beater, a double match point. Surely they've got something in there.
Great play from Lenane there, showing why he was the one they picked up. Just waited on that Finks TP, and he eventually had to go backwards with the pressure from Nob. Nice pickup though from Luffy in the back lines to keep them out. 5 for Foot now, and they're starting to run away with it.
Nob claims the 5th, but has to back down for now. As Angel looks to work around this right-hand side, low HP. It's tough to go against a Lumi, especially with that ice that can go on the ground. This Luffy now with a super available, it's all the way down this trek of grass. Hypercharge charged as well. But not sliding over this right-hand side. It's going to be a pinch if they're not careful.
Lenar really doesn't fancy that matchup. In comes the hypercharge now, and Luffy not able to cycle it out. Needs to be pinched in this moment, and Kenji just taking so much time over the top of that Think Super, and Luffy will be there on the landing to get the kill. RBM falls low, but Diego Gamer still firmly in control of this bush, and since Snob got 5, he's not seen a sniff of the zone.
Nice slide away. This is why Spin LC called out the stew. It's because he can dash away at a moment's notice. Edgar gets up to 2 dives at once, so just being able to cycle that super really easily, create some space for himself, preserve your life, it's a big deal. But these Finks time warps have been real lethal. Angel Boy going to fall once again. This time a hypercharge going down, the Knob popping out, but Tribe there to deal with it. Now Knob just has to force away. There goes Luffy for 2, cleans up and now scoops every gym.
Beautiful from Luffy there, jumping on in, and they're looking quite good again to be able to fend this one off. Diego Gamer hypercharge now being popped, and still 2 in the backlines. Luffy using his jumping on top of Lane, and will get the kill yet again. Diego Gamer remains aggressive, and RBM has a hyper to use as well. Not going in, trying to get the damage, doesn't quite get it done, and they were still safe in the backlines. What a start for Tribe. I don't think they'd have thought they could do any better.
Still calm on the left-hand side, though. Angel Boy has been in this position countless times, and for me, on paper, this felt like a team that was going to be real threatening. 2 monthly finals, grand finals win. The only time they lost was last year's Brawl Cup champions, Humble. Very respectable showing. Finally, Angel Boy gets the roster he's been looking for, and it's stripped away from him just days ago. I can't imagine the mental that goes through that. Now you're changing up the language of comms. You're putting even more on his shoulders. He's done this for so many years, and he's trying to complete the run. Never really made it past the quarterfinals. Always a group stage kind of guy. Always so close, well-regarded. Kind of the sergeant of this region, if you will. We talked about him a ton earlier today. Obviously, a lot of stars in EMEA, but this is one that I think is due a trophy.
Yeah, really nice from Tribe, though. Well drafted and well played. Obviously not able to get the job done for the side of Foot Esports. Yes, they're kind of operating not at maximum capacity at the moment, without Guesty being kind of the star man throughout the first half of the year, but Tribe nonetheless going to take full advantage of that and really do a lot of work. Not sure about that sign. We'll choose to ignore it, but
acknowledge.
But we'll acknowledge the stats. 0 for Angel Boy, not what we usually see from him. Linane doing his job, coming in as a substitution, as we just mentioned, and getting 4 kills. It's a good start for him, but not for Foot.
I feel like there were several things going in the Tribe Gaming draft favor as well. It felt like the time warp was just an immediate answer, and to Kenji, for somebody like Stu, when those projectile shots go through, they are also super slow. So I think you just take 2 of the bigger strengths from that Foot Esports roster and immediately render them useless. Now as we go into Super Beach, it's going to have to be a changing of the tide here. Foot Esports showed a lot of promise this season. Still 2 of 3 of them remain. It is still a strong force. The desk talked about it a lot. Spin showed a lot of praise for this guy, and I trust that opinion a lot. I mean, after all, he nailed that draft pretty hardcore.
He did. You know, there's reason we bring him up here.
Nowhere.
Not because he won the World Finals, but because he occasionally gets a few draft picks right, but, you know, nonetheless. Bans are in then for Super Beach on Brawl Ball in set number 2. The Griff, the Stew, and the Shade for the side of Foot Esports. Over the other side, the Sirius, the Chester, and the Willow are banned out. Obviously, in addition to the global bans of Otis and Ruffs and Colette and Crow. Lumi going to come in this time, Foot Esports, as I'm sure after being battered by it in the last game, you don't want to be playing against it again.
It has an incredible win rate through the entire weekend. It's just so frustrating to play against Control. The speed at which those Morning Stars can go out, ice on the ground, a super that can literally stun you. I mean, there's a lot that the drummer can do. So they grab this control-oriented brawler. I'm curious if Tribe Gaming still go anti-tank here. I think you almost have to. It's just the way of the world at this point. We see Chester removed, Colette removed, Crow removed, Otis removed. Now they have to get creative. This is somewhere where I think maybe M steps in. I've seen Gale come in as a creative solution as well. Let's see how deep in the bag they go.
Well, they take one of their opponent's brawlers, and they still leave them with the one that I think was probably the biggest issue in the Edgar. The super, obviously the gadget being reworked to be able to throw your scarf and grapple on someone if you kind of fall short or just need to evade a few more shots whilst being in the air. It's really strong and kind of thrown him right to the top of the meta. We've seen him banned out so frequently, but it just doesn't seem like something that Foot are scared of, and I really think they should be.
Yeah, Edgar's threatening. It's not just a fan favorite, but it's also a very powerful brawler right now. Now they pair this with Mo, who can be a side lane, it can be a mid, but most importantly, I think it's a great goal-scoring opportunity. It's a hybrid of the aggression that they want, plus burrowing underground for invincibility, and you know how fast it can be. If you use that hypercharge, you can just pop up in a moment's notice at anybody's face. Could be a kind of unique way to dodge out something like the drum beat of Lumi as well from that super.
Yeah, absolutely, kind of trading supers either way and making sure sure you're going to be in good ground. But as you said, it's one of the best goal-scoring capability brawlers there is. Throwing the ball forward, you pretty much super the perfect distance to land directly on it, and then have you super again. So especially when you get to overtime or when the map's a bit more open, you can really score some great goals. Cordelia's going to come in then, being a bit of a defensive brawler to the Edgar, to the Mo. I wouldn't say it's not uncommon here, but it wouldn't be one of the ones that I'd throw out to start with.
I think it only shows up because we just have so many anti-tank brawlers. I just feel like there's better defenders in the current meta. I mean, access to the Shadow Realm goes without saying, very valuable. But the one thing missing from this composition right now is any form of aggression, a goal scorer of their own. There it is. They're going to go with Mina.
Brawl ball.
It's a great brawler if you can play it well. It just takes a lot of skill to be able to make this brawler work at the highest level, and I'm not going to doubt that they're able to do just that, because either one of the aggressive players, an Angel Boy or Lane, both going to be pretty capable on that, and a bit more maneuverability to avoid the Edgar when coming towards you, or the Mo popping up as well. Nita going to come in then as an anti-tank. It's been kind of brought in here and there over the past few series.
Unusual order of operations, but nonetheless, I think the right-hand end gets a well-rounded composition. Very solid start for Tribe Gaming, trying to right the wrongs of their 2025 showing. Diego Gamer getting an opportunity with the new team as well. The expectations lower for Tribe Gaming. That just means they have less to lose. Now they're taking on Foot, #1 from EMEA this season, who have been nerfed a little bit. Lana's still a great player, but gotta get settled in. It's a big ask of this guy just to step in and be the man.
Yeah, big boots to fill when you're playing instead of Guesty. Angel Boy going forwards, managed to avoid a few of those shots. Diego Gamer just about clears the ball through him, and Luffy slowed enough to not have a breakaway play on the left-hand side. Linane throwing out that super, just bringing Diego Gamer out of the way so his teammates can thrive.
Angel Boy positioned on this left-hand barrel as Diego Gamer has charged up that super, exits the Shadow Realm, now going at Angel Boy, is trying to dance away, can't do so though. Diego Gamer up in the faces of the enemy, it's going to corral Foot on the entire left-hand side, and dive in from Luffy as well. The aggression to match North America on the board early.
Brilliant plays from them, and just seems a little bit up in the air as to what Foot Esports' plan really is. Luffy jumping up and going to be followed up by the Mo here as well, but Angel Boy will cycle those out and almost get the two-piece. Now, Linane going to be able to just realm him up and try and get Angel Boy to score this goal, but the super's missed, and a big opportunity is as well.
What a scoop. Now that ball's going to be positioned top right-hand side. What looked like surely a Foot goal, or at least a possibility, is now going to take them a long time to wear through this Tribe defense. RBM in the face of it. Ice ring. Luffy goes skating, dives in, gadget, a bunny hop as well. Another one followed up by Luffy. Fisticuffs to the face, and down goes one. A good trade. Knob rushing to this top right-hand end. Angel Boy low HP. Knob fumbles the ball a little bit though. Oh no! Tribe Gaming denied!
Yeah, I think that might have been a goal if he grabbed the ball. It took him a couple of tries to get it. It wasn't just one miss, it was two, I think, to try and grab that ball. And it's not the first time we've seen Foot Esports do this year. Really unfortunate for them, but a minute on the clock and so many hypercharges available. There's one thrown out as well. Diego Gamer taking out of the mix. Luffy will go over the top towards Knob and really do some good work. He will be killed, and Linane trying to get it in the backlines, but he's just in the goal and he still doesn't get it.
Time on the clock, but RBM has a hypercharge. Diego Gamer, one of his own in the pocket as well, and this ball is in prime SK Gaming positioning. It is on the top left-hand side, castled away. A full line of defense as well. It's going to take everything Foot Esports have in their artillery to get up there.
There's the ice rink. Diego Gamer just going to go really aggressive, even though he's caught out with that, and a hyper bear on the left-hand side available. But just to jump away from Linane, he'll try and burn this down. A few shots to the wall there, and Angel Boy seems to be the only one who's managing to make the moves, but he's getting swamped, and a hypercharge not quite getting the job done. 10 seconds, and I don't think Foot have got it.
Miserable existence as well for Cordelia. As part of the benefit with that Nita is Bruce the Bear. 4 members of Tribe Gaming at that point on the map, and they are excelling. Looking to bury the demons. They get a little lucky. I mean, it's looking like it right now. Foot Esports, I think, safe to say, were the favorites coming into this series, leading into this week. But obviously, life happens. You can't win the match on paper. And Angel Boy, once again, going to be tasked with leading a roster through a difficult situation. Lots of Brawl Stars left to be played. Lots of opportunities for Foot Esports, but Tribe Gaming have snatched every one of them.
Absolutely. Angel Boy making some great aggressive plays, I will say as well, but kind of feels like the Sergeant situation yet again, just not being backed up by his 2 teammates. Trying to make the plays again now. Edgar's going to go super aggressive once more. Jump from Linane, should be able to kill RBM here, making it a 2v2, and he has the Realm as well. Can't get it off, And yet again, they're in the goal, but they don't have the ball.
I feel like Angel Boy's been at the top of the map more than he has been on his own spawn side. He's getting a lot of kills, it's just not converting into goal scoring opportunities.
So well.
A double hurricane as well. A tropical storm on that right-hand side of the map as RBM tries to deal with him. It's the anti-tank for a reason, but now Nob's there to assist. It's RBM being backed away. Angel Boy now cut off by the ice. Lana needs to take advantage of the terrain and go at this. Diego Gamer making an instinctive decision to kick forward, a dash. Oh, it's so close, but a super kick away will hold.
Another chance missed again, and Linane missed his super in there once more, and there's so many blunders from Foot Esports. When you need to get these goals on the board is when they're making these big mistakes. The opportunities that they've had that they haven't executed is really worrying me. Angel Boy around the back now, hypercharge, and he does get locked down, but the synergy's not there.
Now RBM forced onto the ice rink, will back away. Diego Gamer unafraid though, holding his own against this ball right now. Neither team has scored in this game, but Tribe Gaming, of course, with less pressure on their shoulders. They've got the lead. It's Lana hovering over this wall. Diego Gamer looking for the angle. Now a dive in. Lana getting really aggressive. There's one looking for a second as well. The Shadow Realm going through as RBM manages to stay alive, but Angel Boy should have an open shot. Oh, the little trick shot! I don't know if that was intentional. I'm going to say it, but it went in.
I did not think the same. I thought the same, sorry. I was like, I don't think it was even on purpose. Hypercharge coming in though, and they do shut it down, but a couple more to follow. And Luffy gonna go in for the kill. Maybe could have scored that too, but RBM not gonna get the pass off. The lockdown's jumped over, and Luffy will find the goal.
Nob had a slim chance of stopping that, but a missed super and a well-timed Edgar jump will get them the goal. A lot of experience exhausted there. All those supers going down. It's going to be RBM versus Lana 1v1 advantage. Now a 3v1.
Nice
Diego Gamer left all alone, but it's a rush of blue up the middle. Foot Esports finally on the board.
This is the Foot Esports we know. This is what we expected when coming into this competition. Linane really doing some good work there on the Cordelius, and I think both of those goals partially could be credited to him as well on that right-hand side, realming people at the right time. And yes, we've seen him with a few mistakes, we've seen a few misses with that realm, but when it hits, it really works.
Foot Esports now moving their way up the left-hand side as Luffy dives in looking for Nob, grabs the kill. Luffy respawning as well. Oh, and he gets away with it! Right up the middle, a dive forward and an easy bucket, taunting his enemy as well. Tribe Gaming with an early lead.
Yeah, the lag walk only adds to the frustration that Foot Esports are going to be feeling at the moment. Hyper-aggression coming through the mid now though, Bear being placed down, Linane going for the self-pass jump over, and a little immune there from RBM. The ball's put, they're just giving it to each other. But they get it done. Luffy not going to be able to walk this with Linane coming back out of spawn, but control and the lead in Tribe's hands.
A chaotic set, and it's Tribe Gaming who managed to show up amidst it. Now 1-0 up in this game as well. A pivotal one. If Foot Esports go down 0-2, that's a lot to ask. Lana has tons of experience, even a top 4 at one point in our global stage. But to fill in just a moment's notice, especially after a confidence demoralizer got dropped earlier this season, now Luffy dancing on his opponents all over them, dive in and out. A few bunny hops as Nob is standing close by. Lana trying to get good call-outs as they stun RBM. RBM goes down 3v2, and the defense will hold firm.
Nice bit of synergy there as well, just knowing Linane was going to come out of that realm directly on top of him. Luffy, hyper-aggressive again, but making the move up top. Realm available, needs to be hit, but I think he might be able to walk away without it. And he hits it 1 point, and Foot finally out.
Fireworks in set number 2. Foot Esports finally showing the potential that they have. It's been jittery, it hasn't been clean, but they're still in it. Now Nob with a kick forward, Gadget going down as well. Angel Boy, a star of this set, looking for another opportunity. It's a double stun, a scoop up from RBM. Now one on the other end, Shadow Realm for Lana as Nob stands up top alone. Damage gear coming out as he slowly reheals. They know where Bruce the Bear is, they have to take it down.
Yeah, just trying to keep him in the realm for now. Keep him out the way, and Angel Boy around the side when he's a bit disorientated coming out of the realm. Linane moving around the right side, super coming in from Angel Boy now, should be able to time that kill and gets it down.
Nice.
There it is for Foot Esports, and a brilliant showing from them.
Angel Boy, I just watched his reaction on stage. You saw him off the get-go. Timid, not what I'm used to seeing. This man is animated. He dabbed up Lana like he's known him for years. A big smile coming out of Nob. That was the momentum swing they needed. I was getting nervous. To be honest with you, just out of respect, I picked Foot Esports in this match, and I think it's mostly because of the belief I have in Angel Boy and this roster and what they've shown. Lana, of course, a lot to put on his shoulders to ask of him, hey, you have to join a brand new team and be the man. He was good enough there with Cordelis. That was a much better showing.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the thing, like, Foot Esports coming into this competition probably were the favourites when playing with Guesty. But Lenine gets thrown in this really unfortunate situation, having to fill in. And I think this makes this game a bit more of a 50-50. You've got a team who've been playing with each other, you know, all kind of year long. I'm not sure if that was intended or not, but it did seem...
It was cool, though.
I feel like it did seem like he was like, okay, no, it's fine, it's going in. So I don't know if it was just a really nice trick shot or a little bit of a hiccup, but either way, it works. A few little breakaways here and there from Tribe, but Foot Esports getting the job done in set number 2. And yeah, that could have very easily got out of hand for them if it went 2 sets to Tribe.
I think for Tribe Gaming, you still feel fine here. Look, they've been competitive the whole way through. This is a very good opponent that they're going up against, and they made it a close set. They were dominant in the first one. There's no reason you should waver in that. But I can't help but bring up the mental thing. When they were at this event last year, home turf, North America, big-time favorites in their group, Toxic Lotus destroyed all hope for them. Loud got the better. There's just a lot that they have to deal with. This is a roster that's come so close so many times. That's not even including for Luffy and RBM, who have dealt with Crazy Raccoon on multiple occasions in quarterfinal settings, in group stage settings, and come down to double match points. It's the story of North America in the past several years. So close, yet so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. Tribe gonna have to pick it back up now. Don't really want Foot to be kind of getting into this game, getting a bit more comfortable, letting the lack of synergy build, because that's where it would get a bit of an issue for Tribe Gaming. I mean, I would say you don't want Angel Boy to feel confident, but to be fair, like, playing Mina on that map, he did so well, and as you said, I think it was in game 2, he spent more of the time in just like chilling behind his opponents than he did in his own half.
He's unreal. I mean, the Mina gameplay was just stunning. One of the things that I will absolutely remember from this tournament is now we hop into out in the open for set 3, a big decider. Still the global bans remain, but some new ones coming through here as well. Pierce is somebody that I think you have to remove, but for the most part for me, this is a lot of sharpshooters going down too on the left, and then Nani, the sharpshooter counter, Piper, the long-term one, and Jay Young going down too, so it makes it that Angelo comes in and, oh, I'm not upset. We just get to see him do it again.
Yeah, I mean, that was a performance and a half for Angel Boy on that brawler, so why not double down? Seems kind of, I feel, slightly early. I don't think it's something that kind of Tribe would have picked up. To be honest with you, I don't think they're going to be like, oh, I tell you what, we've got Angelo, why not pair it with Amina? But, you know, picking it up early shows some more confidence from Foot at that.
I think maybe the windmill just to establish a little dominance. Whoa, and Pearl coming out here too. So especially with all of these sharpshooters gone, I think it's not going to be that long range kind of affair. To them, it's what can we do to get the most well-rounded comp. No Gene, especially with brawlers like maybe Leon on the table. Now they have coverage for that too, because Pearl, especially with that incendiary gadget, can be able to bake those cookies, dish them out, and have complete vision on Leon at all times.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Tribe go. Might have to find something to account for the Mina, I will say. And obviously, Angel Boy, well, I don't think he'll be playing this Pearl, but the Pearl will be playing at more of a mid-range, so Angelo will be able to outrange that. Meeple coming in the mid. Going to be able to use the Rage Quit if that's the option they want to go for, and I feel like it's a Mina, maybe that's the best shout. But Mansions and Meeple, the other option, can do a lot of work as well if used.
I think Rage Quit makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I just think to defend themselves from the Mina, one culprit that's typically on this map is Brock, and I'm curious to see if either team elects to go that for the wall break to get themselves up the middle, because right now, Tribe Gaming have that. They have somebody that can get over the swamp, so they can get early positioning at least through that, but I think that's something that at least on the left-hand end, they're considering a lot to account for, though. Obviously, and Fang coming through, so this has been an under-the-radar brawler, I would say, on Knockout and Bounty for several teams across the world on these particular modes. I think it can do quite well into something like a Pearl. It does take a while to activate that super. For Mina, I imagine it does pretty well, especially with the roundhouse kick stun and then combo there. I could see this working out for now.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been showing its face here and there, as you say, in a few modes. I think we saw it yesterday on Shooting Star, and it had its moments, but I don't think it won the set. But it was played very well, and I don't think it was the Fang's fault that they didn't win the set. Multiple stars over his head at certain points, and a Byron to back up the two brawlers on the side of Foot Esports. Going to be able to just go heel on Amina. And Angel Boy in that brawler in an aggressive position with heals in his back is dangerous.
Set 3 is going to be a marquee moment of Group D. Either Foot Esports can live up to the hype, despite losing a roster member in a fill-in. They still can take advantage. Meanwhile, Tribe Gaming, have a lot of history in this tournament. Unfortunately, I guess I should say for better, they don't have a lot. 0-2, they have yet to win a Brawl Cup match in our 2 years so far, and now they're tasked with EMEA's #1. Let's get it, Brawl Cup. Set number 3, Foot Esports, Tribe Gaming.
Straight down the right-hand side, Angel Boy using that maneuverability, and it's actually going to be Meeple's Mansion, so not going to have the Rage Quit to stop Angel Boy in his tracks. And he's straight away pushing Diego Gamer all the way back. Takes a heavy hit to the face, though, and Nob requiring some heals towards Angel Boy.
They just got to keep an eye on Luffy, make sure they're not feeding too many kicks to the face, otherwise they're going to get a Fang supercharged up rather early, and that would give them a huge advantage. Angel Boy, once again, unafraid, going straight at the enemy team. He's going to be harping in this grass, and now he has Nob there to assist him as well. It will reveal his vision a little bit when you're giving him heals, but nonetheless, he's still in prime position.
Well, the Fang super already. I just don't think Pearl's really is desired person to be supering. Gonna get burnt here as well, and might even have to use that super as an exit. There's the box, but he pretty much kills his own teammate. Angel Boy might go down here, but a few little moves and he survives quite a while. Lenane goes for the super, but Meeple shooting through the wall, just about gets round it, but Nob is gonna burn, and it's gonna be a 1v1 on Lenane's back.
And Lana has so many more health points. I mean, Diego Gamer just going to be forced away now. The Flog encroaching as well, and Nah just holding on. It's going to be a 4K shot, but should do it.
Oh, nice.
Bunny Hop nearly made the hero's effort. Great shout from Diego Gamer.
Yeah, I mean, that was the really good decision, but unfortunately just didn't pay off. Lenane turned his focus quick to the other side, and a good round there from Foot. An unfortunate Meeple's Mansion, kind of seeing the demise of his own teammate, but at least they eventually traded Angel Boy out, but is back to this position of full control for Foot, even though it's Tribe with the Brawler who's going to be able to go over the water.
Luffy lurking, he's been flashing that super button several times as Diego Gamer will go in the 1v1 against Angel Boy. RBM back and forth, trying to figure out where exactly he should help the teammates out. Now finally Luffy shows himself. Lana going to be fully aware of this.
Well, some more good hits from Angel Boy on the right-hand side, just keeping Angelo back. But as I say, you kind of got to keep your eyes on Luffy here, and the fact that he might go for Lenane, but he'll end up bouncing towards Nob, which would be probably his desired route. There's the Mansion again, going to give some ground to Luffy and allow him to rotate a little bit, and a super used in the backlines by Diego Gamer too.
Great team play coming out of Foot, but Nob now weak isn't going to be able to assist as easily. A complete misconnection there for Lana, who's getting killed the dive away. Luffy goes for the double. Angel Boy, though, if there's a 1v1 artist out there, it's going to be him. Now looking Diego Gamer in the face. Super goes down, makes one. Low HP, tries to dodge, but not quite enough. This time, Diego Gamer closes out.
A chance, but not able to close it out there for Angel Boy and Tribe. Answer well. Beautiful soup from Luffy, I will say. And that's the thing, just ending on the right person or getting the kill along the way is a huge moment.
There's another Meeple's Mansion,
available, so Lenane just gets rid of the walls.
Advantage for RBM and the teammates. Now they've gotten rid of the walls. They have complete possession. Diego Gamer has that hypercharge. Didn't really make much out of it. I mean, maintain the right-hand side, but especially if you're going to pop that valuable utility, you'd rather get a kill or at least take advantage of some damage.
Nob has hypercharge here as well, finds a shot into RBM, and Angel Boy just goes after the right-hand side of Diego Gamer. Gets hit a couple of times, though, and this Meeple's Mansion's cutting off the heals, but eventually will get them back. Windmill there as well. Just keeps him alive. And Nob really just going again and again and again on these heals. RBM gets pulled by the hyper, and a hyper from Nob to follow.
Beautiful triple cane, secures them the numbers, still positioning for Tribe Gaming. Luffy is a playmaker, is piloting the Fang, has the kick available, and Angel Boy, the two kick artists are going to be squaring away right now as Diego Gamer looks for a knocked arrow. Hypercharge available for Luffy as well. Watch for this fog to close in. Fire raining down. Angel Boy, Diego Gamer bounces away in the fog, and Foot take the lead.
I mean, he had to make the play. He really did. Had to try and lunge towards him there, but just a perfect dodge from Angel Boy on the Mina. Sends him packing, and he goes straight past him. Really good from Foot again. I won't lie, Tribe had the moments. Great round 2, could have possibly won round 3, but overspent their hypercharges super early on.
I think that's exactly it. The allocation of resources just weren't there. They had positioning. They got a Mansion and Meeple off, and now Angel Boy is going to be cut off from these heals entirely. Lana still able to take advantage. Now it's Foot Esports retaliating, pressing up against the wall. Long-range affair on the right-hand side. Angel Boy, though, watch the smoke up close. Gadget going down, looks for one. Contact made. Diego Gamer diving. Angel Boy, relentless, looking for blood as Lana's taking on the left-hand side. It's a trade. Red roster down to 1 just again. And Diego Gamer isn't there to survive.
They just don't care. Like, Angel Boy's just beelining straight into the spawn. He's like, all right, 3 of them around me. I'll pop a gadget. I'll be fine with a few heals from Nob on the way. Really good stuff. Good trade from Lenane, I think it was, on the left-hand side for Luffy as well, or could have played out differently. Meeple's Mansion, Lenane all alone on the left-hand side here, and it's kind of gone unpunished.
Confidence exuding out of Foot Esports right now. Now they've got two supers of their own as Diego Gamer works the right-hand side, fanning shots coming out of Nav. They've done their scouting report. They know where RBM is. The Nav, of course, maintaining distance as Diego Gamer goes low. Super goes in, a bounce away. It's a back and forth the whole time. Now Tags going down onto RBM, who's slowly dwindling away from the poison. Barely survives, but Angel Boy cleans up left. Nice dodge from Lana. Not quite enough, though. 2v2 situation. Luffy dwindling away as now becomes a 2v1 RBM. A Meeple. What on earth can he do into a monster like Angel Boy? Hypercharge going down. He's just going to stay in these walls. He's holding as firm as he can.
I mean, he's done a great job. I just don't think it's winnable. And there you go. Angel Boy will close it out with the healing help from Nob. Brilliant set from Foot Esports. And Tribe had their moments, but just couldn't hold firm.
I was asked, what kind of player is Angel Boy earlier today by our media crew? He is a dog. D-A-W-G. A loud bark on that guy. Just fearless. To come into this week, especially having the hand he was dealt, him and Nob both for that matter, Lana stepping in immediately in that set really showed the synergy that this team had. The Byron heals plus Mina up in the faces now for 2 straight sets. Learn your lesson, Tribe. It's got to be a ban.
Yeah, I think you'll find you did it a lot more American than what you came across there. You were like, he's a dog.
I mean, I can't change what I am.
Absolutely true. This man is just showing us why Foot deserve to be at the top of the EU region, even with substitutes coming in, even with different teams. And you're not against a bad team either. And they're still getting wins on the board. They're 2-1 up. And they've got the capability of closing this out in 4. Tribe not looking bad, but just left a little bit to be desired.
That's a great point. I think that's a very important thing to harp on. Sometimes in matches, it's a one-sided affair, but in our scoreline right now, it may only be 2-1. It may only be Tribe gaining down 1 set, but they're playing well. So the fact that Foot are excelling the way that they are just goes to show the quality of team we've got. RBM was 0. I'm not overly concerned. That's a Meeple after all. It's really Luffy who has to be there. Diego Gamer maybe for some follow-up shots. And it was a solid showing. I feel like Diego Gamer just came down the wire a lot of times. They were able to get those early kills on RBM, who I'm a little surprised is playing this Brawler, just a control-oriented one where he's more known for those tanks. But sometimes that's what you got to do. Luffy, after all, is oftentimes an assassin player.
Well, bridge too far on Heist might be our last set between these two teams if Foot Esports manage to get it on the board. Tribe Gaming gonna try and have something to say about that. Bans are there, the Kaze, Colt, and Chuck. And Chuck is gonna be banned from both sides as well as Tribe add it to theirs along with the Angelo and the Nanny. Big things needed from Tribe Gaming. It should be a long-ranged affair, but I suppose the last one probably should have been too.
Well, they've removed a lot of them too. I mean, we've got no Nani, no Angelo, and as a result, Pierce slides through. Very quality first overall pick. No complaints here. I mean, you saw it in the stats pre-show. It's one of the more banned/pick brawlers. You're going to have the name called out a lot. It's consistent, it's safe, makes sense for a number 1.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the range of this map as well. It's just one of the more well-rounded range brawlers at the moment because you're still able to occasionally burst people who are in your face down if those ammo pellets land nicely around you. 9 seconds left now for the Foot Esports response to it. And as you said, a few of these sharpshooters are taken out of the way. But who needs sharpshooters when you can just run it down? And I said, you know, it should be a long-ranged affair. But it seems like Foot Esports just don't want to take that route today. They're going to pick up the Shade, and it's worked well previously. And I think it's fair to say there's been a few sets where the Shade hasn't really worked so well in the Brawl Cup. But I think I've got faith in this Foot Esports team to be able to make it.
Look, if it's in Angel Boy's hands, I'm not ruling anything out. Now they pair it with an 8-bit as well. So the one thing I will say about this Pierce versus 8-bit matchup is advantage to 8-bit for damage you can do on the opposing heist safe. And then on top of that, it's going to take a lot of ammunition. And Pierce can obviously cycle through that rather quickly. But nonetheless, the beefy arcade machine is going to do well. The hardest part about this to me is now you have 2 brawlers who really rely on their super. And especially for somebody like 8-bit, really relies on positioning. If you're not getting to the other end, you're just playing entirely defense, which is not what you want in this game mode. If Shade can't get supers quickly enough, I could see this going awry.
Well, in need of a bit of safe damage, but they're going to go with the Finks. It worked well for them in the one set that they've won, which was Hard Rock Mine and Gem Grab right at the start of this series, so haven't managed to get any sets on the board for a couple just yet. But Finks, it's been brought out here occasionally, and I don't mind it. It's not something that I love, to be honest with you, but when you can play it as well as they did in that first set, I think it's fair to bring it.
I'm kind of with you. I'm neutral on this.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's just not. It's not heist, right? I think if you are, that is though. That's exactly where I was going.
There he is.
Heist safe damage. They had to have. Oh, he's in the audience, bro. You better get geared up and ready to go. They're calling on you.
Get ready to head to bridge too far, buddy.
He said, "Ooh." He said, "Ooh, I gotta
Better
go."
get running. On to the last pick now from Foot Esports. It's a question of whether or not they want to kind of double down on this aggression or have another one of these long-range brawlers to be able to fight off the Pierce and Finks at a bit more of a ranged area. But they might want to just have something defensive yet again. To be fair, I completely forgot this slip through. It's been global banned for pretty much the entirety of the Brawl Cup, but it's found its way through.
And it was the 6th pick, too. That's wild that it escaped that far into the draft. Really going to see how this debut goes, but I mean, as good of a brawler as it is, I can't blame Foot whatsoever. I know it's not going to do an insane amount of heist damage, but the poison is so annoying. I could see this working out really well now. Starting to see the bigger picture with Foot Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. Got good range as well, so you're going to be able to prevent a lot of the opposition getting the supers and having those really influential ones like Melody. That's their entire damage win condition, pretty much on that one brawler. So we'll see how this one plays out. Tribe Gaming in need of 2 sets in a row, but Foot Esports can close it out right here.
Left-hand side, Knob going to be taking the long distance versus mid-range Finks as Angel Boy is getting bombarded with shots. This is the worry. Shade is really good, but he has to get that super for him to have a fighter's chance. And now Lina, right-hand side, operating one of the best, if not the best brawlers in the game right now. At least that's legal this weekend.
Yeah, it'll do for both of these teams. They're making some good moves, and a good push from Angel Boy doesn't find that critical hit on Luffy to finish him off. Knob just staying back now and actually gets the kill on Diego Gamer, but RBM's going to go and add some more damage to the safe, whilst Angel Boy and Lenar forced to defend RBM, and that took a while.
Yeah, Angel Boy exhausting a few shots there. Would like to see that a little sooner, but it is easy tags to now get the super. And once you get one, you have to cycle them carefully, but it can be off and running. It's a little race car now driving up the middle of the map. He's got his first super, looking for a second. A beautiful teleport, a takedown as well. Excellent stuff from Tribe.
Well, Knob choosing to hold on to his super this time instead of using it to tangle, and then gets a good kill there with the help of Angel Boy. Throws out these vases on the left-hand side, and the snakes follow, but no poisoning found onto RBM.
Nice dodge from RBM, who's trying to maintain against 2 brawlers. Foot Esports overcommitting the left-hand side. Meanwhile, Angel Boy 1v1ing Luffy. Don't like his odds. A haunted hug going down, but Luffy getting some musical notes all around this. Won't quite hit that 50% marker, but nonetheless, is Foot Esports currently down by a mile.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Foot so far. Hasn't even managed to get that first crack. 3% to be fair, never mind the first crack. And RBM making a move here. Lenane having to run all the way back. And these Fink supers down the left-hand side. I'll say, listen, I didn't love the pick, but it's working.
Was nervous that Foot were going to have a hard time getting the other side. They have to take advantage of the purple button rotating around Angel Boy right now. As Luffy rotates right-hand side. Have to watch out for that super. Already half HP. He's getting some tags out now. Critical hits raining in. Knob pouring in shots as well. But Luffy doing the exact same on the bottom. And there are several heist tiers up. Hypercharge going down. Plenty of snakes going in. But there's poison damage. It's not enough. RBM still remaining as well. Couple extra tags. And Tribe Gaming will grab one in set 4.
I mean, as much damage as an 8-pit does, a base race when you're 50% down, probably not the best shout, I'd say. But Foot Esports know better than me, and maybe just kind of chalk that game up, want to move on to the next one, because it didn't seem like they were going to be able to win it. Weren't really able to get any time on the opposition safe until they were just kind of allowed to.
I think Foot Esports' road to victory in this set is just going to be a little more difficult. It's a lot of control-oriented brawlers on the left and mid lanes coming in from Tribe Gaming, but Luffy was just able to escape their clasp several times and get onto the enemy end. This is better, though. Angel Boy survives the start, gets a couple tags. You just got to work your way to that first super, then your job becomes so much easier.
Yeah, RBM doing a great job here, going really aggressive, knowing he can just turn back the clock and TP away. A super used defensively again for Angel Boy. He's now trying to move over to RBM, who shouldn't have a gadget and doesn't manage to get away. And a much better start in terms of damage. Yeah, they've only done like 10%, but that's a better start for Foot.
They need to find a way to walk Knob up the map, but a perfect slowdown there from the Time Warp as now the right-hand side is cleaned up by Knob. Diego Gamer still holding down the middle. RBM rotating away. Oh, a nice tag from Angel Boy. Perfectly executed tag, and now this is going to be the whole Foot roster up the middle. This is fantastic. Shots pouring in. The first high save. Pierce, good stuff from Foot.
And a wasted Fink super before he went down there as well. I don't think he thought that Angel Boy could reach him. He's slowed by the Pierce shot and forced to run away. Lenane, knowing he can't do too much damage, he's just getting the kills, trying to get his teammates to come up. You can hear the vases break up top, and the damage followed suit.
Lenar's been doing a good job in this game in particular, really occupying space on the right-hand side, getting kills, and now Diego Gamer close to one of them, not quite, no turret going down, Knob letting loose with the gadget, and another high safe tier going down, well below 50%, but Knob pouring it all out for Foot Esports, now down to the final life of that high safe.
Yeah, Diego looking like he's going to burn here as well, and does. Luffy on the right-hand side, can't get across to stop Knob and Angel Boy just yet. There's the turret, extra credits thrown down too, and that's going to be match point. Up next,
A lot of EMEA fans in this building cheering on Foot Esports. All the fans of SK Gaming reply totem big. All the like that we saw even in our show match in the arena today. Really hoping that EMEA can help grab those spots. It's something that's very important and what we're all looking towards. And meanwhile, Tribe Gaming, they had a hot start. I really thought this might be the match for them to finally reclaim their status, to get some confidence back. Foot Esports on match point might keep Tribe Gaming completely and utterly defeated at this event.
Well, game plan change and Melody down the left-hand side, along with RBM, the Finks. But it's an even worse start this time for Tribe Gaming, which isn't boding too well. But Luffy, early super, doesn't even get away as Angel Boy will get the kill. But RBM, free reign of the mid now, but it's the same for Lenane on the right.
Not overly worried about Finks, at least for Foot Esports, because up the middle of the map, it's not going to do a ton of heist damage. Angel Boy, of course, rotates forward now up the middle, does have a little assistance from the turret. This is going to allow Nob to expand with space. Pierce from the long distance, trying to range shots down, but Angel Boy is speedy, quick, lightning fast. Lana still hitting tags on the right-hand side, doing a great job of puppy guarding Luffy from moving up.
I mean, Nob just stopping everybody from coming down this left-hand side, and Luffy being kept at arm's length now by the Naja on the right. The Nane doing a great job here. Has been given pretty much free roam with the right-hand side for the most part. Hypercharge on the left-hand side. RBM not going to be able to TP out of reach, but still doing a great job here and finds the kill with the help of his super.
This is a good start for Luffy. Gets a few tags. RBM there to close out as well. One extra, now down to 75%. It's only a few percentage points remaining. They're on the same tiers as High Safe. Positioning for Tribe, or at least was, past tense, as now Angel Boy is able to go.
Well, the Snake's back again, trying to find the poison on Luffy, and does. That should be a kill for Angel Boy. And Hypercharge will follow as well. Just narrowly survives. And RBM, with a slither of HP on the left-hand side, stays on his feet.
They're going to hold firm in the mid. Little breather here as Foot releases, hypercharge middle. It's going to be a trade on both ends as now Luffy goes down the map. You can see how much damage this is truly doing. The hypercharge from Melody is so coveted for this game mode, and Luffy ran it to perfection.
Well, that's what he needed, and that's what Tribe needed as well. There's the Super 2. Angel Boy's going to go down, and all of this map is being controlled by Tribe Gaming. Diego Game going to burn down, but not without getting a final blow onto the safe. Up comes Luffy and Angel Boy, another super, and forced to defend. 30 seconds left.
Great cleanup crew from Angel Boy and Lana. They had to do it. This is getting rather close. They still need to get that 50% marker. RBM dashing a trade as well. Massive, but look at all the poison up top. That's going to get them that 50%. All of a sudden, Nob with a fighter's chance. Left hand in, extra credit. Body blocked entirely by RBM. What defense would tend to go? Angel Boy not within striking distance. RBM holding firm. Luffy diving down the bottom of the map. And Tribe Gaming will go to 5. They'll finally have an opportunity to conquer demons from Dallas.
Amazing from Tribe, and Foot Esports could only sit and watch at the end as that extra damage piles in. We're going to a set 5 to decide it all, and I think Nob really wanted to close that one out there, kind of head in hands at the moment. It's not over yet, still got another set to play, and you've got to think, mentality-wise, Tribe are in a stronger spot.
I think we're in a real treat for this group stage. Foot Esports and Tribe Gaming going head-to-head. We still have the darling of last Brawl Cup in this group too. A lot on the minds of Tribe Gaming, but right now, the focus has to be on the present for a set number 5. Anything can happen at this point. Again, just a competitive set. I've got no complaints. Both of these teams are playing super well. I think this has been one of the better ones we've had the entire weekend. We were due one for crying out loud. It's about time we got to a set 5 today.
Absolutely, we desperately need these kind of games in a Brawl Cup that's been quite sweepy so far. It's nice to see Foot and Tribe go the distance. Really, really good stuff from Luffy, I will say, getting so much damage, just picking his moments well. And to be fair, he got controlled for quite a lot of the game. You know, he was kept at bay, but when he got those supers, when he got those hypers, he made them count. And also, I want to say on the other side as well, I love these replays of just signs in the crowd, of just random memes. But incredible stuff from the Finks as well. I doubted it. You know, we kind of were like, it's fine. But I think he's proved a point.
I think especially when you look at the stat line too. So we see 11 kills, that's excellent. 267 DPS, keeping up with the rest. But honestly, damage to High Safe, way higher than I would have thought. I mean, I think overperforming, if you will, the expectation I certainly had. something I commented on before, but I just thought Foot Esports draft right there was manageable, certainly winnable, but tough. And we've shouldered a lot on Angel Boy. He has his entire career, and now once again, the young man will be tested. Here we go to Layer Cake for a set number 5. We see some interesting stuff from Bounty. The ban stage here is always a variety pack of brawlers. Sometimes you're going to see the throwers go down, the tanks go down. Then you got to keep the ones like Anti-Tank and Chester in mind, especially with our global bans. None of those super duper apply, I would say, to this map all the time.
Well, looks like they're not going to let Naja slip again. It kind of was on the losing side there as well. So the one time we've seen it, it hasn't won. But I don't know if I want to see it twice. And even if Foot Esports, yeah, they don't want to give it to the other way. Gene and the Kit, along with that Naja ban from the side of Foot Esports. Over the other side, the Fang out of the way, along with the Willow and the Meeple. And again, the third set out of 5, the Tribe have taken the Edgar.
I love that every time Edgar gets picked, Berlin just gets a little louder. Just some serious joy. It's a universal language. Everybody loves this guy, or hates him, depending if you're playing against him. I think Foot Esports, that's certainly going to be the case.
Absolutely. It's now a question of what you kind of pick into it. We saw them take, you know, the Stews in the past. The Mina seemed to do an okay job against it, getting away and staying at arm's length. So it's the Brawlers with mobility, or that kind of instant shutting down that you need. Wouldn't have said that was one of them, but obviously he's got the ability to dash away, so the mobility is there. Should be able to get that blue star as well. So it'll mean that Tribe have kind of forced to play into Foot's hands.
Back-to-back beloved Brawlers, and Mortis is at the tippy top of tier list right now, especially in pro players' hands. I can't fault them for this. If you let it escape, Tribe Gaming might not pick it, they might, but double assassin rare, but nonetheless, just put it in their hands. Honestly, just a nudge, I think, to somebody like Gessie too, who normally would be piloting this Brawler more than likely for their team, but certainly going to be a switch up here. You can kind of see it on the tablet. It looks like Penny's going to be the lock-in too, and I won't spoil what the other one was for the sake of keeping the competition integrity.
Well, Lumi comes up then for Diego Gamer. And that is a brawler that they've championed a few times as well. And Chester rounds it out. Really nice pick. I really like Tribe's draft here, I'm not going to lie to you. The ability that Chester's going to have to shut down the Mortis. Yes, okay, Mortis is going to be able to dash away from the Edgar when going in, but you know, really got that chase down ability now with the gadget as well as the super to just be able to be relentless and carry on running after them.
Chester, like you mentioned, an excellent way to deal with somebody like Mortis in particular, or even Edgar for that matter too, right? I think that's why I alluded to it, but that's why they were hovering over it in the left-hand side as well. Something they were certainly considering in the final selection. Foot Esports putting their faith in Cordelia. This is a defensive effort to try and deal with that Edgar. For sure, we saw them do this not just now, but also in a previous as well.
Well, it's definitely going to be a big set for both of these teams. Still a couple games to go after this one in the group, but should be a decisive one nonetheless, and one that Foot Esports, with this substitution of Lenane, desperately want to get on the board, because neither of these teams will want to be at risk in the next.
1 year ago, disaster in Dallas for Tribe Gaming. Foot Esports facing disaster earlier this week. How will these top teams adjust to the adversity? It's time for set 5. Angel Boy off to the races up the middle of the map, and now continuing to apply pressure. Normally when you grab that blue star, you dip, you get back to the same side, but instead he's trying to catch all the smoke.
Let's say it's actually not even Lenane on the board either, which you would have expected. Angel Boy going to go in really deep there into 2 of the Brawlers, and that's not a matchup he's going to come out on top of. Lenane on the right side, just trying to get some supercharge, but Chester gets there first.
Now a heal coming out of RBM too. Nice roll of the dice there in terms of what he could have gotten out of that hat. Luffy, though, has finally charged up that super. He's lurking top right-hand side. They haven't quite scouted him out yet. He's going right at Lina. He has a super available, but knows it's not enough. A nice dive. Angel Boy gets juked hard by Luffy. And now it's 6-1. Foot Esports can't even boast a kill.
I mean, incredible. Just jumps over that super, prevents him from getting the heals. Really nice stuff. There's the penny turret down, though, and now Luffy goes into the back lines, jumping straight over Angel Boy again, and he's not having a fun time on this Mortis.
No, not at all. Now he goes down again. Angel Boy has just been cycled out so many times. A disastrous DPS for Foot Esports right now. No kills at all. We're not maintaining, but Tribe Gaming perfectly comfortable, especially with Chester on the team, holding the backlines low, but Diego Gamer with the gadget available. Finally, Nas able to do something about this, tries to hop away. Luffy jumping in his own, though, and Angel Boy can't pursue the kill. He's been cut off by Diego.
So difficult to do anything there, and the penny turret getting brought down too. Nob should only be a couple taps off a hypercharge, so might hold off on this one just for now, but he's actually going to throw it really aggressive into the top right-hand corner with only 30 seconds left. work to be done.
Luffy has been a star of the show here in set number 5, and now Angel Boy trying to match it. The star player of his own team going back and forth, but couldn't get the job done. Luffy, of course, can heal off those regular shots. Diego Gamer pursuing a kill of his own. Lumi being rather aggressive when not, even if he grabs this kill, still has tons of work to be done, and the star count hits. Tribe Gaming on a set and match point of their own.
I mean, about as smoothly as it could have gone for Tribe. I feel like Foot definitely not going to play the same again. Hyper aggressive from Angel Boy. Basically got the blue star and went after them, and then continued to go after them, and was just getting bullied by the Edgar. Letting this slip again is really not panning out well for Foot.
I'm terrified for Foot right now. This is another time where maybe they thought they had an answer to the Edgar, but Luffy has been a problem on this Brawler. This time, Angel Boy, like you mentioned, not going to go nearly as aggressive. This time, backline. Let's take the blue star, change up our strategy. We're not going to go overly aggressive. Let's be a little more passive.
Yeah, definitely the thought process to use. And Edgar going to be getting a bit of passive super along the way, so you definitely kind of need to think about that. You know, he's always going to have that upper hand on you in that 1v1 situation for Angel Boy. He's going in, trying to bait something out, trying to get some supercharge, but I just don't know what he's going to find.
Yeah, especially now into Chester. This is an intelligent rotation coming out of RBM as Luffy is going to be in the middle of the map. Diego Gamer is going to outrange Lana this whole time. He just has to rely on a little cheeky tag or maybe just charging up that super by pressing up against the wall neutrally.
I mean, I think it's a smarter idea to force Edgar to come into you and try and, you know, play it for that. Because when they were going towards him, he was just bullying them, evading everything that they had. And Nob still deprived of a super. As I'm saying it, he gets it. And it's a defensive one this time.
They've established the turret as well. This is completely different Foot Esports. Fully off the gas pedal. Angel Boy was guns a-blazing in the first one the entire match. I would say that's been their play style. But they're really counting on the fact that Edgar is going to try and make one final push. This may come down to literally one kill within the last 15.
It literally is just going to be Edgar going in, and if he gets the kill, he gets it, and if he doesn't, Foot should run away with it. Big stuff, and he's jumped out too. Angel Boy only narrowly survives, and now they've got 30 seconds to make the big play. Angel Boy trying to get up the right-hand side, super available for Chester, but it's a question of which one he's got, and that might decide this game. Lenane with a super on the left.
Let's see what the Mad Hatter has in his pocket. Lana takes the victim down to the Shadow Realm. It's Diego Gamer waiting patiently, 15 on the clock. Tribe Gaming have waited for this date for a straight year, trying to right the wrongs and atone for the sins of the past. Lana caught in a trap, now a cutoff on the right-hand side. Angel Boy needs to dash forward. One star being the separator, dives in, but can't quite get it done. North America, Demons conquer. EMEA's #1 slain.
Yeah.
Set 5 is all that could separate these two monsters. Foot Esports falling short, but Tribe Gaming come out on top, and that is huge for them in this group. A really, really difficult group to be in. Getting a win against the favorites catapults them to the top.
Excellent showing from both of these teams. Easily one of the most entertaining matches. By no means are Foot Esports done. Regardless of who you're a fan of, this is still our group stage. Still a lot to prove, but for now, let's go down to the winner's circle. Can't wait to see what Tribe have to say.
Welcome back. What a match that was. Can we make some noise for that match? That was insane. Let's make some noise. Wow, that was the best match that we've seen on stage so far. So, I just have to say, right, last year, you guys put so much pressure on yourselves coming into the Brawl Cup. Is that something you guys just, like, try to get out of your minds now to, like, come into this and to just play your game? Because you played incredibly well.
Sois conocidos por haberos puesto mucha presión sobre vosotros mismos en el pasado. Viniendo a esta competición, ¿creéis que eso ha sido algo que habéis mejorado? Porque claramente habéis estado jugando muy bien.
Sí, yo creo que we have been like preparing our matches more, and I think it paid well because we felt more comfortable.
You look more comfortable as well. And being able to bounce back from being at a loss and going ahead, it was an amazing match to see, that's for sure. Now, I need you to kind of think forward to your next match. You're going to be against Toxic Lotus. Now, last year, that was a big moment in the Brawl Cup, let's be honest. Do you feel mentally prepared for them? And, you know, what's your thoughts ahead of that match?
Bueno, vuestra próxima partida es Black Lotus. Es un partido muy importante. Fue un gran partido en el pasado. ¿Cómo sentís?
We feel excited to have our revenge. We are prepared and we will do our best.
I love that. It's a good answer. It's a solid answer. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time. It's Tribe Gaming!
The redemption arc for Tribe Gaming and NA as a region has begun. To actually take this win 3-2, another 5-map banger coming out of the two of them. Finally, we get a close match today. I'm super happy about that. At the same time, you got to feel for Foot Esports. They already had the 2-1. They were in the lead. They had the chance for a match point, but the last two maps just weren't theirs.
Yeah, the ambiance in the stadium was honestly electric. So much support for Foot Esports, despite obviously not having their full roster. And I think with that in mind, a really great showing regardless. They'll be kicking themselves a little bit for that fifth and final set. Definitely had a bit of a tough game, considering the first one was going so heavily against them. And definitely some thoughts here on the desk regarding drafts along the way, Spain.
I mean, I'm quite impressed with Tribe. Their drafts definitely have improved, and I'm a little bit surprised how Edgar just kept sneaking in and it wasn't getting counted out. I mean, it might show that Edgar's a bit too strong, but at the same time, I think Tribe were just playing brawlers that they're really comfortable with, and it clearly worked out. You could see by the last game stats as well. I mean, it just didn't look comfortable for Foot. It was a bit of a draft diff, but at the same time, they didn't really have any answers to try.
We're seeing here the stats of this last set. Layer Cake definitely went the way of Tribe Gaming. It was one of the only 2-0s actually this round, so we really went the long way in this one, just as we expected, kind of. Those two teams really at the top. Now, Toxic Lotus is the third in this team. We already called it the group of death. Is it going to be just as close in our next match?
The thing with Toxic Lotus is it's very similar to Ace0 from yesterday in the fact that we don't really kind of know how they're going to be coming into this event. For me, I've always thought to myself, well, hang about, like Ace0 is the #1 seed in the Chinese mainland region. That doesn't necessarily... The Toxic Lotus have lost their touch. They've been dominating for the most part, even on the world stage. Last year at Brawl Cup, Toxic Lotus did the unthinkable. They beat Tribe Gaming. You know, that's the level that we've got to remember. And it is the same Tribe Gaming roster with just Diego Gamer coming in and replacing Zeus there. So, like, they've already done some amazing scorelines. They went on to beat Loud following that as well in a 3-2 scoreline. So they are still that same squad in my eyes, but we'll have to wait and see how they'll fare against it later on for sure.
A huge storyline for Foot Esports today as well. Guesty isn't here, Lena is jumping in, coming in, and it looked insane what those three players have actually put together within just a couple of days of preparation that they had coming into this. Lena arrived just this week and they scrimmed for the very first time together in this roster, and I think for that it looks fairly good.
Honestly, big props to them. I expected it to be close, but I think their team synergy with how little time, how little practice, it did look pretty good. It seemed near enough seamless. I mean, their name was playing absolutely fantastically. I think the biggest problem that they probably would have had was just figuring out who was going to play like the role of Guesty. There was probably like a lot of confusion about that, like in that last set. I thought maybe Lena might have been on the Mortis and Angel Boy on the Cordelius, but
yeah, we were wondering.
Yeah, we were wondering, but I think they might be able to figure something out for this Toxic Lotus matchup.
What is super interesting in this roster now, they usually just speak in Russian together, Nob, Angel Boy and Guesty. Now Angel Boy as the IGL is kind of coming in and talking English to Lena, Russian to Nob, and somehow makes it all work. This is so interesting to me, so really props to them. They made it super close. That could have been their match as well, and we're going to see them again in just a couple of minutes. By the way, I always think it's a buff getting a Swiss person on your roster, so Lena being on that stage with them, not a bad thing.
Bias. But for Tribe Gaming, you know, I mean, they've already done better than they did last year. So there's definitely a great amount of prep going into this. We were impressed with the drafts. We were saying, you know, how Killer has been really nailing that side of things and not getting too overconfident, just getting it solid. So very keen to see more from Tribe.
Now, you all get rewards when you watch over at eventofbrawlstars.com. Lock in your MVP votes and also your predictions for the next couple of matches. For everyone here in the arena, we now have something as well. Liebe Leute, wir wissen, ihr wollt auch was mit nach Hause nehmen. Wir haben ein bisschen Merch für euch, nicht hier bei uns, sondern da hinten bei Barney. Wenn ihr euch ein Brawl-T-Shirt abholen wollt, geht doch einmal nach da hinten. Er wird gleich ein paar T-Shirts in die Menge werfen. Barney, I heard you have something for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have some urgent news. They were looking for a T-shirt cannon, and this is the only cannon in this room. Right here! Oh my goodness, it's like zombies attacking me. What is going on? Okay, I have 4. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? Okay, here comes one. I'm gonna try and not punch the camera, but here we go. There's one. I know they call me the Tom Brady of the UK. Here's two. Who wants it? Who wants it? Come on. Don't hurt yourselves. Don't hurt yourselves. In the middle. Boom. I have one more right here. Who wants it? Ladies and gentlemen, down there. Enjoy! Thank you so much. Let's continue with today.
It really is worth it to come out to any of our LAN wins. You get t-shirts, you get some beautiful postcards to send to your loved ones. So make sure to get to the next one. We already know where that one is. There's also a little guesswork going around right now as to where World Finals could be, but LCQ was confirmed already. It's going to be in China.
Yeah, there's actually a poll going around as well as to specifically where, and I saw your little tease as to where we might be thinking for World Finals, but it's still yet to be found out. Maybe tomorrow we might go into that in a bit more detail.
Maybe, we might. First up though, we're going to find out who will make it through Group D. Next up is Foot Esports. They step out onto stage once more versus Toxic Lotus.
Toxic Lotus, I'm excited to see these guys play again. I mean, again, they've got a few question marks, not even winning a monthly final in their region, but I can't doubt these guys. After what they did to my own team at Brawl Cup, I can't forget. And to be honest, I want to root for them secretly because they are the underdogs. So, but to be fair to their team, they play so well together, and I really believe in them. I really believe in them. If they're to qualify, they need to beat Foot right now because Foot won't be weaker than this. I mean, no shade to Linane, but you know they're without Guesty, so you need to strike now.
In Brawl Cup 25, they knocked out a couple of the biggest names in that tournament. They faced Loud, the #1 seed of SA, knocked them out, eliminated Tribe Gaming as well, and nearly also defeated SK Gaming. So let's see if Toxic Lotus can repeat that also now against the first seed of EMEA. For esports, we discussed it already, not in the usual roster, but they should still be the favorites, or not?
It's very tough to say, you know, because I think that the way that we've seen Foot Esports come into that last match was actually a lot better than I was expecting, to be completely honest. I think that things are working pretty well with what is a really challenging set of circumstances. You know, historically, any kind of substitution coming into a squad has not fared overly well. I think Patchy really is the best example of a player that, for me, just came along with Elevate and really elevated that roster to another level as a result of that substitution. But as Sonny, you already said, language barriers, you know, your role, as you rightly said, Sven, and how you fit into that squad, it's all things to consider. We've got some global bans here as well, so we'll discuss.
The kit ban, I mean, probably the map set might favor the kit ban. I mean, normally that screams to me they don't want to get cheesed. They don't want any unpredictability with kit, what it brings to knockout, to bounty, etc. So, I mean, pretty standard overall. You got Narja, you got Mortis, that's open.
Narja's actually open.
Again, it seems like Foot clearly like Narja and like that meta, so...
I like your analysis on the kids ban though. We do start on Golden Gulch, definitely one of the most annoying brawlers to deal with there. There's so many cheese comps going on with that one. You can still come in with the dog. It's also on our bingo card still. I'm waiting for a dog pick. Now over to the poll. It's not as close as the 5 to 95, but pretty close here as well. For esports, supposed to win that one. The poll also said they're going to win against Tribe Gaming though, so I don't know if our viewers are correct on that one.
Yeah, like I said, this is the first showing of Toxic Lotus in this event, so I think it's kind of tough for me to kind of side with that poll in that regard, because I think that it could be unexpected and we may see some upsets.
Now let's see if Barney already made his way back from t-shirt throwing back to stage. Bring them in.
Thank you so much. The last team to make their debut on the main stage at the Brawl Cup have been dubbed the Emperors of Upsets. Thank you so much, Spoo. And so, as they step out onto the stage, I want you to all remember that it ain't over until it is over. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Toxic Lotus and Foot Esports. Like I said, last year's Brawl Cup was crawling with upsets, and Toxic Lotus were at the heart of many of them, but let's not call anyone out. However, because we've got Foot Esports on the other side of this, still one of the most dangerous teams in Europe, but coming off the back of, let's face it, a devastating loss in Map 5. This could go either way. This is Toxic Lotus's debut right here as well, so it'll be interesting to see how it all pans out. And so, with that being said, it is time for match number 5 of day 2 of the Brawl Cup. Let's do it.
Angel Boy, Lenon, Engine, Talk, OU.
Heading into draft now, it's the second time we see Foot Esports playing on that stage. Toxic Lotus didn't really get to warm up too much on the stage itself, but they have been scrimming just seconds ago, still warming up for their opponent now. Sven, you as an ex-pro player, is it an advantage that they come out of a 5-set match already, or a disadvantage that they're tired now?
It can work in both ways. It depends what type of player you are. If you let the previous loss bother you, it might affect your gameplay going into this, but I think they should be able to put it behind them. So we've already got a few picks in here. Colette first pick on Gold on Gooch. Oh yeah, Colette just sneaks in somehow. And then Jean, Angelo, pretty standard response, because with Colette, normally a bit of range, especially a knockout, can normally counter it, but Colette's just so strong.
It's going through as a speed run of a draft right now. We were discussing potentially as well. Colt is being played quite a lot here, and we saw Sands on it yesterday. Kind of an interesting Brawl that's kind of rising forward slightly in terms of the picks in the band. I think Gene's actually still open here as well. Very safe one that Tom's already picked up on the right side. Ruff's kind of come in now, and we know what that supply drop can do, especially to hand over the high position to Colette. It's quite dangerous.
Okay, so with Foot's comp, I think they're lacking maybe a little bit of health, especially once the gas starts to close in. They've already got something to do with Jean with the Ruffs with the sandbags. They've got Colette with wall pressure. I mean, they've got with a sniper. They don't really want to open up the map into the Angelo. They want something that can be aggressive. So Ollie, perfect pick right there. Ollie's going to be able to hook the walls a lot, create a lot of pressure, and yeah, let's see what Toxic Lotus respond with.
That's an interesting one, because I see Toxic Lotus actually likes to play Shelly on this map. Let's see if they're going to pick her up into that Ollie, or if they have a better idea. So far we don't really have anything to open up the map except maybe Ruffs. They could also still go with a thrower as last pick. Also would work just fine. Let's see what it's going to be with 4 seconds left on the clock. They're going to use Rico here, of course, with the wall still intact. Rico's always an option. If this was your ranked match, which one would it be for you guys out in the crowd? As oh look, Uber brought his son to work.
All right, man.
Go on, son.
We'll bring everyone in. I'm so happy I finally get the opportunity to bring everyone in. This is a ridiculously amazing match. Foot on the cusp of defeat, in fact, against Toxic Lotus, the Grim Reapers of North America, in the last Brawl Cup, making top 4 over there. Foot Esports, anticipated to be the front runners here, now find themselves as passengers, possibly, to their own doom.
Couple things to look out for here. 2 hypnotizers at long range available to Foot Esports between the Gotcha Gadget and, of course, Lena. His all eyes on me Gadget if he's taking it. Might have fancied the extra mobility for Dire, but I suspect it was more the former. See how that plays out. Both sides also have good AoE healing around their support brawlers. We've got field promotion and magic puffs.
All of Toxic Lotus backed up into their spawn, but it's only temporary. Engine also really confidently taking the sight lane down the right side. Gonna get a super as a result. It's gonna be valuable for the later stages. And everyone from Toxic Lotus working together to deny Lena value. It's a big responsibility to put on a substitute player here, as Ollie has the sole responsibility of... Oh, what a hypnotize from Lena! Well, this round's a wash. I can't believe he pulled that off.
That is wild. Yeah, Leonard obviously not the gadget I expected him to have brought in here. Engine's in trouble. Can drop super, sure, but then he's going to get Purpton out of it. That's rough stuff. He tried to jump away now. Tok is going to be solo into this. Sandbags well apportioned for that final showdown.
Was possible for Tok there, really. He'd gotten the takedown onto Angel Boy, then it was very much in the cards. Utility for Foot Esports, they have a hypercharge to hand over to Lenat. That will be their win condition here. So Nob just needs to get the super now, and Lenat needs to fire up a bit of supercharge himself. Could get it off the Tok on the right side if they're able to find his position. Haven't scouted him out just yet, still playing defensively. Once they get some better intel, that's when they'll spring into action.
Collect with the buffies, pretty powerful, especially the star power buffies, right? If it's mass attacks, you can get a shield that persists after you use that super. Or Push It has a stun component attached to it now at the very end of her range.
Toxic Lotus creating pressure with this Gene super. No one from Foot can get too close. They've already used the bag, so they definitely can't push up now. Poison's bound to close in any second from the top first and then from the sides. That's going to be a pull on to Angel Boy. Opens things up early on in the round. Engine is trying to hang on to his hypercharge and super as well. Best case scenario, OU gets a super for himself. Nob's going to see about that though, and on the right side gets hypnotized.
No damage.
One more shot to finish off. Tok falls in unison.
It's kind of the problem when you lose Colette though, isn't it? You do not have the damage. If it's just Ollie, you can't even take a Rico down solo. You need that team involvement. You need 3 players.
Still Toxic Lotus playing on the backlines here, letting Foot make the first move. Lenat gonna come in with a hypercharge and super. OU tries to snap him out of it with the super. You either pop it or you drop it. That's another hypnosis onto Tok, but he stays alive. 2 versus 3. They knew that they had to go into action then to hopefully equalize things on numbers, but it's just not happening. Best thing they can play for now is Tok super, and for Engine to get a super to pair with his hypercharge. Could bring this to a 2v3 off of that. Tok playing super offensively. Gets it done with 44 HP, just out of range of Angel Boy, but Engine, no! Not taken down. Tragic for Foot. It's an equal game.
Lenat's going to be kicking himself after that one. His opponent's at 44 health. And located Tok finally brought him down. Hyperactive for Engine though. Nob has to cower. Wait this one out. Engine's going to hold on to that super, but now Ruffs v Angelo for the final fight.
It's going to be a lot of tankiness over here for Nob as he soaks up both of those arrows to finish off the game. Not a 1v1 you are slated to win when Ruffs has the bags to soak up non-piercing damage.
The Ollie Ruffs combo is pretty terrifying. You know that at some point throughout that sort of 3-game series within a set, you're going to be able to give someone a hypercharge. And when Ollie has a hypercharge super, it's basically a guaranteed stun, especially when you have the jump gadget. There's almost no way of escaping it. And so in one round, you have a deterministic almost 3 versus 2 set up.
Yeah, that's the win condition right there. It's really as simple as that, honestly. Pretty good damage for Tok immediately. It's going to crunch Foot Esports into this back left corner where Engine can fire some pot shots away, just looking for this little corridor between the wall and the sandbags. Tok continues to clear these out also, and OU just gets a visual on where they are in the bushes. If Foot Esports sink deeper into this corner, then they are just guaranteed to fall. Angel Boy going to come out here with a couple of nice attacks on a Tok. He's forced to retreat, but the rest of the roster remains in place.
OU and Tok have to keep poking at this because field promotion can get out of hand if you simply don't damage your opponents. It can give you overhealing and increase your max health pool as time goes on. Each tick is only a small amount, so it takes a while to get there, but you still have to respect it. Lenat jumps in, OU flattens, no chance for a hook there at all. Now Engine surrounded, knew his goose was cooked and held on to his super for the next round.
Tok a dead man here on the right side. Foot Esports remain 3 strong. Toxic Lotus simply got encircled. Once the poison forced everyone into close quarters, Ollie was able to profit massively. He needs shorter sidelines. It's just a game of survival until then, unless he plays for a super early on. Has the super, again lasered by Tok actually. Tok wasn't going to get that kill, but he has forced everyone back into the left side once again. Now 3 supers to utilize for Foot. Best case scenario would be Nob getting that supply drop onto Lenat. Even better would actually be a hypercharge. Would allow them to eliminate the entire Toxic Lotus roster.
OU's going to find a magic hand here. Seems like a win condition for Toxic Lotus on this round. Decent damage, respectable for Tok, but Foot are playing one of the safest parts of the map against Rico. And OU's not really in a hurry here to try and overexpose himself, especially not to the Ollie who has gadget at super at the ready.
Waiting for a pull on Angel Boy. I think that's the best target. Lina also could get caught a little bit too aggressive. Toxic Lotus testing the water, sending Talk and Engine on the aggressive. Gonna be temporary hypnosis onto Tox. Same move from the top this time. Nam and Lina both hammered down. Hypercharge towards the center. This one's for Lina. If he can converge with it. Engine over to the left side. Managed to keep it secure. Talk the last one. Needs to hit the zipper. The straw. 27%. Keeps Lina alive. Just a shred of HP to secure set one.
And a reverse situation of what happened to Lina in that first game, where his opponent 40 health left, but managed to stay alive. It's hard to predict the damage that comes from that Ollie. It's a little lower than you otherwise would expect, but there, one shot was enough to win it out. A very close end to that round, but honestly, in general, that set felt like Foot had a chokehold on it from start to finish. A powerful composition that featured a lot of crowd control, and even though Ready, it was a little bit lower on the damage front, when the gas started to close in, they had enough utility to skew the fight in their favor every time.
That's what Knockout's about. It is about the setup and then the execute. Each round just follows that same pattern over and over and over again. But you can deny that utility. You can keep Lina from getting a super, but he actually did a pretty good job. Also got the hypnosis pretty early on in some cases, which impressed me. I feel like putting Lina on a tank is definitely the correct match. However, as a substitute for the team, that is a pretty tall thing to bear.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the best tank players, I think, globally, is generally what his reputation was, which is kind of why that previous matchup was fun in many ways. This matchup, obviously, promises to be pretty spicy as we go forward, because this Toxic Lotus team, mechanically are considered still that best team in mainland China. But the consensus is that they were outdrafted by A0 on multiple occasions. But if you get Toxic Lotus on a good comp, then they're a team to be feared. I will say that they used the Miko comp on Heist pretty frequently last year, right? With the first to really bring it onto the world stage, Miko has a star power that lets him do more damage to inanimate objects or non-player entities. So a bit of a no-brainer there. That cat is out of the bag, and some teams have figured out ways around it. It's still scary if you run into a Heist game in this set. If Toxic Lotus can last that long, expect to see that be banned out against them. But this is a team who've worked very, very hard on that individual level. The coaching's been solid. Star Dragon is someone who's been pretty vocal about there's a lot to be excited about. Yeah, coming out of that mainland China region. And getting to see another one of their representatives here in A0. It's a shame they've already bowed out of the competition, but Toxic Lotus now have to basically carry the expectations of that entire region alone.
Putting that on everyone's radar may have been a mistake. Not that it's Star Dragon's fault. Is it their fault for winning and showing everyone that they have the skills that they deserve to be respected? It was pretty quickly adapted to in the subsequent months, led to them not making it all the way to the World Finals.
Yeah, losing out at LCQ was heartbreaking for this team, right? It's kind of not what we expected after Toxic Lotus had such a strong finish at World Cup, but I mean, Crazy Raccoon almost didn't make it out of LCQ either. It is really brutal. That was that rival esports team that kept Toxic Lotus.
Yeah.
It's a new year though, same team, same expectations here at Brawl Cup from their fans.
Looking at the bans here as we get started on Ring of Fire, you see the anti-cheese strats from Foot. They're just not interested in facing any of this stuff with Draco or Gray can enable pretty much being overwhelmed by HP pool alone. Crow's the first selection, I think is basically the best thing that you can go at this stage. The response from Toxic Lotus into something that they knowingly left open. Look at also the respect Mina ban. They witnessed Angel Boy on that Mina earlier, and they said, no thank you. Yeah, well, we've been talking about it since the beginning of the year. He's just a legend, and I think it's completely worthy of target ban.
Some sharpshooters are sort of still open here. PS obviously being global banned though, renders that a non-option.
Ooh.
Meg!
Ooh.
This is a throwback. Okay, obviously, so Meg pretty effective at covering, a lot of space in the middle of the map. She can be quite good against Sphinx, even if Sphinx is sort of banned out because her fire covers a wide arc. And yeah, the B gonna get picked up. This for me feels like a little earlier in the year. B was quite oppressive on this map. Rather High is still quite powerful, and she's still a great sharpshooter.
Yes, we used to talk about B here a lot, but I think she's just been basically outdone by other snipers. But as you can see, Pierce has been taken out of this. Yeah. So what is your high DPS to deal with this B? Are you going to out-sniper, or are you somehow going to circumvent her? Well, hey, guess what? You can't
alley here. Are you going to Mortis? Is that how you're going to get in the backline? It's not really ideal into that neg. It's going to blow right up in your face, literally. That is how you approach the Mortis. And he's going to be here for control. No wall break just yet, so not really something that can be boasted here. And I can't really think of a wall break brawler that would be too phenomenal for a final selection.
Probably just Griff, honestly.
Yeah, but I don't know, I just don't like how he fares into these matchups versus either Crow or Penny.
Yeah.
It would be bad if they were forced to go that direction.
I wonder if there's like thoughts to try and follow the tank in here somewhere, right? Colette's been banned out, but Kenji is an option here. Okay, Chester, just really potent, obviously amazing in his own right at dealing with those tanks himself. And with the hypercharged super, that will clear the point sort of 9 times out of 10. Just don't want to roll too often into the pop rocks, otherwise it can be a little bit more difficult to assert yourself.
I see 2 anti-tanks. I see a mid that's a sharpshooter, yes, but you really just play her for the turret. Maybe also the potential to like pierce through any spawnables. At this point, they could honestly go another sharpshooter for Toxic Loads. They're gonna play for control. Control is always going to be anti-tank. You know, there's sort of like a triangle, sometimes a square if you want to look at it, like what counters what. You play control into tank counters. I like this so far. I think Meg is going to have a rough time. She's not going to be able to juke the Chester shots. It's not really something that you do, but she will have some pretty good survival. You have the long-range enforcement from B, where if she's not contested by another like real sharpshooter, I wouldn't consider Penny to be a fair matchup for her. Then she can pretty much sit around and auto-aim for the majority of it. Pretty easy brawler to play, and if you're in a losing position at the moment, you're down 1 set, you want something that's consistent, not a bad direction to go.
Meg does offer you pretty good staying power though, as you functionally have 2 lives. Getting knocked out of the mech means you can continue to stay on the point and accrue that capture percentage. Then a little bit short range here into that B matchup, so Angel Boy looking to assist. Red Chester, of course, was at large, you got to respect it. Ancient is going to give a bit of ground here on his left side, but that squeak is always going to be a pain for Angel Boy.
I guess OU feels like he has to contest Knob here on the right side so that Talk doesn't get pushed too hard, but a lot of times you would run Meg up mid and just utilize the HP. It's going to be more difficult into Lena on this Crow. As he gets pushed back, OU going for the matchup on the Knob, knew not to waste his ammo on her, and Knob survives, but only for a moment longer. He just there as a distraction so that Lena can push up in mid, and it works. Knob strays right to those shots from OU. Now it is finally time for Toxic Loads to get on this point. They desperately need to do it, but Lena is just so quick. He's outrunning every single one of these bees.
Fantastic dodge work here, of course. If you're a consummate tank player, you definitely know how to use your mechanics to avoid these shots that come in. Angel Boy is a problem. He just got deep onto the B, and now there's no room to get the B set up on that angle. OU here, with the Spire, finds a super swing, but Knob simply steps up with the Crow left off.
Angel Boy deep in the enemy bushes. This was just unwinnable for Toxic Loads at this point. They are outgunned. OU expiring on the point as Foot Esports sit in the zone and fire at their logo. Another game for Foot as they outplay systematically Toxic Lotus and perhaps an outdraft. I think Crow is just too quick for B to run at this rate. There is potential, of course. You still have to execute on this. On the Brawler head-to-head, this is off to the discussion.
High base move, speed and access to flat damage reduction. Off that shield, Crow is a real problem, even for high burst damage Brawlers. In fact, that's where that shield is its best. Okay. I kind of get it. You don't run out of spawn?
Yeah.
We have a tech issue. I'm safe for those that are wondering right now, so that's why our players are sat still. So we're going to see this round get rolled back, I imagine. Because the game admin up there right now just trying to make sure everyone's devices are appropriately plugged in. Now, what we saw in that previous round, I think I want to address because you think the B in general can do a fair bit of work at long range. You outrange every brawler on the Foot side of things, but able just to walk up, as the Chester. We saw them just dive in, get aggressive with a more of a mid-range brawl. We're just rehosting the lobby right now. Here's what's going on. I'm sure Knob is feverishly opening star drops, I assume.
Or maybe just like smearing any grease off of the tablet that has accumulated over the course of the days. They have undoubtedly been using every single second to prepare for this moment. You got to slot a new player into your roster. They took Tribe all the way to the final set. You would expect that at least they can take down Toxic Lotus, a team that has struggled in their home region versus a team that already folded on day one.
There's a challenge here because we are one game in to this set. So when we rehost the lobby, we can't necessarily roll back to a 1-0 scenario. Basically, it means that Foot just had to win one more round. I think we cut the game off there, would be my expectation. There was a player on Toxic Lotus who was unable to move out of spawn at all. So we've been resolving that. It looks like, from what I can tell, our players are just redrafting now, so we shouldn't be too far away from running this back.
For those not in the know, in the industry we consider that a big issue when someone's not able to move out of spawn.
I made a joke about it a lot, so I can see why they wouldn't want to play too much when they feel like they've been out-comped, but
yes.
You gotta have faith in Toxic Lotus. They have had more international opportunities than the rest of their region. And also, you get a decent amount of land experience playing out in China. Your qualification process for events like this is usually much harder. It's like a Road to Brawl Cup-esque process. But you get, there are quite a lot of lands at the end of these qualifiers in mainland China. They always make sure the players have a chance to turn up in person to compete for those international spots. That's the same, obviously, for what we've seen from them in the last couple of years. So that's kind of why Toxic Lotus came to LAN, and sure, while they had jitters, like everyone else did, were able to find a lot of success at Brawl Cup. They knocked out Tribe. Loud, I think, also fell to them. Some big names notched into their belt. But since then, they've not really been able to reassert themselves. We felt for a while that, like, mainland China was coming. Like, the global, I guess the competition of Brawl Stars was about to change forever. That's still up for grabs. It's still a possibility. Here we go, folks. 1-0 in the set. One round in favor of Foot Esports.
Already the adjustments from Toxic Lotus, they put priority on getting this residue at mid to halt Lina's progress into mid. Oh, looks like they've gone idle once again. No loot required sometimes to get your opponents to freeze, but we're going to get that resolved.
I've been just confirming that that was not in fact live. We'll be live very shortly, folks, is what I'm hearing. Should be simple. I think they, jumping back into the draft very quickly. Could also be an issue of, needing to give the win to Foot to properly simulate the 1-0 lead, right? Because we restart the lobby, technically it's 0-0, so Foot, we need to give them the first round, get that out of the way, and then we can jump in with the rest of the series. So hang tight with us, folks. We're just getting the game state back to where it was before our tech issues crept in.
Might be a pause, but the Foot crowd is still here to represent. They may have fallen just a moment ago to Tribe, but people have turned out in droves. They turned out to see Guesty in a large way. His teammates, of course, Angel Boy and Knob. However, Lina in that place. Lina, a similarly celebrated player in EMEA. So I'm looking forward to see whether he can make a splash on day 3. They're just going to have to make it there first. He's been tearing it up on mid. We'll see if he's just as evasive as earlier when it comes to dodging these beats.
This one is for real, folks. Already residue once again deployed on the point early. Round high thrown out for some zone control. Lina getting some damage on OU there. Barely going to be able to walk away. Actually de-suited there. That is huge. OU out of mech now. Really not able to make as much of an impact. Not fighting 1 versus 2. Eventually it's going to be brought down, and OU actually gets back in the mech.
Whoa, that's pretty serious on Lina. Talk needs to find that final shot. We can't get the takedown on Lina. Rotates back towards mid, threatening a press up on the left side where O is continuing to march forward. Now turret in position. This is going to be a high priority for Meg. Yeah, go ahead and use the super there. A couple of blaster shots, but look at the aggression from Foot as they hammer down these 2 brawlers. It's a full team wipe for Foot.
I mean, Norbert to talk with such a sick matchup again. This is where Ancient Boy wants to be. He was here in the previous round. Ancient, though, this time's going to stop by and clear him out. They don't know where Lina is, necessarily. He's going to walk up on Ancient and ruin his day. Dive in the direction of Top here. It's about shutting down the B, making it impossible for Top to get control.
Previously, it was 50% to nothing, and now it's tied up Brawl game. OU, however, has a hypercharge. Going to push in versus Knob. Blocks off some of that with a salty barrel. It just barely escapes the range of OU. Now hypercharge in from Angel Boy. It's going to be lots of bush break. Disrupting the stronghold for OU. Cycles it forward, but can't hit Talk.
That's going to be bad over now. Hypercharge turret for Nobby's in play. Toxic Lotus don't really have any way to clear that out. That is a lot of incendiary fields to cross
A lot of damage raining in autonomously. And Fun Esports look like they can ease you around in here. This is Toxic Lotus's last chance to make a play here on Ring of Fire.
Lana just got that super, now using it hypercharge style to get more damage on top. It's an elimination at mid and Fun Esports. Count up to 100. A brief pause put on this steamroll through, but they've still gotten a couple sets under their belt.
That Crow movement speed is so hard to deal with. If you're a B, so many of those shots are dodged away from. Leonardo spent most of that last round playing side lane against the mech, just putting some damage down, really trying to limit Mech's effectiveness, don't let it run up on you. And so Nob is actually put in a matchup against the B. Now, your Penny, outside of having the salty barrel edge, which is nice to tank some shots, you don't really feel favored in that matchup. Nob straight up just beat the brakes off the B in a 1 versus 1. And that elimination allows Leonardo to play deep inside the Toxic Lotus bush and just pressure talk every time they come off spawn. There was no challenge, like just like this. Yes. Boy Leonardo just both diving on the B every time she tried to come off spawn.
It's just pretty rough, but B here a lot of times can be a great selection. You know, you're playing into no enemy snipers, you just have to hit those shots. The deal is, though, that compared to other sniper shots are quite slow. Lena, he's on Crow, tied for the fastest speed in the entire game. You're able to juke these out, you're able to play well. Look, as a tank player, just kind of comes with the territory that when you're playing a brawler that has to fight and weave and bob and dodge its way into range, yes, you're going to be able to juke out those B shots. Though, had to hand it to Talk, he did get the most kills on the team, but pales in comparison to what Foot were able to muster.
Yeah, I mean, the start in the second round of Ring 5 is pretty good, right? It's a nice Iron Hive, got a multi-slow. You know, the Crow almost got caught out, but that is history. It's all about this third set now. And the last chance for Toxic Lotus to assert themselves for their first time on stage, and they're starting to sweat, because Fun Esports are giving them absolute hell. They're looking down the line and seeing, try game.
And to do it at Brawl Cup last year was a complete upset. It put Toxic Lotus on the map globally, put mainland China on the map in terms of the regional rankings. Another Crow first selection here. It looks like Toxic Lotus aren't too intimidated by it, instead prioritizing some other brawlers, Edgar being one of them. Mortis, another one. I guess they feared the Mortis first selection from Foot. And we've seen it actually throughout the weekend, prioritization of the Mortis, but still, there's a reason that you see Crow basically permabanned. He is really that good.
Where's the meter ban is my question as well.
Yeah.
That is wide open and pretty reasonable on this map. Chester picked up, of course, as a very serviceable anti-tank option, but with Mortis and Edgar both being targeted alongside Colette, this has left Foot Esports open to bring a lot of really powerful brawlers. We haven't seen Lily much lately. She still conditionally can work on a lot of these gem grab maps. Naja was open and it can be taken, but there are so many strong options. Rosa, Misa if you're concerned about other tanks. Yeah, the world is, I think, your Royster. Stu also, you can sort of bring that one in here, start to pressure the Naja down, for example.
Viable mid option. See what Foot decide to go for. They have a way of clearing out these bushes on the right side. Totally outmatches the Chester. Phenomenal anti-tank, by the way, so already preemptively accounting for anything as that 6th selection. Lily now making an appearance for Foot. I think this is exactly what you need to do, because Naja just doesn't have the defensive capabilities to deal with. Yes, she has spawnables, but it takes kind of a while to deploy them in close range. So I guess she'll have to not play mid, maybe they'll have to set a Chester over at mid so that they're safeguarded against the Lily.
I mean, that really loosens up the side lanes a lot. Yeah, looks like we have both Nita and Lily picked up here. Hinted at least, you know, Lily being a go-to just to be able to pressure that gem carry, but now you've got something that could answer a potential tank pickup. Also, she's pretty impressive when you play the right side of the map with her. If you're able to play Bruce, you can basically get into your weak side for free, tank up a lot of that damage, and be a real problem. And we've not even talked about the Crow here. So good at scouting out those bushes. I like the Sandy here, but there are a lot of compromising matchups, and you know, you need to be able to hit this stun on the Lily, otherwise she's going to tear through your team.
I don't really get it. I think, yeah, you can stun a Lily, and what? Cool. You got your gadget, you got visibility to the bushes. Guess what? It takes you 5 shots to get there. Where are you going to get them? You got to get them off Lily. Pressuring you, is Lily going to offer you those opportunities? She can just sit behind a wall and wait for you to try and peek pinch with teammates. I think it's entirely viable. We'll see how well that Sandy fares.
In fairness, it does outrange most of Foot's comps, just in terms of how their brawlers work, but yeah, not great.
Sandy at range. Here we go. Nope, we're going to be a nuisance. Start to reveal players inside those bushes, and Angel Boy is already going deep. It's all about going after Top here, who has that stun gadget at the ready, and Angel Boy respects it. Funny bit of damage, but now these pesky snakes are going to emerge from eliminated Brawlers.
But Esports getting pressured into their own bushes. Talk in a super 4 position. Does manage to get his first super kicked off, and it's so much visibility inside of Foot's bushes. Toxic Lotus now just commencing the assault. Engine's going to pick up the first kill as a response to this Lily aggression.
Okay, so the Sandy super gets online pretty early. I do like that. Kind of allows Toxic Lotus to start to snowball a bit of a lead. Angel Boy, all he needs though is one connection, one good way in on the enemy gem carrier, and it's over. Sandy's out of the picture now. Ancient's taking a little bit too much damage. I don't like this at all. And there goes to Chester. 3 gems dropped. OU, though, would in theory be the designated gem carrier, but look at how much map control Bruce the Bear gives Foot Esports. They are at 9 gems ready.
They're all pressured out of their bushes, and Angel Boy's ready with the hypercharge. Go for it. Manages to steal away this gem. It's what Foot Esports need to begin the countdown, but none of them can afford to die. 10 seconds to go, no utility for Toxic Lotus. All battered, beaten, bruised. Talk gonna look for someone with this gadget. Can't find Lana, can't find Angel Boy. As he pops out, OU into the gadget. There's nothing for him to do in close range.
There's just no pressure from this Toxic Lotus composition. You see the utility is quite helpful. They do get good map control off that first Sandy super, but now the stun's are really impactful. And okay, you stop the Lily once, twice, okay fine. As soon as Angel Boy walks back in with a hypercharge, the gem carrier is under extreme pressure.
Well, Lily's used to this. The entire game for Lily is I'm going to push in and I'm going to die, and I'm going to die, and I'm going to die, and then I'll have my hypercharge and then I win you the game. Because you can't dodge it. You cannot, unless you seriously screw it up. Look, Angel Boy already has a super, and all you have to do is run in a straight line on the right side into the Sandy that has only a single stun that's going to be negated the moment that he deals damage to that enemy. I just don't really get it, but Toxic Lotus seemed to believe in it. See if Talk has fed his super quite early on. Now looking for the wall peak. Talk probably just one shot off the super. Gonna use it on the next pitch, but despite the best efforts of Toxic Lotus, despite them taking 2 brawlers that are supposed to fare well into tanks, they're being walked all over.
That Naja, look, annoying, but slow projectile speed can only fire 1 at a time. So overall, her DPS is not great. It actually operates as a control brawler that can become oppressive. But OU hasn't really been able to do that. We haven't really seen that aspect of the kit. Oh, Ancient gets caught out. Well, there's only 1 gem on Toxic Lotus, so it could be worse, but this will get Foot to a countdown for the series.
Angel Boy thought about going for the last one, but Lana picks it up instead on those 2 brawlers. Retreating all the way towards the back. They have enough gems to keep this going, but it's a 2 versus 3. Inside the rune stands. They can't heal any HP. Lana opts to drop these where Angel Boy's about to respawn. Angel Boy's considering getting all the rest and then disappearing. No vanish! Lana now picks them all up once again. Nob sharing 1 gem. How long can Toxic Lotus persist? They've got 10 seconds to act.
Yeah, at best they go 1 for 1 here in many of these situations. Here's Talk for the hypercharge super. Nob start, Nob jumps out, still on the root stands, and he stays with a sliver of health. That'll do it, folks. Toxic Lotus wilt under the pressure of Foot Esports. It's been a bit of a stressful week for them, and they've had to make substitutes, but they certainly looked a better team in this series. And now Angel Boy gets to run roughshod over them. Yes, a brief countdown interruption, but the result is the same. Deterministically, EMEA will send another team into day 3.
Foot Esports now on equal footing with Tribe, the team that they lost to just 1 match ago. Now it's on to Toxic Lotus. If they can repeat last year's action, we could be seizing our final opportunity to have a fully tied round-robin stage.
That's the only way that Foot get kept out of day 3's play. Toxic Lotus, unfortunately, don't get to show us much in this series. Last year, what had worked for them was a bit of innovation. The surprise factor maybe being underestimated. This time, teams are ready for them. Foot Esports certainly knew it was do or die to take this game. Let's head down to the stage with Barney and the victorious Foot Esports.
Righty-ho, Foot Esports get a number on the board. Congratulations. Angel Boy, you know, a tough Game 5 loss in your first game, and then readjusting, resetting the mind, and coming out here. How was it coming out here and getting that win?
First, thank you everyone for supporting. We were noticing everything, we were laughing, we kept a good mood. So thank you all for that. About our first match and then the second one, I mean, I think we won Brawl, having draft disadvantage. We played really well. Like for a team with no synergy, we played like insane. I'm so proud of us. I had a masterclass. We all played really well actually in that knockout set, and then I fucked up 2 sets in a row.
Okay, that's okay. I have to talk to you about communication. Because to a lot of people, both at home and here in the arena, if you're unaware, you're actually communicating in 2 different languages when you're in the middle of a game. How is that? Is that adding more stress, or have you got used to it now?
I mean, on this stage, particularly today, we didn't speak Russian whatsoever. We were speaking English, so it's fine. We don't see any problems with communication.
Well, fair enough. I stand corrected. Lenan, I really want to quickly ask you something. Stepping into this roster, yeah, come on over here, man. Come on over. Stepping into this roster, last minute, you came down on a Wednesday, you guys scrimmed for a bit, you've had to adjust a lot. All of you have had to adjust. How has it been, and how does it feel being on stage once more?
Well, it was Tuesday morning. I woke up and then I saw the message of Angel Boy. I was like, oh, really? It's kind of sad for them, but I take that as an opportunity. And yeah, I feel like All Might, a superhero. I came to save them.
You are a superhero, Lenan. Well, everybody, I'd like you to give a huge round of applause. It's for esports. Congratulations, guys.
He's All Might. A little bit of a hint towards the last collab in Brawl Stars with My Hero Academia. But yes, Lenan stepping in here and stepping up now in the second match. They bounce back and they make their way. At least 1 win now for them on the board as well. Toxic Lotus. I don't know, last year they had the surprise factor. Is this the only reason they won? I don't think so.
They've always been, in my opinion, a team on the rise, and we saw in Brawl Cup some amazing upsets, beating Tribe, beating Loud, but then the LCQ was not that same story. 2 double match points against rival esports meant that they would not make the World Finals. And it just feels like to me that the region as a whole has kind of come crumbling down a little bit, and it goes back to what I was saying maybe yesterday, that maybe just being behind in the build is starting to catch up. Maybe these new brawlers and the way that they are just so aggressive, they're getting their hands on these things a bit too late, they're being just a little bit too behind when it comes to the main stage.
They did pick up Naja though in that last set and played for a while, I feel. In the end, it was not enough to beat Foot Esports. Now up next against Tribe Gaming once more. The redemption arc of this NA team has already started. Will they also get a personal revenge against Toxic Lotus, ready?
I certainly hope so for the sake of Luffy. Because personal bias, I live with the guy and I see how hard he works every single day. All he does is play Brawl Stars, eat, sleep, I assume briefly, to play more Brawl Stars. And he's a top North American player. I just want to see the guy succeed. I'm unashamed of my bias here, and as representative of North America, I want to see the region succeed instead of being humiliated once again.
We're gonna find out soon what's they do still have in store for us. Group D is our last group of the whole tournament. After that, we're gonna head straight into our playoffs tomorrow. The last match of the day. I kind of hope it's gonna be another close one, but if they can't beat Foot got beaten by Tribe, this basically means it should be another 3-0, huh?
This is the thing, isn't it, really? When you look at the matchups in that regard, then the Toxic Lotus, this is now really going to be a massively tough affair. I've got to praise Tribe for how they've come in to this competition. Again, it's kind of interesting to me to think back to how Tribe have been over the years. This is the weakest on paper that we've ever seen them over the past kind of like 2 or 3 years. So to come in like this and to look as strong as they have, but I think it's really, really commendable. On the other side for Toxic Lotus, over the monthly finals that they've had in the Chinese mainland region, they started by at least making the grand finals, but then the month after that it was making just the semi-finals, and then after that just the quarterfinals. So it has been getting progressively worse, unfortunately, for them.
And now it's time for NA versus mainland China. Tribe Gaming versus Toxic Lotus. Last year, it did go the way of Chinese mainland. I am so excited to see if Tribe Gaming has improved. Now with the addition of Diego Gamers, who's not in the roster anymore. On the side of Toxic Lotus, no changes to roster whatsoever. But there are a couple of changes to the region itself. Toxic Lotus completely dominated 25. Now this year, it's looking a bit different. At A0, they're main competitor in their own region is already out of the competition.
It's true. You're looking at the team that lost to Ace Zero after Ace Zero folded on day one. And Ace Zero, admittedly, look, they lived up to our expectations of them. They had pretty solid drafts. Toxic Lotus, same deal. Mechanics look good. Drafts, not that great. So hopefully they have better prepared drafts for this upcoming match. They would have to deal the same fate to Tribe Gaming once again, like they did in Brawl Cup last year. It's how they made a splash. It's how they put mainland China on the map.
And like many other regions, they have 2 contenders to make it through to day 3 and potentially win a world final slot for the region. For mainland China, this would go a long way.
Yeah, it would go arguably the longest of ways, I would say, as well, for sure. I mean, it's just on this stage, with all the regions now coming together, EMEA is just such a titan and just so domineering over everything. I mean, it's very tough to break through. For North America especially, they've been really showing up as well. And I think for teams like Tribe, they've gone through the motions in the monthly finals, getting like full reverse swept by only Realm. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I think coming into this competition, they've had at least a couple of upsets like that in the first month, going out in the semi-finals as well. So Team Electros, that was not on the plan. That was not on their bingo card. So one of their worst performances for years. These are the things that shape teams that make them stronger than like diamonds in that regard.
Brawl Cup is really our version of the Battle of the Regions. NA has already sent 1 team through. Mainland China, sadly not. So they are really trying to get one in there, get 1 team to play Championship Sunday. Ready? Is Tribe gonna go 2-0?
Wait. Oh. Yeah, I think so. I was like, it's a best of 5, so I would hope like 3-0.
I see what you mean.
We also have something to win for all of you watching. Eventobrawlers.com to get that trophy gem spray right here. I think you already got it, Orc.
I got it, and Spin was like, how have you got it already? It's like, bro, predictions master, we know how it is on the desk.
Well, you get more points for an MVP vote for the red button than for the prediction itself, so maybe you just were
I'm secretly pressing it behind the scenes, and like you guys just missing it. I'm just taking advantage of the button. That's what it really is.
We're gonna have a quick look also at the global bans. Do we see another Naja ban? No! Group D just loves to leave her open. We haven't seen that at all this tournament. Naja was banned out every single time, but Group D just doesn't care about this role.
Are we gonna talk about it? Address me!
It is the elephant in the room.
It is quite funny. Go for it.
Yeah, Miko, the thing that upset Tribe last year that was completely launched in the forefront of the meta by, I would say, pretty much Toxic Lotus alone. The heist Miko has been so viable, so this one's out of the mix. They also played it today in Knockout, and Tribe's like, dude, no thank you.
We have learned our lesson, and it is something which, it's like sticking out for me. I feel like that is Tribe, learning from their past mistakes. I'm really excited to see how they approach this one.
I think Miko is the reason why we keep saying Toxic Lotus last year had the element of surprise on their side, because they brought in some new ideas, and Miko is exactly that. Now, without the Miko, maybe we're going to see something completely different. We're going to kick things off on Hot Potato. So, what could be that secret, really good pick on Heist?
I think for me, there's a map that screams tanks, and Tribe haven't really kind of been able to display fully just yet in terms of the draft, like how dangerous they really are. I feel like this might be one of those moments where Toxic Lotus, if they're not careful, leave a couple of those kind of like real sleeper picks that that we can have them pop off with. Certainly, get towards those later stages of the maps as well. There's some pretty scary tanks that RBM will absolutely dominate with.
I'm just gonna be a hater here and say I think Toxic Lotus are out of tricks at this rate. I think you're looking at a weakened foot, and they still went down in such a quick series versus them. If you're going to expend your special preparation and your tricks there, it's gotta be in that match.
Well, the viewers seem to think that they have higher chances of beating Tribe than they did against Fruit Esports, so hopefully this means we don't end today on another 3-0. Would be really nice to see. If not, make sure to tune in again tomorrow. When it goes down into the playoffs, only the last few contenders still here to fight for the $35,000, the BSC points and the Worlds and LCQ slots. Then hopefully we're gonna have some closer matchups. But yeah, 17% say Toxic Lotus still have what it takes this year as well to be tried once more.
Considering some of the polls that we've seen today, I feel like that's pretty generous, to be really honest. We've had 94 to 6 and 96 to 4. I mean, like, we've had some really skewed polls. So actually, I think that that's one of the more normal ones, dare I say it, in this event.
Barney, it is now time for the last match of the day, so let's bring them out.
And then there was one match to complete our lineup for Championship Sunday, and one match to decide who our final team that is going to be sent packing from the group stage. And so I think it's about time to find out who that is going to be. Berlin, make some noise for Toxic Lotus and Tribe Gaming! Everything they've worked for over the past few weeks comes down to one series. That's what makes moments like this so unbelievably powerful, because pressure, it doesn't just present skill, it presents character. On the one side, we have Tribe Gaming looking to have a clean run through the group stage, and on the other, fighting for survival, tooth and claw, we have Toxic Lotus. And so to both teams, I would like to say, trust your preparation, trust your teammates, and give it absolutely everything. Game on!
Luffy, RBM, Diego Gamer, Engine, Talk, OU,
We are on Hot Potato for our first map of the last match of Day 2, Brawl Cup 2026. The bans are in already. Naja made it through the global bans, but is going to be banned out in the regular bans alongside Lumi and Colette, some of the best brawlers on this map. Now, what I immediately spot here, Colt, for me, at this moment, the best brawler on any heist map, because he has so much damage to dish out. He can open up the walls. He's still left open. BB is going to be the first pick instead here. We were hoping for something aggressive. You got your wish granted, Ark.
I think Kaze as well could follow, but I think they're looking for the BB Berry combination on the right-hand side there as well, which could be the follow-up pick. Not really an urgent one to lock in just yet, but the BB is definitely a concern for Tribe that they've got to kind of like match in some regard. Looking through what we've got going on here, the Otis band's quite smart, Edgar band out as well. I love your Colt shout, by the way. I think it's the one that I'm thinking most of, which, you know, could deflate what the cards they can bring if they can open up some of these walls.
Can't you just grip here? Okay. Yeah, Colt's the method. You just gotta break open the walls and you gotta have enough DPS to deal with the BB. Might be a waste to go for the hard CC this early on. You still have the last pick opened up, something to base race the BB if it gets really desperate, but this is a long play. They're keeping themselves quite flexible, going for the wall break with Colt. He's going to have lots of DPS, same goes for Kaze. In Heist, generally speaking, it's always a good idea to have brawlers that fulfill the role of playing for control, playing like for the map control, as well as dealing damage to the save.
Amber could still be a chance here for some more damage on the right-hand side. Melody also a mainstay on Heist, left open. Gonna go with Cordelius just to make sure they have something to defend. That Kaze would have also been a great pick for their opponents to defend their own BB. So I quite like it, what we have here on the right-hand side. I just fear so far Tribe has a lot more damage in their hands. I really need some more DPS on the side of Toxic Lotus.
And a lot more flexibility in terms of the map and how they want to shape it to their advantage as well. Amber coming through as well, which is quite a nice brawler to have. Again, that Kaze interaction, keeping her at bay whilst also having something with the Dancing Flames gadget to really rinse down the safe in terms of HP. I
feel like this could be outdone by Kazi. Like, it's tough, but I trusted Luffy to do it. I expect him to be the one executing on this brawler. I think generally this can be outdone. Amber is so much weaker than she was before. Generally, the approach with Amber is you don't want to be run down by something that doesn't have movement. I look at plenty of movement for Luffy. I think that Diego Gamer, as evasive as Bolt can be, should be evasive, but Bolt is going to make things all kinds of close range up in this Amber's face.
RBM on a ball. We get to see it after all. Really what we wanted, what I want, is one more round of Kenya Trev on the mic.
You got it, Sonny. We are ready to go. 1 year ago, Tribe Gaming fell short. A Cinderella story unlike any other in Brawl history. And it was none other than against Toxic Lotus. Now the last holding their banner. The last bastion of defense for Chinese mainland as a whole. But Tribe Gaming, ravenous, craving revenge, and on a roll to start this day. One more match to go from our group stage. Let's see how the revenge match goes for NA's finest.
Instantly into this longer range form then for Luffy on the left-hand side, who doesn't want to take that close and personal matchup against Engine, but will be forced into it eventually now. And he wastes a couple of ammo along the way. Damage starts piling in up top, but the same down the bottom as the BB swings away. But you're not going to match a Colt. Luffy just completely ignoring this as well, taking off down the right-hand side. It's a full defensive effort now as the fan storm goes down. Daggers flying, Talk dodging, has a super available, will drag them to the Shadow Realm. Look for this interaction the entire time. Cordelia is actually going to buy some time and just dip to the other end, but it's not going to be a positive trade against that Kazi. The good news for them, though, is this counter. It's going to be Diego Gamer piercing away. Ooh, a couple good tags. Engine still swiping away up top. Damage pouring in. It is a complete advantage for Tribe right now. It just rips the Hyper as well, but they're a whole tick ahead, and a super available from Amber through this mid as well, just going to get rid of some of this bush, but you're establishing, breaking the map, getting rid of some of the bushes when it's kind of already out of hand with only 25% left. Straight back into this longer range form as well. Luffy with a super in hand. Might want to get back into this geisha form and throw up the fan storm.
Diego Gamer hasn't quite broken the walls on the right-hand side. It still allows for RBM to march up, and now a dodge there. Shadow Realm available as Talk left all alone. Diego Gamer firing bullets. A storm up the middle, and it's 30% plus of the lead, and that's quite enough. Tribe Gaming will take game one.
Well, the fan storm went so wrong that it went right. Completely missed damage-wise, but stopped people from being able to see the Colt coming in, and they got the damage regardless. Anyway, so nice stuff there from Tribe Gaming. I won't say it was the most crisp and clean game ever, but, you know, a lot of the time highs never is, especially when you're base racing just like both of these teams did, and a BB is not beating a Colt at that.
BB, Bull, Kaze expects some close range fights, but Diego Gamer doing his best. He is a 6-shooter brawler, not a shotgun one like RBM, however, who's going to get a ton of damage when he pops out of here. Luffy now up top as well, but Toxic Lotus playing the game of math. Engine backing down Diego Gamer on this bottom left-hand side. Meanwhile, Talk and OE working. It's a 3v2. This is now even.
Yeah, this Colt's going to need to rip the best defense of his life. Diego Gamer coming off spawn, misses his first clip, and now the second bit of damage comes through, and Tribe only just get through that third crack. Probably not Tribe's best idea, to be honest with you, considering they had such a heavy lead in the Colt. Defending alone is never going to go well.
That was some great Brawl Stars math right there. Clearly, they passed the 101 level for that curriculum. It's just all they had to do was go straight down the map. 3v2 situation. I'm no mathematician like you based on the accounting work you've clearly done with that suit on, but I know enough to say that it was all them.
Well, Luffy going straight up towards the safe, and a defensive ball this time. It's not something you see every day. There's super mist in there as well, but Diego and Luffy on the safe, still not able to match what we've got going on down the bottom though with the Amber and BB. RBM cleans up one and should be able to get the second.
RBM trying to close out, shotgun to the face, and Diego Gamer does his job up top. Now they're trying to pierce to that 50%. 1% the separator for Toxic Lotus 2. That could make a world of difference. They're actually just going to throw a bubble down just to ensure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, really nice stuff there as well, but RBM comes through. Big damage as well, and all three members of Toxic Lotus drop back to spawn. One crack left, and Tribe Gaming are going to get it done.
So quickly how things can turn. Look at this bounce on the right-hand side as Luffy tries to deal with the bubblegum. Engine with a nice swing, but had to exhaust a hypercharge to get that done. Now Toxic Lotus have to be perfect the rest of the way. They need to get down to the sense layer of high safe, but RBM now has a clear path up the middle. Talk completely missed. Has a super available, drags down RBM, but the damage might already be done. OU trying to ensure some defense on the right-hand side. Penetrating shots, now the wall break. Piercing through it all is Tribe Gaming, who take the first set.
I'd need to see a replay on that, but I think the cord threw his first super just into the wall instead of hitting the ball, which definitely would have changed the game. I'm not sure if I'm seeing things, and a big win for Tribe. And I think after the first game, we kind of expected it. And they just didn't, again, let it go, that kind of base racy strategy. Or at least one they couldn't control.
Shenanigans are what got Toxic Lotus that game number 2, but once it was more of a fair fight, equal footing on both ends, it was Tribe Gaming through and through. 1 year ago, Toxic Lotus surprised the world, but I hate to say it, I just wasn't as big a believer in this region. It's not reassuring when the #1 squad from last year that were top 4 at this event couldn't win a single monthly final in their own region. That's not a shot, that's just an observation. Maybe they're not in peak form yet. Maybe later down the line in our year is where they will shine most. And for now, they're going to be down 1-0. Obviously, this is far from over, but I think Tribe Gaming lucking out here. They squeeze by for their lives against Foot Esports, and the mentality might be entirely different if they're the ones fighting on their back heels.
Yeah, absolutely. And from my point of view as well, after watching the #1 team in your region get absolutely battered yesterday, I didn't have the most faith in Toxic Lotus coming into this one today. So Tribe Gaming just taking advantage of what they do best. RBM, throw them on a tank, and it'll usually work out.
TL proved me wrong last year and so many others. Still a great opportunity to do so. They've been harboring a lot of expectations from this region now, the pioneers of this Chinese mainland squad that have just gotten better with each passing season. And the shock of Dallas, now down 0-1. A solid showing though. I mean, it wasn't a sweep by any means, but that game 2 differentiated quite a bit from games 1 and 3. I feel like once the mechanics were really what decided it, instead of a errant decision there to let all 3 members slide, it surely favored Tribe Gaming.
Well, we'll keep it up with the fast-paced action. We'll be going into Brawl Ball next on Sneaky Field, so a lot of bush action, just the same as in Hot Potato. Should see some close-range matchups. You see the bans coming up now, the Gene. A bit of an odd one, I will say, for this map, but Pierce and Naja as well.
Yeah, it might be a different map than maybe Flash there. Curious to see what goes down, because I see GG and Gene makes me think more knockout, right? So I was with you, I was, wait a minute, but Kit, Doug, I think this is all making sense. So a lot of cheese being removed on the right-hand side, more traditional on the left.
Yeah, definitely seems to be a different map, considering I was like, oh, instantly I was like, well, I'm not sure Gene's probably going to be the best of bans on Sneaky Fields in the current meta, but Colette is going to be the first pick on Bell's Rock then, and that is going to be a big one for them with how strong that brawler is at the moment. It's scary to be looking down the battle.
They are doing my bingo card dirty, though. I was the one that selected Doug gets drafted, and this felt like one of the times that this might happen on this particular map and mode, so instead, I'm going to be quite disappointed alongside Brawl Nation. I'm trying to complete a bingo card out here, guys. I mean, it's bingo card versus match. I guess I'll give it to him.
I think bingo card's more important, Kenny.
You know, you're a real one.
Well, the 2 picks came in from Tribe Gaming here as well. It's going to be the Rico and the Brock, so a bit of wall break. And a Brawl that does quite well with the walls up, so kind of conflicting there, but, you know, nonetheless, Rico going to be pretty okay out in the open, especially, you know, against the likes of Colette or something like that. It's not the worst match in the world to be out in the open on.
It's not intuitive, but at least they're in control of the wall break. Now they can have Rico ensure that those walls stay up, but I love the response immediately. Colt's going to be able to destroy all of those. If you're going to have a Colette, the other side, of course, can draft Ollie so they can get the tank choice of their own. There's not a lot of anti-take on the other side. Now they have the range battle a little more equal. I wonder if this is just a traditional sharpshooter or, I don't know, maybe something like a Bell. Like, I could see a damage marker being really good and then also outranging the Colette. That's kind of what I'm thinking off the top of my dome, but I don't know if there's a perfect solution here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they've just got a really well-rounded draft from the side of Toxic Lotus, to be honest with you. Yeah, I like what they've got. They're going to go with the Charlie, so something a bit more defensive, mid-range brawler, pretty much going to tickle people at range, but once you kind of get up close and personal and the yo-yo starts bouncing back and forward a bit faster, you're going to be in a better position, and especially when the Ollie comes in, you're going to be able to cocoon that. And to be fair, same with the Colette as well when supering.
Should have come to mind more quickly, especially with the Spiderlings into Colette. Plus, it is now going to be a way to deal with Ollie if he's incoming, throw that cocoon down like you mentioned. Down 0-1 are Chinese mainland Starlings. They've shocked the world many a time, including the roster, staring them down on the other end of the stage. It's been a great day for Tribe Gaming so far, significantly better than last year's start to the Brawl Cup, especially in a season where expectations lower. They don't even have a Grand Finals win under their belt. They were undefeated at this point in the stage last year. It's amazing what a year can do.
Yeah, well, a few quick swaps here and there, moving the Colette into kind of this left/mid portion. Engines gets it hit hard here as well, just the incendiary from the Brock really doing a lot. And Engine forced all the way back. OU already got a super in hand, but no control of the map whatsoever for TL.
Now another wall break opportunity. It's actually Toxic Lotus using them more for their spawns. They have enough room to operate, maneuver, dodge. I think that's going to help against Luffy, especially since he's occupying this middle area. If we have these walls up, it's a lot more difficult now for them to hit those shots. He's more of just a nerf Colt.
Oh, I mean, that would look like it was going to be an absolute beam onto the Colt on the right-hand side from the super. Pinch coming in now, and Engine in a lot of pain here, and he does fall. Coming up, Diego Gamer, super into the back lines, breaks up some more of those walls and gets OU along the way. Tok the only one remaining, and he will head to the gas, and that's going to be Tribe winning again.
Stellar round for Tribe Gaming. Up 1-0 in the set. I'm curious to see if they make any other decisions. Wahlberg, yeah, they're just continuing to work on their own side. I like this, but the risky run is obviously Luffy's going to get in position every time. He still has this entire middle of the map. There's a whole game you have to keep in mind. Either TL need to win early, or they need to keep removing walls so they nerf Luffy a little bit.
Yeah, Colette's not really getting into the game enough to be able to make something happen as well. Luffy getting controlled here as well. Might be traded out by Diego, but he gets controlled too. It's just hypnosis all over from the side of TL. Still a 3v2 though. RBM quite low and forced to help out Diego here, but he's going to go down as well. And a much better showing from Toxic Lotus.
For sure, this is the brawler that was the dagger in the Tribe game last year, and they're still making it work in 2026. Now, they've opened up this right-hand side, the back lines. Now, I'm curious how they address the early game. They're going to send Ollie towards this right-hand side wall, the little staircase there that you see alongside OU. Facing down Diego Gamer, not fun for Colette, but they might be more playing towards these in-games. I think the biggest thing is just keeping an eye on the streak, because now he's going for a super. Doesn't make a lot of contact. Those same can be set for Talk, though. Just a couple wasted supers.
Yeah, just throwing them out, hoping for the best, I think. Both quite optimistic with those, but I think you got more chance of randomly hitting a Rico super than a Colt super. Good shots down the middle low. Engine already has the super, but RBM ready to shut him down. Hyper charge available for both Top and Luffy, but as I said, just kind of wasted the supers.
I think it's a wise decision for Tribe to just play it patient because they have a cocoon available, so if Engine dives in, if Colette dives in, it's a guaranteed one of those brawlers going down, assuming RBM makes the connection. Talk operating in the long right-hand lane. It rain, lightning bolts flying down from Zeus. There's a dash. Barely survives a hypercharge super in response, and it's a close call for both ends, but no cigar.
Yeah, I mean, Luffy will just rip a multi-ball launcher there to try and keep top low, and pops the hyper charge moving up, gets clipped by one of these yo-yos of RBM though. And OU coming in there, Engine great. Super and hyper charge there. Diego trying to find this one, and does. Tribe gonna get this first game on the board. Very scrappy, surprise 3 survived, but they get it nonetheless.
The Charlie Cocoon doing exactly what we anticipated, especially towards that end game. All they had to do was get the survival. It was a close call. I kind of feel for Toxic Lotus there, because I think they made some good decisions, because they go for that Colette dash. They hit the shot, but 47 HP. I mean, what are you gonna do about it? That's a quick math equation gone wrong, and instead, another member of Tribe survives. So that's a 3v2 that easily sways how that game was gone.
Absolutely disappointing for them, but something you have to take into account. RBM getting hypnotized very early on and looking for the pinches. Engine RBM just juking out, but actually eats the entire clip instead, and a much better start for Toxic Lotus.
Talk exuberating confidence there. That was unbelievable just to pursue that kill and ensure that they take the lead. Those are the risks you need to make. Way to capitalize on a big heads-up play. Now he might be hungry for another Diego Gamer low HP. Talk has the super, lines it up, fires, makes contact, and it's a death for another Tribe member. Now Luffy left all alone. Easy, clean there, and it's a team wipe for Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, really nice for Toxic Lotus to get that win on the board. There was a slight break here and there, and they do keep on coming down with the silver bullet. Top just sculpting this left-hand side to his liking, but wants to be kind of away from this rock, and Diego Gamer, for the most part, did a decent job of following him around, but just kind of allowing it this time, it seems. Well, now making the move.
To the matchups, OU is pretty useless in these early games, just has to try and make contact with any brawler he can, but it's going to be difficult to get a kill unless he uses that super, and a complete miss like we saw earlier can be very devastating. Engine taking a lot of heat right now. There's the dash to RBM with a perfect response. Now Diego Gamer's going to line up the shots. Talk knows this though, tries to get around the corner. The slowdown was there, barely managed to escape.
Did Diego not have the ammo for that? I'm sure they were going to be able to get that kill, especially when he was slowed as well. Another great one from Talk, and he gets the same kill as last time. Luffy and Diego Gamer left, but in a 3v2, what can they do?
Numbers advantage for Toxic Lotus for sure. Now a dive for it, hypnotize the inevitable as Diego Gamer fires a super just out of desperation, but doesn't have a hope of taking on an entire J9's mainland roster. A lot better response here. I mean, I still feel like these guys are playing well. The set's not over, feels very even, but they've shown flashes of life a lot throughout these couple sets.
Absolutely. I can't help but feel that Diego should have finished that Colette kill off. You know, he was cocooned, slowed out of it, and I don't know if he just didn't have the ammo, but yeah, I felt like should have been a secure kill. Nonetheless, still 1-1 now in the knockout set. This one is going to be a very big one for both of these teams. Try either go 2-up, or Toxic Lotus bring it back and get their sets on the board.
Resetting new game, striking, get hypnotized early. The Spiderling's there to protect. Oh, another one as well. Engine doing good work, but falls low. They can't pursue this kill. Now Talk, we're getting a duel alongside RBM. One of the benefits of this Charlie is going to be the peak shots that you get to. Notice how this intelligent player in RBM will use a shot, throw it out, and the yo-yo can clip through the wall. It's almost like a Carl pickaxe.
I mean, Talk has been exuding confidence on this left-hand side against pretty much anybody who ends up going there, just running up in a straight line and trying to get some work done. Diego Game with the super on the right, same for Engine. You gotta be really careful about these hypnotizers. He gets hypnotized twice and a super wasted because he's cocooned too. Real tough stuff for Tribe, and it seems to have fallen apart.
Engine left all alone does make the juke as Diego Gamer now turns his attention up top. Top, below HP, trades, and it's Engine who strikes last. Excellently done, and now Toxic Lotus all of a sudden doing very well, just one round away from tying the sets.
Absolutely not looking good for Tribe now. A few mishaps here and there, and they're trying to move Diego Gamer back over to this Colt side. And Luffy through the mid. See a few of these walls broken up thanks to that super that Diego Gamer sent out in the previous round. But not really going to be the desired situation. Another hypnotize coming through, but that's a big rocket rain over the top, but it's traded out as Talk gets another one. Luffy goes down, and it's a 2v2.
Talk has been playing excellently for the mechanics. I mean, this set, he has lined up some serious shots from the distance, and now Rico is out of the equation. In the 2v2 situation, Engine is just going to hold on. He doesn't operate well in the open space. He's going to try and get to this indestructible, the L-shaped wall on the left-hand side, and he has to avoid RBM with hyper charge.
Yeah, they're going to double hyper now. Surely try and get one of these kills. RBM saving it for the Oli coming in, but he's going to get beamed, hypnotized, and now that's a 1v1. Diego surely can't win. Throws the rocket rain down, but Angel avoids it completely, and that is a gift from Tribe to Toxic Lotus.
Great bounce back from Toxic Lotus. Started to question it after set one. I won't lie, you can tell based on my narrative, but that was an impressive showing. The mechanics clearly still there too. I thought the Colt was so good throughout that set. Several bullet storms lined up from the distance, good playmaking, especially into a decent sharpshooter in Brock. I mean, I feel like Brock was making some good plays throughout that too, so the fact that those duels started going Toxic Lotus' way as that set progressed, I think goes to show the talent these guys have.
I mean, absolute donation of a set there, in my opinion, at the end. You know, like, yeah, it really seemed like it was like, obviously he kind of had the hype charge to suit to be able to kill the Oli and wanted to save it for that, but if you're not getting one kill, you're not going to be able to get two, so real difficult stuff for Tribe Gaming, and I feel after the first game and that round, that's the set that they maybe should have walked away with, but Toxic Lotus managed to get the job done, bring it back to a 1-1 and open this game and this group up.
Great highlights all around. I feel like both sides, like we've kind of said, have played well. Here's the animation that we saw from last year too. I think these guys have just had so much pressure on them, especially after seeing Countryman and A0 drop yesterday. And what was fine, but definitely not, I would say, the most impressive thing, or maybe what they claimed for. And now to be the team that lost them 3 times this season, I mean, that's got to do something to your mental. Puts a little more pressure on your shoulders, and that's something they very clearly carried with them for the past year. Fell short at LCQ as well, so they love a bounce back here at Brawl Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a real tough uphill battle for Toxic Lotus, though, regardless of this being a 1-1 and pretty much completely even so far still. Probably the heavy underdogs coming into this one, especially after Tribe Gaming beat the team that they just got destroyed by. But this one, a lot closer it seems. Bell, Naja, and the Mortis banned out by the Tribe Gaming side. And on the other side, the Colette, Naja, and Pierce. We've got that double Naja ban, no surprises there. And a couple of sharpshooters out of the way too.
Top tier bans here, I mean, nothing cheeky about it, obviously. The global bans, we had a little more shenanigans go down with the Miko, but Pierce, Naja, Colette, I mean, Bell, Mori, all of them, such good shouts, and especially with that Bell ban, that was the one thing I was looking out for, is something like a Jean, because the Bell bounce shot is going to do really well into those Jean compositions. Jean relies on magic puffs, healing the teammates, staying close to them. If you're within that circle, great, but if Bell hits one of you, well, now all of a sudden you got a little electricity bouncing throughout all of you.
Kind of got to disperse a little bit when that happens. So good to see it back out of the way, and it kind of provides a bit more kind of oomph to this G pick. Over the other side, going to go for some heals of their own with the Byron. You compare that with something aggressive now, or wait a bit longer, because you can just play as a sharpshooter in general if you don't really want to go that hyper-aggressive route.
On one hand, there's the healing that you mentioned. On the other, there's poison. So Magic Hand gets a little more neutralized if you got something like that too. Makes a lot of sense. I think Byron's just going to be continuing, like usual, a staple in the pro diet in the meta. Just somebody that's very versatile. Gus, another one of those that's more down the tier list, especially now that you see all these sharpshooters being banned out. You might have to dig a little deeper if you want some range.
Well, a great shout then on the second pick of Toxic Lotus, bringing in the Ruffs. Very well-rounded brawler at the moment, has been banned and picked a lot throughout the last couple of days. Sandbag's is going to be able to tank some of these Gene hits, and obviously, more importantly, the Gene pulls, which can sway the game heavily if hit.
Not a lot of aggression so far for either of these teams, and if Tribe Gaming want any of their own, they're going to have to do it on this 4-5 turn. Mortis out of the way, Leon, Edgar, Shade. I mean, I wouldn't expect to see a Shade here, but Miko, anything like that. You're just running out of options for Assassin, so Kaze going to be a great one at that. So Blue Star is now addressed. Top of that, it's a little more of a hybrid in the sense that she has mid-range function, she has the daggers that can fly out, and then she obviously has the dash, which is Mortis-esque. That's why they're going to go to get that Blue Star.
Yeah, absolutely. I like. It's a good shout from them, and they played the Kaze pretty well in that first set. They did manage to win as well, so can't blame them for it. And brings the aggression, brings that kind of mid-range brawler they can transform into as well. So really well-rounded for a game in mode like this, cleaning up in the last few seconds as well. And the Jae Young, that's another kind of healer on the map. And I do quite like it. Slipstreams as well, going to be able to provide some speed to the Kaze, get her in those aggressive positions.
Really curious, this right side just goes for health points. I mean, we have Gene who can hit a pull, we have Jae Young that can do speed, healing, you know, multifunctional brawler. Kaze, though, is somebody that doesn't love a lot of health points. I mean, it's assassin, it wants to capitalize on these squishy brawlers, and that's exactly the direction Toxic Lotus go. We know they're great with this brawler, we've seen them use it this year, last year, regardless of the meta. It's one that they're clearly comfortable with, and now it's going to be empowered by a Byron.
Yeah, really solid shout from them, and it's surprising that Tribe didn't account for this a little bit more, considering just being beaten by it in the previous set. You would expect them to think about it at least and try and prevent it, but maybe they kind of already had, and Toxic Lotus was like, you know what, we'll go with it anyway, but I think they're kind of lacking quite a lot of DPS to deal with this on.
1-1 in our closing match of the group stage. It's been an excellent Brawl Cup so far, but Tribe Gaming want revenge. Toxic Lotus want to end with their heads held high as now they dash in the middle. Blue Star going as expected. It's going to be in Luffy's hands. Engine in the middle alongside Tok. They're going to be glued together this whole time. Colonel Ruff's is going to have his hands full on the left, though.
Yeah, I mean, the speed that RBM's got and to be able to pivot into healing when he needs to as well is going to be a bit of a risk. Similar range, I'd imagine, though, between the Ruffs and the Jae Young, so a bit of a stalemate at the moment, but he goes and pinches Engine for a little while. But also Blue Star with Tribe, so they're in no rush.
I imagine Toxic Lotus have to play around in Ollie Super, so I think Engine's going to have to put themselves in some precarious positions just to try and charge up. Needs to take some tags, of course, and hits a gadget. Doesn't quite make contact. There's a kill on the RBM, though. Now a little power up going down. Sandbags there. Luffy diving in. Oh, and it's a perfect tag onto all three sandbags, but not a single brawler.
Yeah, rough. Very rough. No pun intended with the Ruffs going down, obviously, there as well. But heals going back and forth between RBM and Diego Gamer, keeping each other in the mix. Now speed being popped as well, and it was very unfortunate that Kaze super, but well evaded by Engine, and he still does have that super as well. Hyper charge drop being provided, and that makes it even nastier.
Yeah, Engine just got powered up, and he's going to be deadly, especially now with the hypercharge super in the pocket. Tok needs to be careful on the right-handed. RBM going for a play there, and I just don't think it was a good decision, especially with OU and Engine working alongside each other. Sure, they're chipped down, but Luffy still doesn't have enough in the tank to at least go at this. Engine has to be super careful now. The pull going through. Oh, he lands it on OU. Hypercharge completely missed by Tok as well. Try can capitalize now.
I mean, completely through the sandbags he grabs OU. Lovely stuff there, but Engine's still holding on to this hypercharge and super. RBM coming around the side now, providing some heals, then Weekend Warrior follows up. But Tok just behind the wall. There's the Fanstorm coming in now as well, but a hypercharge out of Engine will hypnotize and should kill Diego Gamer, and there's no trade there from Luffy.
Somehow Byron survives, drops the super, and now can heal up Engine. 10 seconds to go, and Tribe Gaming have to make a push. A little Weekend Warrior coming out, hypercharge going down, and he's cycling everything. The work-life balance not enough so far from Jae Young as Diego Gamer goes for the pull, but doesn't stand a chance against OU. Chinese mainland's finest, taking advantage of the set.
Absolutely finest as well. Really good gameplay from them, I will say. You know, evading that Kaze super really changed the game. He might have gone down by that. But that G pull as well through the sandbags, couple of notable moments from that game. But in the end, Toxic Lotus continue their winning streak of games and try kind of in a position they haven't found today.
Another Blue Star for Luffy. Now Tribe Gaming just going to sit idly by. These early games are going to be all about landing some shots. Even one, just one at a time to help build up that super. That's why Engine is so focused on this L-shaped wall on the left-hand side. He wants any connection, any tag he can get just to get a little bit closer, because that's when Toxic Lotus can act.
Yeah, he's getting a couple in there as well. Diego getting picked off, hypnotized there. Should be a kill on Engine though, if anything, and aggression comes through from Luffy, and the follow-ups are there as well. He's going to carry on and try to get the Byron, but thinks better of it in the end.
Crushing sequence right there. They use an Engine super to use it as an escape mechanism. Don't even grab it. Oh, and a pull as well! Tribe Gaming laying down the heavy fire. It was so close in game number 1, and all of a sudden, Toxic Lotus have nothing to show for it.
Yeah, I mean, that is a beautiful pull from Diego Gamer, just flying under the radar in the bush, and Engine didn't know it was coming. Big hill for them to climb now. 5 stars down, and a lot of control needed to get back. Yes, Engine does have a super OU. Can't provide that hypercharge drop to him this time, though. OU feeding himself as Engine marches forward, dives in, makes the contact, but RB's still alive. A pull through, beautifully executed, and Luffy smells blood in the water, goes straight at Talk, who gets a trade, but still a kill for Tribe. 5-star swing, and blue roster holding firm. After all that, it's still the same stars between them. 5 in the hands of Tribe in terms of lead. And a hypercharge available from Luffy here as well. Might be a fan storm to try and halt this push. RBM goes for the Weekend Warrior gadget, gets a few taps in. There's the hypercharge at the left-hand side from Luffy. And Tok gets them back to spawn.
Tribe Gaming in a great spot. Toxic Lotus just out of position there. Engine alone is not as powerful as alongside Byron. They were able to isolate Byron, grab that kill, and now for the closing seconds, Engine has to make a desperation effort to grab a kill. 2 Hypnosis though, a few stars being swung to the difference maker. Luffy left all alone. 9,100 HP separating the game, and Tribe Gaming now will tie it themselves.
Just about at the end, the Kaze was flapping, getting away from those 3 brawlers just closing down on him. And luckily for him, the timer halted their attack. Toxic Lotus still looking pretty decent and almost a good turnaround there, but Tribe Gaming, for the most part throughout that game, were looking pretty good.
CTL's coach pacing on stage, barking orders at his teammates to make adjustments here for the next one, as now this set perfectly tied up. Ones all across the board. Engine working alongside OU. This is interesting because now they've just put Talk straight up on Gene rather than helping out Engine. It just left the Byron to be a sharpshooter.
Yeah, working though, to be honest with you. Diego Game has been sent packing back to spawn at the moment. And Engine trying to get a few shots in. He's been pretty successful at getting supers, to be honest with you, and making them work. And there's another one hypnotized there as well. Luffy will fall. Vengeful Spirits almost gets the kill, but he uses super to get away.
This time the escape route pays off. They grab the kill and now have a 1-star advantage, including the blue. RBM positioning himself on the top left-hand side as Talk works his way down the back right, using the long distance to his advantage as Engine now is in trouble. Goes for the Hypnosis, has to find a kill on RBM, and does a double as well. Toxic Lotus now expand and get a 5th. Diego Gamer though, a nice job of at least giving them a little bit closer. 2 stars is much more manageable.
Absolutely great trade from Diego there to be able to get one back. Hypercharge available from Engine as well, clearly has the power above him as well. Glowing purple, Luffy trying to make a few shots in and out. There's the super for Engine, gets it off being hit. Weekend Warrior used, tries to get the Hypnosis, but Engine completely missed it all. And wastes another super on defense. 40 seconds left. Diego's got a pull, RBM's got a hyper. Something big's about to happen.
I mean, Talk has entirely changed his role. He is not helping Engine out at all in terms of heal. Now he's dueling with Luffy on the bottom side and gets it done. A good kill there as Diego Gamer has a pull. Engine now in hot pursuit. Still holding on to this, the tandem of Tribe Gaming looking to go 2v1, and it's not enough. Ollie still has plenty in the tank to work with. They're expanding.
Still doable with 15 seconds. Hypercharge, all 3 powered up on the side of Toxic Lotus. Hypnosis into his own wall. There's another one, pulls Luffy back 7 seconds, all so low. And it doesn't look like it's going to be able to be done. Another one goes in, Luffy lunges forwards, but it's not going to swing enough. And a big set win for Toxic Lotus.
We knew this group would be interesting, but I mean, this is crazy. I don't think we've ever had a situation where 1-1, 1-1, 1-1 for everybody in the group stage has really ever happened. And right now, it's looking like Chinese mainland might just have Tribe Gaming's number. Sure, they've rotated in Diego Gamer instead of Zeus, but they're clearly demonstrating that the drafts are showing up just enough to be competitive. The mechanics are there. I mean, this is more the roster we're used to seeing. Foot Esports swept them away. It's the team that also, I might add, lost to Tribe Gaming. Yet it is Toxic Lotus pushing for a 4th and Tribe Gaming begging for a 5th set.
I mean, it just goes to show how tight this Group D was. And it was super surprising in general to see Tribe Gaming take down Foot Esports. That seems like a bit of an upset in itself. And it would be a massive upset now if Toxic Lotus managed to take down Tribe after losing to Foot. So a very close group in Group D, and it just seems like, depending which team you are, you've got another one of the team's number.
It's definitely been a lot of fun. Been a great time at the Brawl Cup here. Toxic Lotus, of course, if you've been with us for more than just this year, you know the story behind them. One of the best in Brawl history. trying to make magic happen once again for this event. Look at the kill count as well. I mean, just even footing across the right-hand side. Meanwhile, Luffy clearly carrying on the left. That is his role after all. I think Jae Young and Gene clearly there to power him up, to enable him to be the man. But it just wasn't quite there.
Yeah, I mean, eight's good, but not quite good enough, unfortunately. 2 teammates only with 1. And it is Hot Zone up next. Might decide if the Toxic Lotus and force a bit of a tie-break situation with 1-1-1 if they manage to get this done. So a big one for them. But Tribe Gaming do not want that to happen. They want to finish number 1 in this group, and it's going to require 2 straight sets to do it.
This stage has had a lot of magic in the past. We'll see if Tribe Gaming can be one of those teams that can claim it. Mortis, Crow, Griff on the top left-hand side. Meanwhile, Pierce, Lumi, and Colette. Some interesting ones. On that right-hand in, we're certainly throwing out some range, a little bit of a control brawler as well. Meanwhile, Mortis no longer. No wall break from Griff as well. So I'm curious how these teams are going to approach it, because with dueling beetles, if I see a Griff, I'm a little bit thrown off, because it's not a typical ban, so clearly there's a vision here for Tribe Gaming, something they're very much intending.
I mean, this is the thing as well. If you're kind of doing something a bit bold when you're 2-1 down, it's a huge risk, and yes, it can pay off massively, but it can also just end up shooting yourself in the foot. So Ems comes through as the first pick. Definitely not a bad one at that. I do quite like it. It used to be very solid on this map, I'll add as well. So Griff, it baffles me a little bit as well. It absolutely is absolute cinema. Can't deny it.
Well, maybe they wanted anti-tank of choice here, and maybe Ems is just their best bet, so you throw out Griff, no piggy bank, which means Ems has a little bit easier of a time. Curious to see how this goes. Poco in the face of that, too.
Yeah.
Wow, so a really interesting draft start, I would say, just overall.
It seems pretty weird to go with Poco into the Ems.
Yeah.
Because usually you're pairing Poco with something quite aggressive, a tank or an assassin, or maybe they're just going to go triple heal, but even that wouldn't be great against the Ems. So slightly baffled by what they're trying to do here, but I think that's kind of the name of the game with these 2 teams. You don't know what you're going to get with the draft.
I'm not sure either. Is this maybe a tuning fork play or just trying to cancel out something that they're anticipating from the other side? Yeah, that's exactly where I was going. So we get Lu freeze and Poco, not normally going to be somebody that you say hard counters, but because of that gadget choice, it entirely changes things. If you got a Lu freeze, you can take it out. So now they grab that for themselves. I think that's why they put Poco with this. If they just drafted Lu alone, well, it's an easy click of Poco for the left-hand side. So if you want Lu, you had to go with the Poco.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is, for me, I look at these 2 brawls, I'm like, man, if they get spawn trapped, they're going nowhere. They go nowhere. They need control throughout the entirety of it, or at least to have that 50-50 in the mid. If they go back to spawn all at one time, it's going to be super tough to break past the Ems with those 2 brawlers. Kenji going to come in there, an aggressive pick, and I do like it, I must say. Kenji is one of the brawlers that I do enjoy seeing, and I think the Tribe got a great selection.
TL better nail this 6th pick, but they're going to have to wait to see what Tribe do with their last remaining. So Kenji, in this early game, is going to have to be careful, going to have to dodge out some Lu shots, but Lu is not an easy brawler to pilot. I mean, those shots are a little staggered. It's not just a straight line of snow cones going your way. So I think Kenji, especially with the maneuverability, just being able to dash up the map, and somebody with a little control, and we still haven't seen any signs of wall break, I think partially due to that. Now we get a Clancy as well, who I really like this Clancy matchup in particular into Poco. I just think it's kind of a super feeder for him.
It absolutely is, yeah, and I don't know if that ultra stops them from going that kind of possible aggressive brawler they might want to go at the end as well, because you're going into an Ems, you're going into a Clancy, you're feeding both of them, it's going to be super hard to kind of pair that with the Poco, so we'll see what they do choose to go for their 3rd and final. Being 6th pick, it gives them a bit of power, but as you said, I really like that Clancy. I think it's going to be difficult to play into there.
I think Tribe just thinking through all their options, because with the 4th and 5th pick especially, you're just trying to make sure you can't get beat by a 6th pick, and I think that's about as good of a well-rounded comp as you can do, especially in the bans, and I guess if you're going to pick Ems first overall, they're doing their best along the way. This is a little unusual from used to. Amber in a 1v1 matchup into all of these outranges the Clancy, outranges the Ems, but I'll stand by you. There's not a lot of aggressive features. There's no wall break to move them up the map more quickly. These are mobility brawlers, so if they lose the early game, Toxic Lotus are in deep trouble.
It's going to be super difficult to get past these walls if they are pinned back in spawn, as we kind of both said. It's going to need to be a mid-battle for them, or all-out control. Don't want to be feeding this Clancy at all, I'll tell you that. Luffy starting things off super aggressive through the mid, just beelining for the back lines of Toxic Lotus.
OU already has super charged up as well. Rotating fire going around engines, dancing in the flames is hot. Operates on the left-hand side, RBM up the middle, low HP, needs to fade away, but still being rather aggressive. I think just trying to stay alive as long as possible to build those percentage points, but they've let it go. Now this is exactly what we were looking out for. Toxic Lotus have gotten the pressure, now they've gotten around these walls, and OU has a hypercharge already. This is promising.
Super early, super and hypercharge for him, as you said. RBM coming in now, just catch Engine off guard and a missed heal from OU. All of that work wasted in one move, and a great push by Ems. Shows how good of a first pick that is.
Diego Gamer now on that second tier, which is very important. Clancy at his third stage, it'd be rather lethal as OU tries to get around this. Luffy doing a great job of making contact. Talk, though, has the ice rink available. Being patient, trying to bait this out. Now Luffy goes the other way with an engine, with a nice dodge, a little flamethrower out the middle as OU sweeps him away with a little guitar stroke, and it's Tribe Gaming still with the lead, but DLO taking control.
Needs to be cautious, Diego Gamer here with the super in hand. Gonna be a tough move for them. If they feed him or Luffy with a hyper charge too, OU needs to work for another super in his own. There's the super collected by Luffy as well, and a hyper for Engine. Might have caught them both in that. Diego in a real precarious position, just burning up RBM, but a good gadget through the wall gets them back in the mix.
OU now with the super available, goes out with it as Luffy goes with a hypercharge. Oh, makes contact with Talk as well, but the ice ring will slow them down. Now fire in ice all around Luffy, taking shots from every direction is Tribe Gaming, and it's going to be back and forth the whole way through.
I mean, a hyper was ready for OU there as well, and he didn't even need to use it. Dancing flames around Engine in the lead with Toxic Lotus. Luffy on the right side, shield in hand, trying to go hyper-aggressive, but a hyper-charge back is going to be missed. RBM pops one of his own, and Luffy cleans up the right. 10% needed, but Tribe on the spot.
Now Tribe Gaming engulfing the middle of the map as Talk tries to work on this left-hand side. This is enough percentage and enough of a stronghold to where Tribe Gaming might be able to turn this around. Gasoline going down on the ground. Luffy going against OU straight up as RBM gets the takedown. Diego Gamer as well. It's 3 blue members standing tall, and Toxic Lotus can't do a thing about it.
Such a close match between these two teams. Tribe managing to get it done in the end, but Toxic Lotus in the driving seat for the majority of it, or at least for kind of 3/4 at least. So they've definitely got a chance here. There were a few slip-ups here and there and gave quite a bit of value to the M's on occasions. So that's something they've got to clean up. But this could be done in 4 if Toxic Lotus just polish up a little more.
So off the middle of the map, go Engine in OU. Talk on the right-hand side. This time it's Luffy. Expands on the left. Now diving in at OU. Healing Gadget goes down as well. Has the Poco super available for heals as Diego Gamer wants to get any shots he can. The earlier he can get to this silver tier, it's going to be better for the roster as a whole. Even if it costs him his life, I think it's okay depending on how this result goes.
Much better, I will say, from Toxic Lotus at the moment. Diego Gamer gets his second tier, but M's pinned back into the Toxic Lotus spawn, and a much better percentage-wise for Toxic Lotus. There's a great gadget again that earns RBM his super. OU just trying to stay alive, trying to stay in the mix. Gets the hyper super and uses it too. Diego Gamer should be stunned out and dealt with here, but Talk's got no help.
I mean, the red roster's just not falling down. Diego Gamer and Tribe Gaming are falling like flies, just one at a time. They need to rotate in together. It hasn't been a push in unison. Meanwhile, Toxic Lotus are doing so as an entire squadron. Good job by Engine to make sure they're maintaining. They do have a hypercharge super as well, so if they get in a pinch, Talk can use it immediately.
I mean, he's just going to throw onto RBM here, get him stunned up, and should be pinched in, but he was just kind of stunned in a really tough spot, and he gets so many heals out here as well. RBM still surviving, and Luffy with a bit of help puts Tribe back on the mark.
What a turnaround. M Super for the win. It looked like a guaranteed kill. A couple ice rink, a gadget even in there, and M survived it all. Great heads up play from RBM as now his teammate puts up work on the top. Lou Super doesn't make a connection, and now it's going to result in Luffy staying alive and the hypercharge being wasted.
Yeah, no connection the other way though from the hypercharge of Luffy. Needs to get them off the point now and start ticking upwards, but Diego Gamer at level 3 with a hypercharge in hand is not what you want to be looking at. Great stun by Talking now. Pretty much even on percentage. But Diego Gamer in the back, great heal from OU, but the same from RBM. He just can't die. Eventually goes down, couldn't get the second super off, and Luffy going straight onto the zone.
It took every bullet the Toxic Lotus had, but they finally bring the main man down as Diego Gamer dances left-hand side. Extra stats from the hypercharges. OU falls rather weak. And there's RBM once again rearing his ugly head. The deadliest 3 letters in North America hovering on this right-hand side wall, and Tribe Gaming have an opportunity to once again surprise you.
No ammo to get Diego down, and Talk and OU are the only ones who could do anything now. Hypercharge being used, needs to get a super and screeching solo that zone, but it's still ticking up as RBM not that healthy, but staying on. There's the hypercharge coming in. Can they get them down in time? They don't! Luffy, rock super, gets Tribe the set, and brilliance keeps them in it.
Something about these two teams, man. Another year, another intense match. What a way to end our day number 2. A privilege to take these two squads all the way to a set 5. a lot of expectations on Toxic Lotus, a lot on Tribe. I would say less to lose considering they were undefeated, like I mentioned at this point last year, but I think they just want it so badly to right the wrongs of what Dallas was. In front of a home crowd, you can't help but feel disappointed. They came back with a new roster member in Diego Gamer, came back fierce. They have yet to win a grand finals in North America. That's all fine and dandy, but if they show up on the Brawl Cup stage, all will be forgiven.
Yeah, huge gameplay from them. Two incredibly close hot zone games. Both of them decided in the dying seconds. Really good showing from both of them. Just, I think it was the Talk who just couldn't get the ammo to kill them, and RBM staying alive in these situations. M's wonderful first pick, bear in mind as well. Clancy had its moments, but I think Luffy, the standout, definitely ended the second game here, really making it work. Because I thought maybe with that stun, he got his 64 HP! 64 HP wins in the game.
That's crazy. I mean, Toxic Lotus just shaking their heads. What can you do? Just hands and fists. In another world, in a sliding doors moment, that goes differently. For the final map, we will head to Death Cap Trap. This rivalry being renewed for day number 2 of our Brawl Cup 2026. Some interesting bans going down. I would say some typical ones. You see Mortis top left, Colette top right, but Stu being thrown out. Colonel Ruff's a safe bet to go as well. I think this is going to make the first pick a little more interesting because some of our stable options are now out.
Well, Luffy is going to be selecting the Lumi. And it's a good first pick. It's been banned out for quite a lot of our Brawl Cups so far, so nice to see that being able to get on the board nice and early. Still, obviously with these bans, Mortis being banned out of the aggression, you know, I'm happy to see Claire out late, to be honest with you. I really am. But I'm right to say Nah just slipped through here.
Yeah, I think that's a good observation from you as well. They're going to need some kind of mid, of course. They're going to need some way to deal with Lumi because Lumi is such a good cutoff brawler. So this wasn't at the top of mind. It's not bad, but the good news is I think this is going to be particularly to contest Lumi, at least in the ranged battle, right? Or if they want to empower a fellow teammate as well, now they can throw a shield, so if something wants to dive in at the enemy side, Gus can send them on their merry way with a little extra health.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's just a consistent mid brawler, isn't it, Gus? Really, you know, when you're under a bit of pressure, pop the shield, have the knockback. Kooky Pop goes a long way at finding some kills you wouldn't otherwise expect as well. So the Mo will join the Gus on that side, and as you said, it's nice to be able to provide a shield to someone, especially someone who goes as aggressive as Mo.
So 2 more picks for Tribe Gaming. Once again on the 4-5 turn for the clock. They've got Lumi, who can be a fine mid-gym carrier, but I don't know if they're going to be in love with this matchup in either Mo or Gus. So I'm curious to see what they surround themselves with for our big-time drummer in Brawl Stars. A couple of these neutral ones are out of the way, like I mentioned before, so no Colonel Ruffs that can play a side lane. I don't really know if there's a one answer here that's particularly coming to mind. I'm kind of just looking out for these more meta brawlers, like you mentioned, that slide through, but Lily, a very safe option. It's gym grab. You just have to expect this is a possibility.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen Penny slide in this map a few times here and there. You'll be able to tank out some of the good shots. Salty Barrel of the Mo comes in, can be really solid as well to be able to get rid of that, and obviously good lane / mid brawl, depending on where you want to play it. It can be flexible on a map like this.
So Lily, Shadow Realm accessibility is a big deal, a large reason why she shows up in this game mode in particular. On top of that, she's a great duelist, one-on-one interaction, but I will say this isn't necessarily the easiest go at it. They have Mo who can kind of get an unnatural pushback. You got Gus who can bounce you away with a bubble. Now we get a little Vinks in this too, so I think this is going to really slow down the projectiles of the right-hand side as well. I think this turned out to be a great 3 picks from Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, I really like it. I mean, when you're putting Lily in Tribe's hands as well, it's gonna be a good time. Obviously, if you're massively behind, both of these teams now have that turnaround capability. You know, Lily popping up here and there, hypercharge can flip a game on its head, and the same with Mo as well. If you really need to get those gems in the dying seconds, it's something.
The crowd gasped too. I mean, I'm shocked. That's typically a Tribe Gaming move. That's typically RBM piloting that brawler, and Toxic Lotus trying to give them a taste of their own medicine, and on top of that, Toxic Lotus trying to stay undefeated against Tribe Gaming. This has been quite a treat to watch. 2 years in a row, we've had these squads compete. The Chinese mainland had a strong showing, an upward trajectory now for years in Brawl Stars. And it all comes down to this. In the final match of Group D, 2-2 situation. What a treat to end the day, Brawl Nation. Get on your feet for the set 5.
Well, a quick gadget up by both Luffy and Tok are going to meet in the middle of the map nonetheless, so seems like a bit of a waste on both parts.
Brutal start is now Luffy will dive forward, makes contact with that super, and OU gonna be in a world of hurt as well. Somehow survives it all, but Diego Gamer there to occupy the space as well, replacing Talk diving in. Now gets a kill. Once again, a trade. RBM relying on that super and the time warp to keep him up, and he barely does.
Yeah, just narrowly stays alive. 7, 8, 9 on the HP bar. Engine super on hand, in hand on the left-hand side. Tok just gets this. Luffy comes out of that realm. And a great Kooky Popper brings RBM low, but Tok not going to be able to get too much done here, being pinched in. Heals pretty much all the way up before he gets hit by one of those Lumi shots, and now Diego trying to pivot around the side, but gets killed anyway.
The Assassins are doing a great job of getting some picks, but it's not been enough to really occupy space for the entirety. Luffy's got to be getting rather close, I would say, to a hypercharge as well. It feels like he's been in a lot of interactions, and especially if you're getting punches thrown, there it is. It's going to be able to charge it up naturally. But Tok gets one of the own too, so it's going to be up to these two tanky players of who gets the better of the other squad.
Engine ready to go, gets stunned out though, or locked in place by that Lumi super. Hyper charge on the buzz in the back lines, but one also for Luffy as well. 66, so pretty much an even game at the moment, but big turnaround capabilities either side.
Eyes on Lily and Buzz as Engine dives in, goes underground. The stun doesn't quite make a connection and capitalizes. Luffy sees that he misses. Now a time warp being dropped as well. RBM trying to scoop these gyms and does. TL delicately rotating on the left-hand side as Luffy disappears from eyesight. They have to keep an eye out for Lily.
I do think I always miss this super with the hyper, but RBM's gonna fall and Gems drop to the floor, and OU will scoop them all up. Big blunder by Tribe, which was kind of caused by a big blunder by Toxic Lotus.
Oh man, Toxic Lotus certainly happy about the result of that. Now hypercharges his options. Luffy going straight at OU, knows where he is due to the callouts from the team, but now OU rotating left-hand side. Tok there for coverage, a slowed down super, but won't be enough. Somehow, some way, TL slide out of there with a match point.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I'm not sure if he was pushed out of position because he thought the buzz was coming in with hype charge, he missed it and then got punished for being out of position. Real tough stuff then for Tribe Gaming. A Toxic Lotus now, just one away from the win.
Crazy stuff. A Group D 1-in-1 for everybody would be insane. As now Luffy, cross court, going up to this wall as Tok dives in once again, looking at Diego Gamer. A stun available for Tok, but he's playing it pacing. Gus does his job as well. Engine trying to do the long-range to mid-range fight against RBM. It's going to lead to Toxic Lotus scooping his second gym. A stun going through, a TP away, beautifully baited by RBM.
Yeah, but I mean, a really nice shield comes through from OU. Engine's going to go down now, though, and Tok still in a good position. Lumi trying to pinch round with those Morning Stars, but doesn't find anything back from it. And now it's Tribe establishing themselves in a bit of a better position, but a nice gadget to the back lines, but Engine has an answer, but it's just not enough.
Even fight, just like this entire match has been, as Tok finally falls. OU operating from long distance, trying to poke away at Diego Gamer, who now is baiting, goes over here and is dropping these Morning Stars, leaving them on the ground and trying to get a surprise attack. That's exactly what happens. The Ice Rink will cut off Gus. They buy a little bit of time though. Tribe taking over the middle of the map, and now Luffy getting dangerous. Tok's gonna be right there. Oh, they dive different directions as well. They pass, and now Luffy's gonna be able to get the kill. Engine cleans up Tok. Somehow still alive amidst all of this, but doesn't do enough for a kill. All the gyms now with Tribe. There's some spilled out though, should be okay for TL.
Engine trying to protect, so he knows he can go in when he gets the hypercharge with minimal risk. But that one spawns on Tribe's side. Hypercharge coming in now, goes for RBM, but he's going to TP back up the map. And a great evade with nobody. Oh, double stun, but through goes Engine, gets him. Luffy picks up 6 into the realm, but Tok cleans up. And they're going to have 9 out of the spawn.
Gyms being exchanged by both hands, and somehow, Toxic Lotus once again, magicians! They get away with more gyms. RBM though, another great play. 9 and now 6, it's a flip-flop once again!
The Kooky Popper doesn't get the kill, but Luffy's got 8. They need to get him down before another gadget comes back. Can't get it from the mid, so OU trying to do the right-hand side. Hypercharge forced out early on. Diego Gamer won't get the kill, but no super there for Tok. But surely Luffy can just gadget away and just chill. But a TP back into the position and try get one on the board and force double match points.
Would you believe it, folks? What an unbelievable unfolding of this rivalry. 1 year later, Tribe Gaming still somehow in it. Toxic Lotus can still go undefeated against one of mobile gaming's biggest franchises. Incredible stuff. It's been scrappy to say the least. It has not been perfect, but Tribe Gaming and Toxic Lotus, nothing but entertaining.
It all comes down to this game to see who's going to be the victor. RBM with 3, nice and early on. Toxic Lotus can't really contest the mid at the moment with Diego in this position. A great Kooky Pop from OU though forces him out, and there's the super from Tok. Will get them back in the mix.
3 TL Brawlers standing tall as now they move into this left-hand side. It's becoming an east-west affair, a little untraditional for Brawl Stars in this map in particular. You can see Talk kind of just dancing back and forth here. He's looking to try and charge at that super. If he's within a certain threshold, he's just trying to clip a little bit of extra supercharge from Diego Gamer.
Talk gets in there now. Diego should be able to go down and does. And on the spawn is OU, but in the back is Luffy, just giving them so many issues. Eventually gets taken down, and it's a tie ball game.
Beautiful peek shot from OU to grab that kill. 2 supers. They have to find where Talk is. He's splashing that super, looking to go for the light preserver contact onto somebody like RBM. They get a little ice rinse. They know somebody's slipping up as Talk now rotates to the left-hand side. This is going to be the thing we have to watch out for. If he makes this play, it's great, but we've seen him miss a couple times this set.
Luffy's still chilling on the right. There's the gadget trying to go for Engine, who scouts him out. He's going to land pretty much straight on, and there's the super as well, and he doesn't have one in return. Luffy cycles out on Talk, misses it as well, and only one more gem needed for Tribe to stop the count.
Tribe Gaming in prime position to get the revenge after a year and a long wait. Humiliation at Dallas last year. They have an opportunity to take down the Trailblazers. Here goes Engine for one more. RBM slowly backing away to the bottom side of the map as Luffy goes to play bodyguard for his teammate Diego Gamer, the new roster member, trying to do right by this beloved franchise. Talk diving the stumble through RBM survives! North America perseveres! After 0-2 last year, they're perfect in the group stage.
Just incredible milliseconds between Toxic Lotus and a big turnaround and a big flipping of gems. But Tribe Gaming hold on. And as you said, Kenny, 0-2 last year to 2-0 in 2026.
I think a major shout out to Toxic Lotus. Tribe Gaming deserve all their flowers, but what a competitive showing. Especially after seeing A0 yesterday go down, they did this region proud. I think Chinese mainland still has a lot of gas in the tank. Can't wait to see though how these fellas feel. They were put through a gauntlet and now they get to talk with Banks.
Oh my goodness, correct me if I'm wrong, but Group D has given us the best matches today. That was unbelievable. Luffy, I'd like to quickly say, revenge is a dish best served in Game 5. How did that feel?
Bueno, la revancha es un plato que se sirve mejor en un quinto mapa. ¿Cómo se ha sentido?
Me he sentido muy bien, tipo, nos preparamos, lo hicimos muy bien y nada, no sé qué decir.
So I feel very good, we prepared, we played well, and yeah.
You did play incredibly well. Now, more importantly, finishing in this group as top seed coming into Championship Sunday tomorrow has put you in a much better position. How has that been for your confidence? Do you feel like all of you guys feel a lot more confident going into tomorrow now?
Bueno, salir de grupos con un seed 1, entonces por una posición privilegiada para el Championship Sunday. ¿Cómo se siente eso? ¿Eso os ayuda a la confianza?
Me siento muy emocionado y tengo muchas ganas de jugar contra los mejores equipos, así que sí, se siente bien y estoy muy emocionado.
So I feel very excited, it feels very good, and I cannot wait to play against the best teams tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow can't come soon enough, but everybody please make some noise one final time for Tribe Gaming. Congratulations, gentlemen. And with that, day 2 comes to a close. What a phenomenal day of matches we have had. We have said goodbye to 4 teams, and that means that just 8 remain in the race. Tomorrow is going to be so spicy. But I've got to say a few thanks. We'd love to say thank you to the production, to the players, and of course to the talent for all of your hard work so far. And most importantly, thank you so much to all of the fans, both here in Berlin and at home. Thank you for cheering on and supporting your favorite teams. And please continue to do so, because Brawl Stars Esports wouldn't be anything without you guys. Tomorrow, we will be crowning a champion, and along with that, they will receive that regional spot in the World Finals, that all coveted trophy for the end of this incredible journey we have at the Brawl Cup. Thank you all so much for watching and supporting, and we will see you tomorrow.
Hmm.